Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand, presents Duke with a Duchess by Scarlett Scott. Narrated by Hannah Martin and Harry Frost. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Chapter 1. Sybil tipped the pitcher toward her sleeping husband's head. A stream of cold, clear water poured forth, landing directly on the thick mahogany locks that were a great source of pride and vanity for him, splashing over his unfairly handsome face. It wasn't the confrontational moment she had initially envisioned when she had decided to attend the wicked house party he and his chums were presently holding at Wingfield Hall, but it was satisfying nonetheless. He sputtered and jolted awake, sitting up as water sluiced down, his bedclothes falling in his lap. His chest was bare. Sybil intentionally averted her gaze, because whilst the Duke of Riverdale was a terrible, faithless husband, his body, like his face, was as perfectly proportioned as any marble from antiquity. At least he was the only one currently occupying his bed, and given the indecent nature of the present gathering, she hadn't been certain what to expect. Otherwise, she might have broken the pitcher on his head instead of merely pouring water to wake him.
"What the devil?"
he sputtered, shaking like a dog to dash the water from his eyes. Sybil had imagined a reunion with her husband on many occasions. Never quite like this, however. "Good morning, Riverdale," she said coldly.
"Sybil!"
He glared at her, his lip curling.
"What are you doing here at Wingfield Hall? In my bloody bedroom of all places? And why the hell did you pour water on me?"
She settled the pitcher in its basin. "Is that any way to greet your wife?"
"Is dumping a pitcher of water on my damned head any way to greet your husband?" he snarled.
Water was streaking down his throat and rolling south in droplets over his chest now. Sybil told herself not to look, and yet her foolish eyes had a will of their own. "Perhaps you should tell me the proper means of greeting a husband one hasn't seen in more than 3 months," she suggested. "A husband who abandoned one in the country and refuses to reply to any correspondence." He gathered up the counterpane and began using it to dry himself, continuing to glower as he did so.
"I have nothing to say to you, madam."
His words, like his ire, shouldn't matter, shouldn't have the power to wound her, and yet they did. He had made his disregard for her feelings known, just as he had made his lack of concern for her more than clear when he had abandoned her on their wedding day. "Indeed, but I have something to say to you." She kept her eyes pinned to his, intentionally not glancing down at his damp chest, or his muscled arms, flexing as he moved. Curse the man. She was looking again.
"How nice for you."
His voice was cold, just like his wintry blue eyes.
"I don't give a damn."
She hadn't expected a pleasant reunion, but his icy aloofness still somehow stung. "Mayhap you should care," she suggested. All her meticulous arranging had come to this. Admittedly, she hadn't planned to fail so abysmally when she had managed to obtain an invitation to the secret house party he presided over every few months, along with his fellow hosts of the Wicked Duke's Society. Thank heavens for the aid of her dear friend Alice, Countess of Blackwell, who had secured one on her behalf through a friend who was a member of the secret society. Sybil had intended to cause a public spectacle that would force his hand, to take a lover at his own den of iniquity and humiliate him as he had her these last few months. Instead, she'd found she hadn't the stomach for betrayal. She remained as much a virgin as she had been on the day they married.
Too late for that.
He dropped the bedclothes and ran a hand through his hair, pushing it back from his high forehead.
Get out of my bedroom.
She didn't budge, her feet rooted to the Axminster. Not until you hear what I've come to say.
I have neither the time nor the inclination to listen to a word you say, he snapped. Can you not see I'm busy?
Yes, I suppose you are eager to return to your carousing. No doubt you have some skirts to chase this morning. Do forgive me for keeping you from them. Sybil couldn't conceal the bitterness in her voice, though she had tried her utmost.
Is that why you've come?
He asked, smirking.
Are you jealous, darling?
Yes, but she would leap out the nearest window before admitting it to him. She tipped her chin up, scoffing. Hardly. I have no claim on you. He had also made that more than apparent. The Duke of Riverdale had no intention of being a faithful husband.
You are correct in that, madam. You don't. Now get out, if you please. I need to take a piss, and I'd rather do it without you listening.
He was being coarse and vulgar, trying to shock her. It wasn't going to work. No, not until you hear what I've come to say. He shrugged.
Suit yourself.
Before she could protest or avert her gaze, he flipped back the bedclothes and rose, naked. Her eyes dropped of their own volition to his long, thick shaft standing proudly erect. Heat flew over her. He stalked across the room, his buttocks flexing as he went. I want you to divorce me, she blurted.
Everett could still see Sybil, frozen in the vignette he hadn't been meant to see, the one that had revealed to him, too late, who she truly was. Sybil, in her lovely wedding gown with the golden-haired footman, taking him into her arms, her bloody lover. All that time she'd been smiling sweetly at Everett, presenting herself as the ideal woman, and she had been secretly dallying with a servant. No doubt she had been devastated at the prospect of having to leave the man behind. There had been tears on her cheeks, and Everett had overheard her telling the footman how much she would miss him, and, in the greatest betrayal of all, that she loved him. He'd been sick at the sight of their cosy farewell, too shocked to confront the two of them. Instead, he had returned to the wedding breakfast and pretended as if he hadn't just witnessed his wife of 3 hours in an intimate embrace with a servant. A man she loved. A man who wasn't Everett. A man who wasn't even his equal. The carriage ride to Riverdale Abbey had been one of the worst of his life. When they had arrived, he had done his duty in introducing her to his domestics, and then he had left her, unable to bear the sight of her after her duplicity. God, what a fool he had been, thinking she would make the perfect Duchess, that he could ever trust a woman after Lydia. He ought to have learnt his lesson well enough the first time. For months he had been seething over her betrayal, seeking to bury his fury in drink and distraction. The drink had been accomplished easily enough. The distraction, however, hadn't. He simply had not possessed the desire necessary to lose himself in the soft, tender arms of a lover. That was the irony of his present cock-stand. Apparently his prick wasn't broken, as he had begun to fear for its lack of proper interest in the women of his acquaintance. It only seemed to function in her presence. Perhaps Sybil had cursed it. She had come like a wraith, had she not, to his one place of peace, Wingfield Hall, where another wild house party like those he had enjoyed on so many past occasions with his friends was meant to have finally destroyed the restraints of conscience, yet keeping him from taking a lover himself. It hadn't. And now she was here, in his room, in his domain, standing on the other side of the privacy screen. Unless she had blessedly slipped out of the bedchamber to grant him peace. "Madam, have you gone?" he demanded. "No. I will wait whilst you attend to your needs. Much like you've been doing for the entirety of our marriage." He didn't miss the sharpness in her tone, the rebuke. He might have laughed if he weren't in the midst of a miserable conundrum at the moment. The sheer daring of the woman, acting as if she were the one who had been wronged after what she'd done. "Consider this your final warning to spare yourself embarrassment," he called, willing his cock to wilt. He couldn't piss in this state, damn it, and he did have to. Or at least he'd had to, before she'd brought that rebellious part of his anatomy back to life with her presence, her delectable breasts straining against that bodice, and her fucking scent. Her perfume was intoxicating. Vanilla and tuberose. There had been a time when he had wanted to smell it lingering on his pillow, when he had wanted her in his bed for days without end, knowing too well that he still wouldn't have his fill of her. But that time had decidedly passed, he reminded himself sternly. He wanted no part of her now. Her lovely countenance and tempting curves hid a treacherous heart. The wretched irony of life. He had once almost been married to a cunning shrew who had desired him for his title and wealth, only to marry a similarly scheming bit of baggage who had wedded him for the same reason. "I do assure you that I'm impervious to embarrassment," she called. "Carry on however you must. I'm not leaving until I've said what I came here to say." Her voice was sultry, husky and throaty, yet sweet, like a ripe berry wrapped in smoke. Even when she was in a fit of pique, it slid over him like a caress. "As you prefer, madam," he said grimly, before closing his eyes and willing himself to think of something suitably dreadful. The scent of horse dung in summer, the time he'd gone swimming in a lake and emerged with leeches stuck to a very unfortunate part of his person. That did it. His stubborn cockstand subsided, and he aimed his stream into the ready chamber pot, not giving a damn if it was rude to do so in the presence of his wife. He wanted her out of this room, out of his reach, out of his life. At least until he required her. She would be of breeding age for some time yet. At present he couldn't bear to touch her, even if his suddenly randy-again prig had other ideas. Everett finished, and found himself reluctant to step out from behind the screen. He'd been too irritated with her sudden appearance in his room and the water she'd poured over his head to pay attention to his nudity before. But now, marching out with his cock in the wind felt somehow more vulnerable than he ever again intended to be with her. He glanced about and discovered a dressing gown his valet had draped on a chair for him last night. Thank Christ, Turner was not just efficient, but armed with a propensity for knowing what Everett would need before he did himself. He snatched it up and slipped into it, doing up a few buttons before stalking from behind the screen. Sybil was still waiting for him, her chestnut hair captured in an intricate series of woven strands, a few glorious curls left to hang free down her back. She was dressed in her favourite shade of blue, and he hated himself for remembering that pointless fact. She had a plump pout, a stubborn chin, high cheekbones, and eyes that were more grey than blue, beneath elegantly arched brows. Sybil radiated elegance as she always had, not a bloody hair out of place. She was fucking beautiful. But, as he'd learned long ago, and not just at her hand, beauty was hardly synonymous with a kind heart and loyalty. The most cunning jade could hide behind a luscious pair of lips or a sparkling gaze. His wife was no exception to that particular, unfortunate rule. "Say your piece and be done," he told her coldly. Chin high, she swept past him, moving toward the window and leaving a tempting trail of perfume in her wake. "I've already said the most salient part. I want a divorce." Everett turned to watch her graceful movements, the swish of her hems revealing heeled satin shoes covered in embroidery. "Ah, pity. You'll not be getting one?" Furious as he was with Sybil over her perfidy, he had no wish to begin the maddening process of finding a wife anew, particularly not when there was no guarantee he wouldn't simply find another woman who was every bit as duplicitous as she. Sybil was yanking at the curtains, pulling them open to admit sunshine Everett didn't want to see. It was too damned bright. He blinked against the harsh glare of it, his head still aching from the indulgences of the night before. She stopped in her ministrations to toss him an irritated glance. "Why not? You've demonstrated quite amply that you don't want to be married to me." He squinted at her, glaring. "What I want is immaterial, as is what you want. We're inextricably bound." Sybil tugged at the curtains. "Nothing is inextricable. Marriage is." She clamped her hands on her waist and glowered at him. "Not when divorce is a possibility." She was stubborn, he would give her that. Unfortunately for Sybil, it would get her nowhere. "If you think I'm going to start anew and endure the horrors of matrimony a second time, you're bloody mad, madam." "I wasn't thinking about you, Riverdale," she snapped, shoving more curtains out of the way. "I was thinking about me." "As you prefer to do." "As I have to do? Heaven knows you haven't even the slightest bit of regard for my welfare or my future." "And why should I?" His lip curled. She moved to the next window and began wrestling the curtains into submission. "Because I am your wife." "You are a means to an end, nothing more. I haven't need for you at present, as I believe I have made more than abundantly clear." "Yes, of course you have." She spun toward him, eyes flashing with grey fire. "Have you ever spared a thought about me, even once in these last 3 months?" Everett would have laughed were he not so infuriated by her claims. "Good God, why would I want to linger upon something so unpleasant?" "Then surely you must agree that divorce is the most sensible course for us both. You do not want to be married to me, and I most certainly do not wish to be bound to you. Our union was very clearly a dreadful mistake." "I'm not divorcing you. I need an heir, and I've grown weary of my mother berating me for ignoring my familial obligation." "You won't have an heir, you frustrating man. Did you not hear a word I've said? I don't want to be married to you." "Madam, you know the grounds for divorce." "Adultery and desertion." Her chin went up. "You haven't proof of either," he snapped. And he knew it all too well, damn her. He hadn't taken a lover since well before they had married. Moreover, he most certainly hadn't deserted her. He had left her to her own devices in the country because he hadn't been able to stomach looking at her after he'd realized what and who she was. Everett had been betrayed before. He would never again put himself in such a wretched, vulnerable place. Never. "Indeed?" she asked, crisply, resuming her task at the final window. "How interesting you think so, when I've spent months being ignored, and then arrived at this den of iniquity where you are indulging in all manner of vice. I am confident I can prove both." "And drag our good names through the mud in the process? What would your father say to that? I think not." The Marquess of Eastlake was a cold, parsimonious arsehole who disapproved of everyone. Everett doubted very much that Sybil's father would welcome her back into the familial fold were she to cause such a scandal. She threw open the last curtain. "I want a divorce, Riverdale." "And I want an heir. I'm afraid we're at an impasse." "You can have your heir," she snapped, whisking her voluminous skirts like they were a weapon she could use against him. "You may have all the children your heart desires, but it shan't be with me." "That's where you're wrong, madam." He scowled at her as she moved toward him, bringing with her that damnable scent he couldn't help but find so enchanting. "I'm not enduring another sham courtship and wedding ceremony. Once was quite enough." As he finished his proclamation, something suddenly occurred to Everett. Perhaps there was a way they could both have what they wanted. The light infiltrating his room, thanks to the curtains Sybil had thrown open in her ire, made him see it all with perfect clarity. "Why would you insist upon holding us both in a marriage neither of us wants?" she demanded, magnificent in her fury. Always magnificent if he were honest. She possessed a face that wasn't just classically lovely, but interesting as well. Even if he hated knowing what she had done, he couldn't deny she was astoundingly gorgeous. "There may be a way for us both to have our way," he said slowly, thoughtfully stroking his jaw and the stubble of whiskers his valet had yet to shave. "I'll give you what you want, but in exchange you must first grant me what I want." Her eyes narrowed. "And what is that?" My heir? She shook her head adamantly. No. No? He shrugged. Then we're both doomed to be disappointed, I'm afraid. Now, if you don't mind, my valet should be appearing at any moment to shave and dress me for the day. Your discretion would be most appreciated. She hesitated, and he knew why. He could read her well enough, even if he hadn't been able to read her about her involvement with another man. If he had but known she had a lover, he never would have asked her to marry him.
"Are you saying that if I give you an heir, you'll grant me a divorce?"
she asked. That's precisely what I'm saying. I married you because I required a son to carry on the title. If I have an heir, there's no need to continue on with this sham of a marriage. I'll do whatever it takes for us to be granted a divorce, or for us to proceed with separate lives, whichever situation we find preferable. He would take a mistress, desert Sybil, do whatever he must. She could return to the arms of her lover. All would be well. They could remain husband and wife or divorce. He didn't give a damn, and Maman couldn't continue to berate him if he provided the world with a future Duke of Riverdale. He couldn't shake the bitterness that took up residence within him at the thought of his wife running off to her lover's arms, however. He didn't know why the notion should affect him so.
"What if I don't bear a son?"
she asked. Then we shall try again.
"If I never bear a son?"
Everett hadn't thought that far ahead. He shrugged again. We can conceive a mutually agreeable number of children, after which point, if no sons are issued from our union, we will go our separate ways.
"The only person that particular bargain benefits is you, Riverdale."
Nonsense. You want a divorce, do you not?
"Yes, of course, but I can have one without promising myself as your broodmare for an indeterminate span of years."
He gave her another indolent shrug. I'm not so certain of that, my dear. We both know that it is far easier for a husband to obtain a divorce than for a wife. You haven't a case against me, and I have no desire to divorce you, so even if you were foolish enough to flaunt a lover to all the world, it wouldn't matter. Her nostrils flared as she took in what he had just told her, and he could see the reality of her circumstances dawning in her eyes. She had thought to storm in here and best him, but she had clearly underestimated her opponent.
"You, sir, have no heart left at all," she accused coldly.
Everett smiled cruelly. What gave you the wrong-headed notion I ever had one to begin with? With a swirl of vexed skirts, Sybil finally left his bedroom. He watched her go, bemused. What the devil was he going to do now that his wife was in residence at Wingfield Hall?
Chapter 2. The devil had a face, and it was sinfully handsome. He also had a name, and it was Everett Winthrop Saunders, Duke of Riverdale. And now, that same devil expected Sybil to share his bed until she bore him a son. It wasn't going to happen. She would sooner pitch herself from the roof of Wingfield Hall to the unforgiving ground below. She would sooner return to her father's tyrannical rule at East Lake Hall. She would endure his rages and raised hands any day over submitting herself to a husband who would never love her. "Liar," taunted a small voice. One she promptly smothered like the flame of an unwanted candle. The initial round of their battle that morning had ended in a stalemate and Sybil's retreat. But she refused to allow him to wallow in the mistaken belief that he had emerged the victor, which was why she was currently winding down a narrow stone staircase into the belly of the Wingfield Hall grotto in search of the same devil who had so boldly made demands of her. Heaven knew he had been leading her on a merry enough chase ever since she had enjoyed the thorough satisfaction of dumping a pitcher of water over his head. There had been no sign of him at breakfast, nor had he taken tea. It had required no small amount of questioning domestics to determine where his grace had gone. Then to find where the clandestine grotto itself was located on the estate. But at last here she was. As Sybil reached the bottom stair, however, she instantly realized that finding the grotto hadn't been the problem. It was what awaited her within the grotto that was the true predicament. Specifically, who awaited her within the grotto and what he was wearing, or rather what he wasn't wearing. Not a blessed stitch. Because the Duke of Riverdale was nude. Curse the man. He was gliding through the water as if he were a fish born of the sea, his bare arms and muscled shoulders ploughing through the pool in effortless, graceful motion. His back was bare, so too was his arse, which glistened in the flowing lights illuminating the cavern as he dove beneath the water to swim below the surface. Heat scalded Sybil's cheeks. She knew she ought to look away from the spectacle, and yet she couldn't. He was a blur of motion, and then he burst forth, water dripping down him in glistening rivulets. He raked the dark strands of his hair from his face, his gaze settling on her. As when she had confronted him in his bedchamber, Riverdale made no attempt at modesty, no effort to shield himself. He simply lifted himself from the water, his muscles rippling in a delightful display of masculine strength, and then settled his bare rump on the smooth stones surrounding the glimmering pool. At least he had moved quickly enough that the glimpse of a certain portion of his anatomy had been hasty and indistinct. It occurred to her that he was staring at her expectantly, waiting for her to speak. Sybil found her voice. "Your Grace, you are shameless."
"As are you, Madam Wife. You presume a great deal in interrupting my solitude and possessing the sheer daring to demand a divorce."
Her plan, which had seemed so bold and infallible when she had first conceived of it at Riverdale Abbey, where she had been left like a forgotten boot, had unravelled with alarming haste, largely because she had discovered she hadn't the heart to conduct a meaningless affair with the first agreeable gentleman she came upon. Unlike her husband, who could apparently bed anyone without conscience. That last thought set her teeth on edge and stiffened her spine with the reminder that she must not allow herself to be cowed by him. She kept her gaze carefully trained upon his, and nowhere else. "Surely no more presumption than in your suggestion that I endlessly warm your bed until you have what you want from me." His eyes remained cold and impervious as he combed fingers through his wet hair.
"I don't recall using the word endless."
Her hands clenched in her gown at her sides. "The implication is the same. I have no notion if I'm able to bear a child at all, let alone a male child. These matters require time, a great deal of time, to say nothing of the distasteful nature of suffering the marriage bed." He raised a brow, his expression insufferably smug.
"I can assure you there would be nothing at all distasteful about sharing my bed."
Something warm unfurled deep within her, something unwanted, a feeling that she had thought she had banished during his abandonment and absence. Apparently, Sybil had been wrong. It wouldn't be the first time, nor would it, she suspected, be the last, where her husband was concerned. "We shall have to disagree on that particular subject, I'm afraid." He shrugged.
"I would only be exercising my husbandly rights which you have thus far denied me."
That set her teeth on edge. "How could I have denied you when you abandoned me?"
"Forgive me, madam. I had no notion that attending to my many ducal responsibilities would be deemed abandonment."
Resentment swirled through her yet again over the pain Riverdale's cutting departure and abrupt absence had caused her. "You left me on our wedding day. You didn't even have the courtesy to tell me yourself."
"I left you a letter."
She had been shocked to receive the concise, neatly penned explanation that he had pressing matters that called him away, delivered to her by the housekeeper. No indication of when he would return, no goodbye. He had married her and then walked away from her in the same day. She still couldn't understand it, nor could she reconcile the cutting, cold stranger confronting her now with the charming, witty suitor who had so swiftly courted her at Eastlake Hall, the man who had stolen her heart with such ease. "You left me a letter, yes," she conceded, "but no indication that you would indefinitely leave me whilst you carried on as if you were a bachelor. Did you think that word of your flirtations and conquests would not reach me?" Scandal had come to her at Riverdale Abbey, where she had awaited his return. In newspapers, where sly articles hinted at the roguish behaviour of the Duke of R. In letters, Alice had written as gently as possible that Sybil's husband had continued on with his life as if he'd never married at all. To all the world, he had remained a bachelor. Meanwhile, Sybil had been left to navigate the complexities of Riverdale Abbey on her own for months, all her own letters to him going unanswered. She had been forgotten. He gave her a thin smile.
"Gossip abounds, madam. One cannot concern oneself with the vagaries of common fame."
His callousness reopened the wounds she had been determined to heal. "It would almost seem that you delight in the notion of word reaching me in the countryside." He gave her an indolent shrug.
"I wouldn't say I thought about you at all, my dear."
The bitter sarcasm lacing his voice held all the pent-up fury of a slap. She clutched her skirts harder, her knuckles aching beneath the strain. "It is a wonder, Your Grace, that you would even deign to touch me, considering you hold me in such unenviable low regard."
"I don't hold you in any regard at all. Tell me, why did you interrupt my swimming? I've grown bored of this tired argument."
His words shouldn't sting. He shouldn't have the power to hurt her. And yet, Sybil couldn't keep from being affected by his icy indifference. "Because I want you to reconsider."
"That isn't going to happen."
His stubborn, impassive insistence was maddening. He wasn't even contemplating her argument.
"Why not?" "Because, as I said, I have neither the time nor the inclination to court another bride. I've done that folderol already, and I'm not about to endure it all a second time."
"I don't want to be married to you," she bit out. "Does that not signify?" He laughed, the sound bitter.
"Of course it doesn't, madam. The matter is decidedly settled, is it not?"
Sybil longed to shout with fury. Why did he insist upon being so stubborn and unfeeling? Could he not see what a misery they made together? How had she ever hoped that theirs could one day turn into a love match? Moreover, how had she ever believed herself in love with him? She ought to have known happiness was impossible, having watched her own mother's plight, having watched Henry pay the price for his mother's and father's sins. Clearly she had been a fool of the worst sort, but she would rectify her naivety. Riverdale had dashed it to bits and shown her the truth of the world. There was neither hope nor love. There was only escape if one wanted happiness, and she wanted it. Happiness had been close enough so fleetingly that she had once tasted it. Sybil would be damned if she would fall into the same prison in which her mother had become inextricably trapped. "No," she insisted now, "it's not." He yawned.
"Again, if you don't mind, madam, this conversation grows tedious and I'm getting cold."
Without awaiting her response, he slid back into the water with an undignified splash. He remained beneath the surface for so long that she found herself moving nearer to the edge of the pool, fearing he had somehow hit his head or done himself other injury. But the flurry of the movement beneath the surface quickly proved her wrong. He was swimming under the water again, ignoring her, unmoved by her every argument and plea. Fine. If he intended to continue swimming as if she weren't standing here, attempting to have a polite, reasonable discourse with him regarding the state of their marriage, then she would simply wait for him to finish.
Damn the woman. Everett could say a great deal about her, none of which was particularly complimentary. But he did have to admit that she possessed an unnatural amount of tenacity. She was waiting for him, instead of returning to the house party as he had hoped she would do upon realizing he had no intention of changing his mind about granting her a divorce. Like a damned dog guarding her bone. She was relentless. But he remained unmoved. If she wouldn't go and leave him in peace, then he would simply join her in her game. Finishing his final lap of swimming, Everett once again hauled himself onto the edge of the grotto pool. This time, however, he didn't remain seated. He rose to a full standing position, more than aware he was naked, and giving her an excellent view of his backside. Let her look. Perhaps she could compare it to her lover's, he thought acridly. "My towel, if you please," he called over his shoulder, as if she were a servant awaiting his bidding. "Fetch it yourself," she snapped. "I thought that your continued presence, where you are neither welcome nor wanted, meant that you wished to take up your wifely duties and towel me dry," he said. "How can I have wifely duties when I'm not treated as a wife?" This argument grew more wearying by the second. Everett cast an exasperated glance over his shoulder at her as water dripped down his back, arse, and legs. "If you want to be treated as a wife, then perhaps you should act like one." "I don't want to be treated like one. The time for that is decidedly past, Riverdale. You have lost your chance." He smirked. "And yet here you are, my wife, nonetheless." It wasn't kind of him to rub her nose in the fact that she was inextricably bound to him, but he wasn't feeling particularly kind where she was concerned. He hadn't been since he had seen her in another man's arms. He didn't miss the way her jaw tightened at his taunt, and he couldn't lie. He enjoyed it. "As I said, I'm desirous of rectifying that particular problem," she said coolly, perfectly composed, as if he weren't standing before her bare-assed naked. He didn't like that bloody sang-froid of hers, now that he thought about it. Everett spun about to face her, more than aware that the cool water's effect on his prick had diminished. He walked toward her with slow deliberation and an utter disregard for his dishabille that was entirely feigned. It wasn't that he was ashamed of his body, rather he was quite proud of it. He knew he was in excellent form, thanks to his love of rowing, riding, and cricket. Merely he didn't prefer to flaunt himself before lying jades who had tricked him into marriage. "And I told you, madam, there is only one way for that problem to be rectified." He stopped before her and reached for his towel, which was neatly folded across a gilded bar installed in the shell-bedecked walls of the grotto for just such a purpose. "Give me what I need, and I'll return the favour by divorcing you or by setting you up at the dower house. Christ, I'll even give you a townhouse if you wish it." He towelled his hair off first, taking his time and deliberately making no effort to cover himself. He was gratified by the way her gaze travelled over him, devouring him with the ardent longing of any lover. She may have a beau, but she was not immune to Everett. "Forgive me if I don't trust you to uphold your end of the bargain," she said, tipping up her chin. Blasted. The action called attention to her creamy throat. Everett admired a great many places on a woman's body, but for some reason a graceful neck could bring him to his knees. And, no denying it, Sybil possessed one of the loveliest throats he had ever beheld, flawless, save for a tiny mole shaped like half a heart just below her right ear. It irked him to realize that the tiny beauty mark still called to him, that he wanted to lay his lips on her there, despite everything she had done. Anger spurred him on. His cock was growing hard for her. Why did Sybil, of all women, have this irritatingly potent effect upon him? "Ah, but you are tempted, are you not, my dear?" he asked snidely as he continued to towel off his hair. "Don't think I didn't see your eyes travelling over me."
"You are as tempting as stepping in a pile of horse dung," she said, ice in her voice and grey eyes, which glimmered in the grotto's lamplight. But he didn't miss the slight tremor in her voice, the flaring of her pupils. She was attracted to him, like it or not, just the same way that his body physically desired her. Base lust had no compunction, and no one should know that better than Everett. "We could begin now," he pointed out, being deliberately crude. "Is that why you're lingering?" "Of course it isn't." But her gaze dipped down his body, her eyes widening when she spied his prig, ever rising to do his duty. Feeling particularly wicked, he moved closer until he had crowded her against the rock wall of the grotto's cavern. Everett gave in to temptation and reached for her, cupping her nape, gently rubbing the pad of his thumb over that half hard. God, her skin was soft, softer than silk, and warm, and scented sweetly. This was the Sybil he had thought he was marrying, lovely and pliable, staring up at him with liquid silver eyes that revealed none of her innermost secrets and thoughts. He'd thought her unfailingly lovely, and he'd wanted her with a ferocity that should have been a warning to him. Instead, he'd ignored it. Now she was a mystery he didn't want to solve. Everett didn't like complications. He preferred simplicity, a lack of emotion. But Sybil had swiftly proven the biggest complication of his life. "You may as well surrender to the inevitable," he told her, stroking that bewitching beauty mark. He didn't miss her quick inhalation, and neither did he mistake the rapid beat of her pulse. "I want your promise," she blurted. Why did he desire her so much? He hadn't bedded her after what he'd witnessed on their wedding day, just following their goddamned wedding breakfast held at her father's country seat. The intervening months had done nothing to diminish his hunger. He wanted nothing more than to grind his cock into her skirts, to grasp handfuls of silk and jerk them higher, to sink inside the inviting, wet confines of her pussy. Breeding her wouldn't be as distasteful as he had supposed. He had his confirmation of that, now. No one had made his prick this hard since her. But he forced the raging need licking through him to abate for a moment, focusing on her words. "What promise would you have me make, madam?" he asked. "I must warn you that you aren't in any position to make demands of me." "Promise me that if I do what you wish, that if I give you an heir, you'll give me a townhouse of my own and you'll allow me the freedom to do as I wish." There it was, what she truly wanted. Not him, but what he could give her. No doubt she wanted a townhouse so that she could live freely in it with her footman lover. The thought made him long to slam his fist into the grotto wall. Everett clenched his jaw instead. "I promise." He had no intention of keeping any promise that didn't suit him, but never mind that. His faithless wife would discover that in her own time, later. Why should he uphold a promise to her when she hadn't even lasted 4 hours? "And if I don't bear a son, then after 2 children you will release me from my obligations," she pressed, sounding breathless. He was dripping onto her silken skirts, but he didn't give a damn. If someone were to venture down the steps and into the grotto just now, they would find him naked and pressed against his duchess. He could lift her skirts and take her, and the notion of doing so with an audience made him harder still. He shouldn't want her. The thought of being inside her shouldn't make him almost breathless with need. It didn't matter. 3, he pressed, just because he could. 2 children, she countered, and then I am free to live on my own and do as I please. Her tongue darted out, wetting her lush pink lips. It occurred to him then that he hadn't kissed her since she'd become his wife. That mouth was inviting, deceitful. He would claim it as he would claim her body.
He dropped his towel to the floor and clamped his other hand on her waist, his head dipping toward hers. 2. But only if we begin today, he told her. Her eyes widened. The sooner I breed you, the better, he said, keeping his voice deliberately cutting and cold. She inhaled sharply at his vulgar words, but her bravado returned in an instant. If you wanted to do so, you had ample opportunity these last 3 months. His lips were maddeningly near to hers. I suppose I have you to thank for showing me the error of my ways. So, do we have a bargain? She faltered. He had shaken her. He didn't regret his actions for a moment. He wanted to punish her almost as much as he wanted to bed her. It didn't make sense, the riot of emotions coursing through him. But he was naked and dripping wet and beginning to get cold, so he would worry about that later. Well, he demanded, inhaling deeply of vanilla and tuberose. She had no right to smell so bloody intoxicating, to make him want her so bloody much. What a perverse bastard he was, desiring her as he did. Very well, she said curtly, defiance shining in her eyes. We have a bargain. Excellent, he bit out. We'll begin this evening after dinner. He expected her to object, to grow alarmed, to invent an excuse. But instead, Sybil merely nodded. As you said, the sooner this distasteful business is at an end, the better. Until this evening, Your Grace. With a mocking curtsy, she took her leave of the grotto as Everett watched, naked, wet, and sporting a raging cockstand. Damn her twice. Chapter 3. Everett recognized her immediately. Sybil was wearing a blue gown that was cut indecently low across her generous breasts, so low he swore he could see the faint pink crests of her nipples peeking over the décolletage. By God. The temptation to rise from his chair, stalk down the length of the table to where she was seated, and throw her over his shoulder to carry her away from any eyes that weren't his, was strong, just as it was wrong-headed. Bitterness sliced through Everett at the thought. It was a damned shame a woman so disloyal could also be so bloody lovely at the same time. Her chestnut hair was piled high in an elaborate knot, a few curls left free to frame her heart-shaped face. At her throat she wore a necklace of sparkling diamonds that he'd likely paid for, along with the sinful silk evening gown. His gaze lit for a moment on that wretched half-heart-shaped mold that never ceased calling to him, before he wrenched it elsewhere. Matching earrings glittered from her ears. She wore a mask fashioned of the same shade as her dress, obscuring her delicate features. It mattered not. He knew it was her, and so did his damnable cock, which was already thickening in his trousers after 3 months of lying dormant. How he had failed to see her during the earlier days of the house party was a mystery likely explained by 3 factors. First, he hadn't expected her to be amongst the guests, for the coveted invitations were meant exclusively for members of the highly secretive, wicked Duke's Society. Second, he'd also been quite thoroughly inebriated much of the time, thanks to the devilish concoctions of his good chum, the Duke of Kingham. Third, the prurient nature of the affair meant most ladies chose to wear masks to keep themselves anonymous. Still, now that he had settled eyes upon her, Everett couldn't look anywhere else. She was the most beautiful woman in the room. Unfortunately, he wasn't the only gentleman aware of that painfully obvious fact. She was flanked by men who were admiring the offerings on ostentatious display, including his own damned friend Kingham, who was seated next to her. Everett's wife was presently flirting with the fellow seated at her left side, smiling at him, leaning closer and giving the bastard an excellent view down her bodice, along with Everett and anyone else casting a glance in her direction. Damn her. He gripped his fork so tightly it was a miracle the sterling utensil didn't bend in half. Lord Saunders was the chap to her left, unless Everett was mistaken. He would have to see to it personally that the lecherous oaf had his membership revoked. She laughed, and even the sound was tempting, reaching him from across the sea of revellers separating them at the sumptuous dinner that had been prepared for their delectation.
"Is something amiss?"
The feminine voice at his side interrupted Everett's grim musings, and he turned to the mysterious lady who was his companion of the evening. He didn't recall her from previous house parties, although she was undeniably lovely. Pity he wasn't interested in her. Pity he hadn't been interested in anyone since he'd first set eyes upon the faithless woman he'd wed. Instead, his traitorous cockstand belonged to Sybil alone, a woman whose velvet-soft skin he could feel beneath his fingertips as he reached for his wine-glass. She was so damned intoxicating. Now that he'd touched her again, all he could think about was having her. Having her every way he possibly could. Fucking her to oblivion until he had excised the poison of that wretched woman from his blood the only way he knew how. "Nothing is amiss at all," he reassured the lady at his side smoothly, just before gulping down half the excellent French wine within the goblet. He was lying, of course, because damned well everything was wrong. He hadn't expected his wife to suddenly appear at this house party, least of all in his bedroom. Indeed, he'd been doing all within his power to keep her far away at Riverdale Abbey where she belonged, to forget her very existence. The latter had proved impossible, and no amount of drunken revelries of any sort had aided him in his quest. But now she was here, beneath this roof, sitting at the same table, flirting with other men, curse her.
"You seem quite interested in the conversation down the table,"
the lady at his side commented wryly.
"Perhaps my contribution is more tedious than I dared to fear."
"Your conversation is eloquent and intriguing," he assured her, a spear of guilt piercing him at her pointed observation. He was being rude. It was all Sybil's fault. And she would begin paying the price for her scheming this very night. He could scarcely wait. To his rational mind, the notion of bedding her was equally attractive and repulsive. He didn't want to consummate their marriage, didn't want to desire her. Not after what she had done. But that didn't seem to matter to the rest of him. And so he would take his pleasure from her, get her with child. It had to happen at some point or another. He'd known that when he had left her at Riverdale Abbey. The notion had been at the edge of his every thought, word, and deed since then. And yet he hadn't been willing to succumb to his base lust where she was concerned. He'd been too furious with her, and his pride had been determined that the consummation could wait. Her following him here and demanding his attention had changed that.
"What do you suppose?"
his dinner companion asked him. Everett hadn't heard a word she'd uttered between her lament over the quality of her conversation and the question. He had been too caught up in his own mind, in thoughts of what was to come later that evening when he finally took his wife to bed. "Yes," he tried, hoping it was the correct answer. "I agree." The lady at his side gave him a shrewd look.
"You didn't hear a word I just said, did you?"
Was he that obvious? Blast. He contained a sigh of frustration. "I'm afraid I was thinking about the dessert course," he prevaricated. "What do you think of the luscious cream ices we've arranged for this house party? Whitby settled upon an incredibly talented lady for the task, runs a cookery school, I believe." That was all true. The cream ices that Whitby's rumoured lady-love had created were indeed divine. Everett had never tasted anything quite as delicious. Outside of Sybil's lips? That thought was decidedly unwelcome, so he banished it to the ether where it belonged.
"I especially enjoyed the cream ice and cornets,"
his companion said, either accepting his blatant falsehood or willing to forego a reckoning for the sake of polite manners.
"I don't believe I've ever consumed anything comparable before. Cream ices are always served in moulds. The royal icing and pistachios are a lovely detail as well."
He hummed noncommittally, whilst sending another glance down the table in his wife's direction. And damn the woman if she wasn't now flirting with the chap seated across from her at the table, a lecherous bastard if Everett had ever seen one. The man's gaze was fixed upon her bubbies. Everett well understood the lure. His wife's curves haunted him in his sleep. Her shameless gown wasn't helping matters. If King flirted with her, he was going to bloody well come to blows with one of his oldest, dearest chums. "Do you know the lady in the blue gown?" his companion asked, a sharp note entering her voice. He jerked his gaze back to her, guilt making heat creep up his throat. "We are acquainted." An extraordinary understatement, that. They were husband and wife, strangers, soon-to-be lovers, enemies. Once he had thought she was what he'd been looking for, someone to give him the air he required, to warm his bed, to grant him companionship, someone he cared for. She was witty, and her mind was sharp, and they'd enjoyed conversing about everything from the stars to philosophy to poetry, from Shakespeare to Byron and Bagg, until she had proven him wrong about his opinion of her, and with devastating consequences. "It seems rather as if you are more than mere acquaintances," his companion commented, before taking a small bite of her haricot vert. Everett withheld the sigh that wanted to emerge. He was being an ass to the woman at his side, a woman whose company, under ordinary circumstances, he would have enjoyed. Before he'd met Sybil, before he'd married her, and well before she'd betrayed him. She hadn't been the first, of course, but he vowed she would be the last, damn it.
The Earl of Wharton, seated across the table from Sybil, was dreadfully soused, and the Marquis of Saunders, to her left, was crowding her with his body. Lord Saunders smelled of hair grease, and he'd been ogling her breasts since the soup course. The daring cut of her gown no longer seemed like such a fine idea, given her unfortunate dinner companions. If only the sole friend she'd made during the house party, Lady Pink, as she'd decided to call her, given that lady's requirement of anonymity, had been here to lend a listening ear and a kindly smile. But Sybil suspected that dear Lady Pink had finally ventured off with the Duke who had captured her eye and heart, for neither Lady Pink nor the Duke of Richford was present this evening. Good for Lady Pink, just as long as the Duke didn't dash her poor heart to bits. It pleased Sybil to think that at least someone had found happiness in this dreadful house party, and none more deserving than her new friend. If only they had confided their true names in each other, instead of relying upon their favourite colours and hiding behind their half-masks. But they hadn't, and like so many parts of her life, Sybil regretted it deeply. Not as deeply as she regretted her hasty marriage to the Duke of Riverdale, of course. Sybil was persuaded she couldn't regret any action as much as that. She'd made a grave error in wedding the clever, rakish Duke with the incredibly broad shoulders and powerful frame. He'd been persuasive, polite, charming, most importantly, intelligent. He'd been a man with whom she could hold a conversation and learn something she didn't already know. He'd been intriguing. He'd listened to her when she'd spoken. He'd also been diabolically beautiful. He still was, quite naturally. Her heart had tripped over itself when their gazes had first collided, and little had changed in that regard. But he had ultimately proven inconstant as any rake. His reputation had preceded him. She shouldn't have been surprised or disappointed. She shouldn't have been so utterly devastated by his defection and abandonment. And yet, fool that she was, she had been. Because she had believed him when he had plied her with his silver-tongued flattery. When he had spoken with her, he had made her feel as if she were the only person in the room. His gaze had lit upon her that first day, and she had fairly melted into the earth beneath her boots. The Duke of Riverdale had seemed the perfect husband, an ideal gentleman who admired Sybil's mind, who thought she was lovely, who spoke to her as if she were an equal instead of an inferior who must thoughtlessly agree with his clever opinion. A man who was nothing like her father, who expected the women in his life to be dutiful and subservient, to nod and smile and curtsy and hold their tongues and turn away from the mistresses he kept in secret. Unfortunately, the gentleman she'd believed she had come to know had proven nothing but a fiction. Riverdale was no better than her father or any other past suitor she'd known. Men who did as they pleased and yet demanded the utmost loyalty from their wives.
"It's his coat, is it not?"
The sudden, slyly drawled question, issued in a new voice that was mellifluous and deep, tore Sybil from her thoughts. She turned to find a wickedly handsome, unmasked man addressing her to her right. Sybil had noticed him upon entering the dining room. She recognized him as one of the hosts, apparently a friend of her husband's, the Duke of Kingham. "I beg your pardon?"
"Riverdale,"
the Duke elaborated smoothly, angling his head subtly in the direction of her husband.
"You are staring at him because of that utterly atrocious coat he's unfortunately chosen to pair with that waistcoat this evening, are you not?"
Oh dear. Had she been staring at Riverdale? She hadn't realized. She'd thought she had been glaring at her haricot vert, which she'd never particularly cared for, as she had lamented inwardly on the state of her life. Sybil swallowed and forced a bright smile. "I'm afraid I didn't take note, Your Grace." Kingham cut a judicious bite of roast fowl.
"It is perhaps, then, his unfortunate need of a hair trim. I've been warning him that his hair is too long for the last decade, I vow. The poor fellow has no notion of what is current fashion."
"It is not that, either," she demurred, rather bemused by the Duke's sudden interest in her. Kingham was an exceptionally handsome man, always the most elegantly dressed in every room. His charm was effortless. His intense regard made her long to squirm in her seat, rather as if she were being inspected by one of her most severe governesses. No doubt he would find her toilette woefully lacking.
"Then pray tell, how does Riverdale have your rapt attention when I do not?"
Kingham asked. It was a most excellent question. Any lady in her shoes would have been eagerly falling upon every word the Duke of Kingham uttered. And yet here she was, miserably casting glances down the table toward the man she had married. The man who had abandoned her. And she'd be damned if she was keeping his secrets for him a moment longer. "Because he is my husband," she announced, knowing full well the ramifications such a statement would potentially have. Feeling as if the entire dinner would come to a halt, the guests gasping in horror at her revelation. Instead, she was disappointed by the lack of interest. The men and women surrounding her continued eating and chattering, their commitment to self-interest defeating all else. Even Wharton and Saunders had failed to hear her announcement, distracted instead by other ladies at the table next to them. Kingham, however, had heard her words. And he stared at her now, saying nothing, the fowl speared on the tines of his fork hovering midway between his plate and his lips, before he lowered it to the table, looking shocked.
"Your husband, madam?"
"Yes." She seized her wine-glass, gripping the stem so tightly she feared it might snap. "You heard me correctly, Your Grace." He raised a dark brow.
"You aren't bamming me?"
"I can assure you, I wouldn't joke about a matter so dire. I find nothing amusing about it."
"You must forgive my surprise. It is only that Riverdale is like a brother to me. I would like to believe he would inform me of something as important as his marriage."
"And I would like to believe that he would have informed his friends and other associates as well," Sybil countered pointedly, unable to keep the edge of resentment from her voice. "As I have noted, however, His Grace has declined to so much as mention his change of circumstance. It seems I am a secret he is determined to keep." The usually quick-witted Kingham looked as if he were at a loss for words. He lifted his wine-glass to his lips and took several hasty draughts. Then he stared at her some more. Sybil regarded him solemnly in return, wondering what he was looking for in her countenance. A hint of deception? If so, he would find none. She hadn't such subterfuge in her, even if it would have proven a boon. She had realized just how little stomach she had for deception when she had attended this house party.
"You aren't lying,"
Kingham pronounced. Sybil sighed. Dishonesty doesn't serve anyone.
"Liars seem to think it serves them quite well," the Duke pointed out.
She nodded. "I suppose it does, but I'm not a liar."
"No."
His shrewd gaze passed over her, as if he was studying her like a pinned insect specimen on a board.
"I don't believe you are."
She huffed out a small laugh. "I'm so relieved to hear it, Your Grace. My good opinion of myself was hinging upon your verdict concerning my character." Kingham's lips twitched.
"A lady with an appreciation for sarcasm. I do believe I like you."
"Well, I don't know yet if I like you," she told him honestly. "And considering the friends you keep, I think you an unlikely judge of character." He laughed, perhaps at her candour.
"How the devil did you meet Riverdale?"
"His country seat borders my father's, Eastlake Hall. Perhaps you've heard of it."
"Your father is the Marquis of Eastlake?"
"Yes," she answered grimly.
"He is. My apologies, madam."
Kingham raised his glass of wine to her in mock salute.
"Little wonder you were eager to marry a scapegrace like Riverdale."
The Duke was alarmingly accurate in his assessment. Sybil supposed her father's reputation was infamous, even though no one could know the full truth. But it didn't escape her notice that Kingham was quick to rake Riverdale over the coals. She raised a brow. "He is your friend, and yet you call him a scapegrace." Kingham grinned.
"As a wise lady so recently said, dishonesty doesn't serve anyone."
Sybil smiled back at him, charmed despite herself at his rejoinders. "Quite." Kingham leaned toward her in conspiratorial fashion, his pleasant scent winding around her as he did so.
"Make certain to laugh uproariously at everything I say, as if I've told you the world's most clever sally."
"Why should I do that?" she asked, reaching for her wine.
"You wish to make him jealous, do you not? He's been scowling in your direction every few seconds, and I dare say he is presently planning my untimely demise."
Ah, so Riverdale had noted her presence at dinner today at last, after days of revelries. The rotten man. It would serve him right if he was stewing in jealousy just now. "I like the way you think, Your Grace," she told Kingham quietly. And then she laughed, just as he had suggested, not missing the way Riverdale's pale gaze swung to her, narrowed and sparkling with vexation. A lovely woman was seated by him, with her generous breasts nearly toppling from her silk evening gown. Sybil stifled the resentment rising within her at the cosy picture the two presented. She wouldn't consider whether the woman was her husband's lover. What would be the point of that? Instead, she would focus upon the entertaining Duke seated to her right. "I do believe you've just saved dinner," she told Kingham. He raised his glass to her once more, and they spent the remainder of the meal in conversation. But she'd be lying if she said she didn't feel the weight of her husband's gaze, heavy as a stone, upon her for the duration of the meal. The night ahead was going to be interesting indeed. Chapter 4. Sybil stared at her bleak reflection in the looking-glass and took a deep breath, holding it in her lungs, as she struggled to calm the fit of nerves that came to life so swiftly within her. Her lady's maid had helped her out of the elegant dress she had worn to dinner, and into a night rail that was modest and laden with buttons, an equally circumspect dressing gown buttoned atop the unflattering raiment. Her hair was plaited into a simple braid. All the efforts she had made to present herself in an alluring fashion during the earlier days of the house party were at an end. She was no longer attempting to attract a lover, even if the Duke of Kingham had proven a most lively and entertaining dinner partner earlier. Nor was she committing adultery to obtain a divorce, which was just as well. She hadn't the stomach for such nonsense. How the men and women of the house party could hop from one bed to the next with such unabashed abandon was a mystery to her. But then, she wasn't certain she possessed the mettle it would require to consummate her marriage either. Yet, she had agreed to Riverdale's inglorious demand. The arrangements had been made. With the house party soon coming to an end, some of the guests had already left. Riverdale had seen to it that her bedchamber had been moved next to his. For convenience. A word she disliked almost as much as breeding. Sybil might have objected, had not the notion of traipsing through the corridors in dishabille been far too shameful to contemplate. So here she was, a wife of 3 months, about to finally endure the marriage bed with the husband who had married her and left her. As if on cue in this drama of theirs, a knock sounded at the door. Riverdale. Her heart began beating faster. Sybil smoothed her dressing gown, and, with a final look at her reflection, turned toward the adjoining door. "Come." The latch opened, and then he crossed the threshold, closing the door at his back. There he stood, the Duke she'd married, the man she had fleetingly believed she'd lost her heart to, until he had crushed it beneath his carriage wheels as he left her. He wore a dressing gown in a sombre shade of navy that heightened the brilliance of his eyes. His feet were bare, his hair damp. Had he been swimming in the grotto again, or had he bathed? She told herself it didn't matter, and then cursed her wicked mind for the images that rose within it of Riverdale emerging, naked and virile, from the pool's water earlier. Of his length once more on display. He was shameless, but then she already knew that. His reputation was notorious, only she had chosen to ignore it. And now here she was. "Madam." He bowed to her formally, as if they weren't husband and wife about to lie in bed together and perform their marital obligations. She curtsied. "Riverdale?" "You were certainly amused by Kingham at dinner." There was a hint of bitterness to his words. She held his gaze, unflinching. "I find him quite droll." He inclined his head. "And I find him needlessly meddlesome. But enough about King." Riverdale paused, considering her in a way that made her heart beat faster. "You are ready?" "As ready as I am going to be," she answered truthfully. Which was to say that she wasn't ready at all. But then, would she ever be? The answer was a decisive, unfaltering no. This man had her at 6s and 7s. Once she had believed herself in love with him, and now, well, she didn't know how she felt about him. She felt resentment, anger, hurt. She felt betrayed herself. There was the question of what he had been doing in his absence, and who he had been doing it with. She suspected she would never have the answers, and she wasn't certain she wanted them anyway. It was a Pandora's box. "Perhaps you would like a glass of wine," he suggested. "Do you think wine will alter my opinion of you?" she asked sharply. A small smile played with the corners of his lips.
Perhaps when consumed in a large enough quantity, it might.
I am not as convinced.
No wine, then, he allowed. Would you care to sit by the hearth for a few minutes?
He was being oddly considerate. She didn't trust it. Or him. We may as well proceed, she said, wanting it to be over with, so that the anticipation was no longer seizing her in its grip.
As my Duchess wishes,
he said impassively, moving across the chamber to where her bed awaited them both. The counterpane turned down, in anticipation of what should have been a peaceful evening's sleep. She followed him, arms folded at her waist as if they were a shield that would keep him at bay. Her mother's words of advice, issued before Sybil's marriage, chose that moment to return. She had explained that Sybil must lie on the bed and receive her husband. Sybil had been too embarrassed to ask for a more thorough description. She did know a bit more, thanks to her gossiping cousin Amelia, who had married the year before. Enough to know what Riverdale was meant to do with his manhood. The thought made a faint rush of dizziness pass through her. It hardly seemed possible. Little wonder cousin Amelia had claimed the marriage bed had been painful. The sheer size of his Grace's anatomy seemed to render such a deed impossible, if not implausible. Sybil settled herself on the edge of the bed, and then lay back, swinging her legs along with her. Scowling, Riverdale hovered over her.
What the devil are you doing?
Had she displeased him so soon? Well, this had been his idea and not hers. She didn't think she cared if she was the source of his discontent. Awaiting your attentions, she explained. He stared at her as if she had announced her intention to swim across the ocean to America. Heat warmed her cheeks. She had never felt more foolish in her life. Well, she demanded, pray carry on with whatever you must do.
You need to disrobe, madam.
She stared up at him, aghast at his proclamation. Sybil didn't want to be naked with her husband, to be vulnerable to him, to feel things with him, and because of him. Can it not be done whilst I'm clothed?
No.
Of course it can, she burst out, vexed with his contrariness. My mother told me it's the way of things, that a lady's modesty should be a gentleman's foremost consideration.
Well, I'm afraid your mother was wrong.
The vexing man. Why was he intent upon making this more difficult than it needed to be? All you must do is lift my hems.
And you'll lie there as stiff as a bloody corpse? He sneered. I think not.
I know what I am meant to do, she countered sternly. You will take your pleasure, and then I can go to sleep.
Madam,
I'm not taking off my night rail, she snapped. The dressing gown will have to be sufficient. With that concession fitfully made, she sat up and began furiously pulling buttons from their moorings before shrugging the robe to the floor. The garment beneath would have to do for her modesty's sake. His eyes swept over her, burning and hot, making a prickle of awareness creep across her skin.
Where did you find such a hideous garment?
It was indeed unsightly, and she knew it. Sybil had chosen the night rail with the intent that he would be thwarted by the double row of tiny buttons firmly keeping her bare skin from his unwanted gaze. I bought it myself. She lay down on her back once more, staring at the ceiling of the bedchamber.
What the devil are you doing?
He demanded. Waiting.
For what?
She turned her head to the side, thoroughly nettled as she watched him frowning down at her. For you to carry out your husbandly duties?
No, damn you,
he growled.
The night rail. I want it off.
And I wish to keep it on. They glared at each other. Riverdale loomed, tall, dark, elegant, and coolly angry. And handsome. She couldn't forget how astoundingly lovely his features were, perfectly symmetrical and masculine. The first time she'd met him, she had been dazzled by him. Although time had passed, and he had proven himself to be an utter cad, his looks hadn't diminished one whit, curse him.
"Don't make me tear it to shreds, madam,"
he warned. "You won't do something so barbaric?"
"No."
He smiled evilly.
"Watch me."
She observed in horror as he reached for her night rail, grasping 2 handfuls of the loose bodice, and began to rip it in twain. The sound of rending fabric filled the air, punctuated with her own gasp of shock. Her hands flew instantly to cover her breasts.
"Would you care to remove the rest of it, or shall I continue?"
he drawled pleasantly. "You are mad."
"Perhaps I am,"
he acknowledged agreeably, before continuing to rip her poor night rail in 2. When he had finished, she grasped lamely at the sides, trying in vain to cover herself. The effect would have been comical, were she not so embarrassed by the skin she had unceremoniously on display. When she clutched at the torn bits of silk to cover her legs, the bodice gaped and revealed her breasts. When she covered her breasts, her legs and the apex of her thighs were bared to his roaming gaze.
"There we are," he said. "Now slip your arms out and the monstrosity can be entirely removed."
She clutched the shreds of her ruined night rail even tighter. "My mother didn't breathe a word about such a lack of civility. Is this how you enjoy congress with your paramours? Surely any lady would object to the wilful destruction of her gown."
"Sybil?"
His use of her given name, instead of his customary icy madam, or his condescending my dear, took her by surprise. Her gaze jolted to his. "Yes?"
"Kindly shut up and let me do what I meant to do. I promise you that you will enjoy it, and that you won't have to lie still, fully clothed and gazing prayerfully at the ceiling."
"I wasn't praying," she denied instantly. "To do so would be horridly sacrilegious."
"Sybil!"
She bit her lip. "Perhaps you could turn down the lamps." She knew she was delaying the inevitable, but her stomach felt suddenly as if it had been inhabited by hundreds of flitting butterflies. He said nothing, but mercifully moved away, crossing the chamber to do as she had asked. The light diminished, bathing the room in a soft glow, but she still felt naked, lying there in a strange bed, awaiting the stranger she'd married. Then he was back at her side.
"Enough distractions, madam. The time has come."
"Perhaps if you joined me instead of hovering over me," she suggested.
"Do you also attempt to lead a man whilst you are dancing?"
he demanded. It occurred to her then that they'd never danced, though she had partnered with other gentlemen, including some at this very house party, whilst hiding behind the anonymity of her mask. How odd to think she had never indulged in such a commonplace act with her own husband, and yet they were about to be as familiar with each other as a man and woman could be. "I do nothing of the sort," she defended herself, letting out a squeak of surprise when he did as she suggested and joined her on the bed. He stretched his long body beside hers, facing Sybil. His sudden proximity made heat wash over her, that same awareness of him as a man that could never quite be banished rising to the surface.
"How is this?"
he asked quietly. His manner had shifted, and he was now intent, his regard stealing her breath. "I'm afraid it's not much of an improvement." He startled her by splaying a hand over her stomach.
"How about this?"
His touch slowly glided upward in a caress. His bare skin was upon hers wherever the ends of her gaping night rail parted. She swallowed hard against a sudden rush of need. "It would have been preferable if you hadn't torn my gown to shreds."
"It's not shredded, but I dare say it's not worth repairing either."
His gaze was upon her body, watching the progression of his hand, as if he were observing someone else, removed from the action. His hand crept to her breast, and she inhaled sharply, startled when his fingers gently travelled along the swell. He said nothing else, simply concentrated his efforts there, caressing her left breast over the thin barrier of fabric whilst she clung to it, keeping the night rail in place as best as she could. She hadn't expected to enjoy his touch, not after everything that had happened. It was one thing to objectively admire his masculine beauty, and quite another to enjoy his hand on her. But she did. Her nipple ached, and her breast tingled. A longing unfurled deep within her. "How is this?" he asked, his voice a deep and pleasant rumble. "What are you doing?" she asked, instead of answering his question, because there was no need for the rotten man to know the truth. His arrogance already knew no bounds. "Touching you." "Yes, but why?" "To prepare you for what's to come. Now do hush and allow me to attend to my husbandly duties." She held herself stiffly, turning her gaze back to the ceiling, because looking at him hurt. He was so handsome, so impossible, so wrong for her. She had never believed it possible to feel the depth of emotion she had already experienced for this man, and she wasn't certain she would be capable of remaining impervious if forced to endure his attentions for a prolonged period of evenings. "I hope you get me with child tonight," she muttered. "Maybe I will, but we won't know immediately." He stroked her breast idly, the pressure light. "You can expect me again tomorrow night." A fire lit deep within her, at his words, at his touch. In truth, his hand on her felt lovely. Her nipple was more sensitive than she had ever realized, aching and tightening into a pointed tip. His soft caresses felt like they weren't nearly enough. She wanted something, but she didn't know precisely what. "And every night thereafter until the desired outcome is reached," he added. Then he dragged her night rail away, revealing the curve of one breast. Before she could shield herself, his head dipped, and he took the peak into his mouth, sucking. The wet, velvet heat was astonishing, but thrilling also. Even more shocking, she felt the suction between her legs in a throb that came to life in her most intimate place. She liked it. But of course she did, curse him. Was he not a rake, particularly practised in the art of seduction? Yes, he was, and she had known that about him, and it hadn't concerned her until he had abandoned her. The thought cooled her ardour. She pushed at his head, and none too gently. "Enough! You're deliberately prolonging this to torture me." He rose over her, supporting himself on one forearm, scowling as he did so. "Madam, this is the proper order of things, I can assure you." "Fine." She waved a hand airily toward him, as if she hadn't a care, when in truth she had to summon all the confidence and daring she possessed to keep her breast bared to him. "Do what you must. I shall try to nap." "Nap?" He sounded horrified. Good. Perhaps she had wounded his pride. She certainly hoped so. "I am overly tired after all the distractions of this house party," she informed him. "Some rest is just what I need." "You cannot sleep while I'm making love to you." He was still aghast, and arrogant, because of course. He was Riverdale, and he believed the world was his to command, his to possess, his to use and flaunt as he wished. "I am reasonably certain I can," she countered, and made a show of yawning before she allowed her eyelashes to flutter closed. "Enough," he said softly, and yet with a hard edge of warning. It spurred her sufficiently to peek at him from beneath the barrier of her lowered lashes. His jaw was drawn tight, his full, sensual lips thinned to a grim line. Determination, vexation,
perhaps both. She opened her eyes fully. "Is it over then?" He growled and reached for her again. "You bloody well know it's not. It has yet to even begin. Cease playing games with me, madam." This time, he peeled away the other half of her night rail, baring both breasts. Cool night air kissed her heated bare skin. He lowered his head, but instead of taking her nipple into his mouth, as he'd done before, he nipped her. Not hard enough for it to hurt, but the sting sent a jolt through her, making Sybil gasp. "Do I have your attention yet?" He flicked his tongue over the pebbled pink tip. It felt wrong to watch him, and yet she couldn't look away from the sight of his handsome face so near to her breasts. His breath fell hot upon her, replacing the chill and sending longing to another forbidden part of her. She didn't answer him, holding her tongue as well as her breath. She may have to share her body with him, but Sybil didn't owe him her thoughts as well. He could take what he wanted and leave her in peace. He'd already taken so much. His tongue swirled around her nipple again. "Answer me." And still she didn't. She hadn't meant this as a game, but if he accused her of playing one, then perhaps she ought to. Certainly seemed that he was. Toying with her like a cat pawing at a defenseless mouse it intended to slaughter and leave lifeless in the garden path when it wasn't of interest any longer. She was no mouse. He drew her nipple into his mouth again, sucking and then releasing her with a loud, sinful sound that echoed in the hushed quiet of the chamber. Then he moved to her other nipple, treating it to the same. Heaven help her, she liked it even more. The evidence was between her thighs, a steady throb awakened by his touch, and the sinful suction of his wicked mouth. She pressed her legs together and discovered she was shamelessly damp. He kissed a path from the curve of her breast to the hollow between them next, his hands settling on her hip to hold her still. It was a gentle grasp, that of a lover rather than a captor, and she knew she could escape if she wanted. But she also knew there was no point in doing so. She had to give him this if she expected him to grant her freedom in return. Except freedom was the last thing on her mind as Riverdale's wicked lips continued their path, moving higher, to her throat. His lips feathered over her bare skin, and she wondered if he could feel the rapid beat of her heart. His hands moved with slow, tantalizing precision, caressing over her breasts, guiding her night rail down her arms and unwrapping her as if she were a gift. He opened his mouth, his tongue flicking out to taste her skin. Her breath caught, heat licking through her like flames in a hearth. He cupped her breasts and kissed higher, finding her ear as his thumbs toyed with her aching nipples. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. She hadn't expected him to proceed so slowly, to make her feel. She had hoped he would simply do what was necessary and leave her in peace, not that he would unravel her both literally and figuratively. "The act is meant to be pleasurable," he murmured into her ear. "Why do you lie as stiffly as a branch?" Sybil clenched her jaw. "How dare you?" He chuckled, the sound bitter and without mirth. "I dare everything, madam." Swiftly, he shifted positions, his gaze blazing as he leveraged himself on his forearms and loomed over her. "Including this." In the next moment, his mouth was on hers, and at once the shock to her senses was almost too much to bear. Sybil wished he kissed her with anger. That icy coldness and grim indifference would have laced his kiss. But they didn't. He kissed her tenderly, gently. He kissed her in a way that made it easy to forget all the hurt and bitterness that had marked their marriage. He kissed her and made her remember what it had been like to be courted
by this handsome, compelling man. Made her recall everything she had been so determined to banish from her recollection. Her hands had a mind of their own, settling on his shoulders. There was no more night rail to frantically clutch and cover herself, and besides, touching the Duke of Riverdale was a revelation in itself. He was firm and strong, his muscles flexing as his lips angled over hers. His tongue coaxed her to open for him, and she did. The taste of him flooded over her, sweet, like the port he must have consumed after dinner with the other men. She made a helpless sound into his demanding mouth, and he growled in turn, deepening the kiss, making it into something carnal and sinful. His body connected with hers as he lowered his weight onto her. She felt his rigid length through his dressing gown. He settled between her legs, and she moved instinctively to allow him there, feeling too late the remnants of her night rail give way. The smooth fabric of his dressing gown glided along her intimate flesh, tantalizing her even as she tried to be scandalized by her lack of proper attire. It felt good, and she wanted more of that friction, more of the pressure. She moved beneath him, arching her back, and he kissed her with increasing ardor. And it was different, so different. She had known his lips before, but now he kissed her in a way he had never kissed her previously. It was dangerous, this new play of his mouth on hers. Gone was the attentive suitor who had swept her into a brief engagement, and then a sudden wedding just before it had all fallen spectacularly apart. In his place was the rake-hell, the practice seducer. The outside world, the house party and revellers, the hurt and anguish of the last few months, ceased to matter. Instead, she was like the ember that sparked into roaring, crackling flame. She lost her tenuous grip on control and surrendered to the pleasure, to the sweet luxury of his hands coasting over her body, one of them settling possessively on her hip, the other cupping a breast, to the torment of his mouth devouring hers, his tongue plundering, his teeth nipping. The hand at her thigh moved, gliding toward her waiting center. His fingers skimmed over her folds, expertly finding her shameless wetness, circling the nub that was so very sensitive, until her hips jumped and a low cry escaped her. Riverdale swallowed it with his kiss, feeding her his tongue. Sybil could no longer cling to her principles, to her rage. Instead, she had the very real, solid male body of the man she'd married atop her, his hand between her legs, strumming over flesh she hadn't realized was so deliciously responsive until now. Her mother's description of the marriage bed had been woefully inaccurate. Sybil had feared as much, and perhaps it had been that trepidation that had rendered her incapable of finding a lover. Certainly, it was better to believe that than to think she'd been unable to betray Riverdale for any other reason. Especially not that he was the only man who had ever made her feel this way. The only man who could set her aflame, break her heart, make her helpless to resist him, cause her to melt at his caress. He broke the kiss, his fingertips swirling over the bud of her sex. He had turned down the lamps, but not enough that they were enrobed in darkness. She could see the intricate shades of blue in his eyes as he lifted his head to stare down at her. A dark ring around the outer edge of his irises, then stunning pale blue within, as cold as a winter's sky. "I'm going to take off my dressing gown now," he said, as if warning her. Her heart sped into a gallop. Is that perfectly necessary? She was breathless, her body equally restless. He kept up the pressure on her below, all whilst conversing as if he weren't affected by what he was doing to her.
It was madness. Torture. "Shy, madam," he taunted, giving her a cruel grin that only served to heighten his masculine beauty. "I shouldn't think you would be affected, having already seen me unclothed on several occasions." He had her there. She could hardly protest. Sybil didn't want the arrogant wretch to know the effect he had on her. Even if he suspected, she would never willingly confirm it. "I won't be," she lied. "Do what you must." The small smirk he gave her said he saw easily through her prevarication, but he worked at the fastening on his garment without comment, not stopping until he could shrug out of it and toss it to the side. She had a moment to drink in the sight of him. His bare chest was a wall of strength, dotted with dark hair, his shoulders sculpted, his stomach lean and flat. And below that, she caught another glimpse of his erect staff, protruding, long and thick. His fingers left her and he gripped himself, guiding his massive cock to her centre. "Wait!" she gasped out, wriggling away from him. He halted, stroking himself from base to tip, his expression frustrated, jaw rigid. "Sybil." She swallowed against a rush of uncertainty. Her body wanted his. Her mind, however, very much feared such a coupling was impossible. Riverdale was immense. "It will never work," she blurted. "You're far too large." He laughed. "I can assure you that it will indeed work as planned." "Carry on with it then if you must," she demanded. "I can only imagine you have practice aplenty with all the mistresses you've had." A muscle in Riverdale's jaw twitched, his lips tightening. "There will be no talk of anyone else in our bed." Fair enough. She didn't want to think about the endless string of lovers he had likely taken, the women he had kissed and touched. It made her heart feel as if it were about to crack and splinter into hundreds of jagged shards, and she couldn't bear for that to happen. Not now. Not ever. She had to remain strong if she intended to get what she wanted. Her freedom. If only the notion didn't ring so blasted hollow. No one else, she agreed. And how easy it was, for there had never been anyone else for her. There had only ever been the Duke of Riverdale. What a ninny she was. "Damn it," he grumbled suddenly, frowning as he loomed over her, hands still wrapped around the part of him that was meant to go inside her. "What's amiss?" she hissed up at him, furious with herself for her inability to remain impervious to the devil she'd married. For still caring, for still yearning. She would never learn. "I need you to touch me," he said, startling her further. "Touch you?" "You needn't say it as if I were a poisonous snake," he told her grimly. "You are a poisonous snake," she countered, before she could stop her aimless tongue. "The same might be said of you, madam. Give me your hand." She wasn't sure she ought to. But then, if she did as he asked, perhaps this would all be over, and she could go to sleep and pretend that her husband had never come to her bed and set her ablaze with his touch and his kisses. Sybil held up a hand. "Here you are. What you wish to do with it, I cannot begin to— Oh!" Her words left her as he took her hand in his and guided her fingers around his length. He was firm and hot, and his skin was soft. An answering pang unfurled deep within her, a pang of yearning, of elemental desire, a hunger that began to grow. "Oh, indeed," he said. "Now cease talking and let me bed you." It was far from a romantic declaration, but Riverdale kissed her again, and his kisses robbed her of the ability to think. Sybil's lips responded to his, and her body reacted in kind, warming and aching and needing. With his help, she stroked up and down his shaft, feeling him grow harder and longer and thicker within her grasp. It was as if her touch brought him to life. And in response, she grew wetter still.
He licked into her mouth and settled a hand between her legs, once again teasing her pearl, this time with greater intent. Her hand must have stilled on him because he left her long enough to guide her fingers back into motion before returning to her bud. This time, he seemed to find a place that was the answer to every question she hadn't known existed. His fingers moved with expert precision, making her hips jerk as pleasure arced through her. She kissed him back, feeling ravenous, and stroked him as he had shown her, gratified when he moaned into her mouth and his body surged toward hers. How glorious it was to realize her touch had that effect on him, that he enjoyed what she was doing, that it brought her rakish husband to the same place of mindless pleasure she was currently inhabiting. He increased the pace on that bit of her that demanded his attention, and a heightening sense of pleasure swirled and built to a maddening crescendo. Her heart pounded, her body wound tightly, and there was something she needed, something she didn't fully comprehend until the moment it broke over her and sudden acute pleasure flooded Sybil's body, beginning at her core and radiating outward all the way to her toes. She was still reeling from the overwhelming effect when he gently disentangled from her, placing her hand on his shoulder. He notched himself to her entrance, a probing pressure that was entirely unfamiliar beginning there. His head lifted as he broke the seal of their kiss again.
"You will be loyal to me for the duration of our marriage, madam. I won't countenance you in another's bed."
"Then I expect the same from you," she said breathlessly, before she could fully think about the repercussions of her request. He said nothing, simply stared down at her until at last he nodded.
"Until you give me my heir."
"Until then," she agreed, the fateful bargain formally struck. He pushed inside her, the invasion so overwhelming that she stiffened beneath him, her nails digging into his shoulders as she prepared herself for whatever came next. There was pleasure edged by discomfort as his body surged into hers in measured thrusts. Slowly at first, shallow movements that brought him deeper until she was stretched and filled. Their hip bones met, the weight of his body upon her, heavy and yet thrilling. Her nipples brushed against his chest as he stilled, planted within her, their union finally, at last, consummated in deed as well as word. He began to move, pleasure mingling with a hint of pain unfurling within her. Her inner muscles clenched on him. Sybil didn't know what to do, but her body seemed to understand as instinct took over. They moved together, her hips following his, the glide of his shaft within her sending Sybil back to the edge. He took her mouth, kissing her as he claimed her with his body, and she held him tightly, her body convulsing as wave after wave of new delirious pleasure hit, dashing away the pain. She made a choked animal sound into his kiss, unable to stifle it as her body came undone, driven by his fierce possession. With a groan, he sank deep, the hot warmth of his seed rushing inside Sybil before he collapsed atop her, breathing as harshly as she was. Their marriage had finally been consummated, and for reasons she had no wish to consider, Sybil held him to her instead of pushing her husband away, reveling for a moment in the closeness between them, the transitory illusion that happiness was truly within her reach. Until he rolled away, leaving her chilled and naked, lying on her back in the low gaslight. Alone.
Chapter 5. The sound of hoofbeats approaching through the early morning mist interrupted Everett's grim solitude. He slowed his mount and turned to discover the interloper who approached. King cantered toward him, looking dashing astride a dappled mare. In typical Kingham fashion, he wore a brilliant scarlet coat instead of customary country tweed, along with fawn riding breeches and smart riding boots that were so well shined that they nearly reflected the surrounding landscape. He reined in when they were abreast. "Good morning to you, old chum." "There is nothing particularly good about this morning," Everett grumbled. He'd risen that morning to a cockstand and an empty bed. Thoughts of Sybil had been plaguing him from the moment his eyes had opened and had yet to cease. It seemed that despite his attempt to purge her from his blood the night before, bedding her once hadn't cured what ailed him. She'd been a virgin. He hadn't been certain what to expect, but he knew without a doubt now. The primitive part of him was damned glad he had been her first lover in the physical sense of the word. But the knowledge was a tepid comfort, knowing where her true passions lay. "Is there not?" King gave him a sly grin. "The sun has risen. The day is a temperate one. It's not raining." "There's a fog," Everett pointed out. "The fog is lifting. Besides, I enjoy its mystery." "How nice for you." He was still rather vexed with his friend for paying so damned much attention to Sybil at dinner, and King's irritating good cheer was rendered all the more nettlesome because of it. "It is nice, isn't it?" "Why are you in such a damned cheerful mood?" he growled. King beamed. "Because I understand felicitations are in order. I had no notion you were a married man until I enjoyed dinner with your beautiful Duchess last night." "Bloody hell. Watch your tongue where my wife is concerned." Everett shot his friend a glare. "And if you don't mind, I would prefer not to speak of the matter any further. I do so hate to be bilious before breakfast." "Oh, but I would dearly love to discuss your nuptials," King countered, a dog with a bone. "In particular, I thought we might examine just how you managed to keep such a secret from us all these last few months." "It wasn't a secret," he muttered, huffing a sigh as he turned his gaze to the rolling field beyond, obscured by the thick fog that had blanketed the park sometime in the night. But that was a lie, and he knew it, for he had quite intentionally kept Sybil to himself, partly because he was embarrassed at being cozened by her, and hadn't been willing to endure the mockery his friends would no doubt throw his way upon the discovery of his own stupidity. He ought to have known better than to allow himself to be taken in by a pretty face. He certainly should have been intelligent enough to simply ignore his mother's ceaseless prodding about performing his duty and producing an heir. Maman had been berating him endlessly for years now. Finally, he'd had enough and decided to vanquish her concern, only to fail quite disastrously. "I do believe that refraining from telling any of us about your wife's existence would be the very definition of a secret," King countered. And he was not wrong, blast him, which only served to heighten Everett's irritation. "Maman was forever admonishing me over my lack of an heir," he explained. "I merely grew tired of her tedious sermons. Wedding someone, anyone, seemed an excellent method of making my problem disappear." "What of the vows we made when we founded the Wicked Duke's Society? With your marriage, along with Camden's and Brandon's and Whitby and Richford's sniffing skirts, I begin to despair that I shall be the only one amongst us still standing and sane soon." "I don't know that I would ever characterize you as sane." Everett sighed. "But we were thoroughly in our cups when we made those vows, and under the influence of one of your dubious potions." "There is nothing at all dubious about my potions," King protested, sounding insulted. "They once caused me to hallucinate an elephant," he pointed out wryly. King chortled. "Ah, yes, so good of you to remind me. I'll never forget the sight of you cowering in the corner of my drawing-room, nearly about to piss yourself." Everett hadn't found the episode nearly as amusing. "Did you seek me out just to harass me and ruin what remained of any goodwill I had where you're concerned?" he asked, unable to keep the sharpness from his voice. King was like a brother to him, but the man was also damned peculiar. He adored playing games of wits almost as much as he loved criticizing waistcoats and trousers and buttons. "You ought to have rather a lot of goodwill for me," King said archly. "After all, I'm keeping your secret. No one asked you to." Then you won't take issue if I announce your recent nuptials at dinner this evening. Everett winced. There's no need to do so. Indeed. King raised a brow. You wish me to keep the news to myself? Yes, he admitted. So you agree that your Duchess is indeed a secret, then? Damn your hide, he snarled. Why are you vexed with me? I'm not the one with the secret. In fact, I ought to be insulted that I had to learn you had a wife when I was accidentally seated next to her at dinner and noticed all the arrows she was casting in your direction via her stare. Unless he was mistaken, King was enjoying Everett's discomfiture. The lady in question has no reason to be glaring at me. Her ire ought to be directed at herself for her own wayward actions. Ah, drawled King. We get to the heart of the discontent between the two of you. I do so enjoy a good tragedy. Carry on, old chap. Everett's mount pawed at the grass restlessly, reminding him that they had been still for far too long. Moreover, the last thing he wanted to do was confess the sordid details of Sybil's duplicity to his friend. It was all best left forgotten and ignored in the past, where it belonged. I'm afraid your entertainment shall have to wait for another day, he said. My mount is weary of exercising his patience whilst we converse. A convenient excuse, but I'll allow it. King grinned at him. I'll race you to the tree line on the count of 3. Everett nodded, relieved to have escaped further discussion of Sybil and what had passed between them. Excellent plan. King counted off, and they spurred their horses into matching gallops. But try as he might, Everett couldn't outrun the desire simmering in his veins for the woman who had betrayed him. He was inwardly counting the seconds until he could return to her bed.
Sybil was preparing to join in a silly parlour game for distraction when a masculine hand clamped on her elbow and steered her into a private salon. It all happened so quickly, she didn't even know who had taken a hold of her arm. Not until the door had closed behind them with an ominous click, and she turned to realise that it was Riverdale who had ushered her into the room, his handsome face a stony mask of icy disapproval. But then, when didn't he look at her thus? His countenance had only slipped and softened when he'd bedded her the night before. "What do you think you are doing?" she demanded me. "Unhand me." "I might ask the same of you," he said grimly. She hadn't seen him since the night before, which had suited her perfectly well. Seeing him by day sent a frisson of something dangerous and unwanted through her. His anger was preferable, far better to face his rage than his desire. "I am about to join a game of naughty charades," she informed him. It was a common enough parlour game that the revellers at the wicked house party had turned into something far more sinful. Although Sybil didn't participate, she would privately admit to a boundless enjoyment of watching other ladies and gentlemen disgrace themselves. "No, you're damned well not," he snapped. His curt denial had her defences instantly up. "You cannot dictate to me what I do, Riverdale." "Yes, I can. I'm your husband, madam, and I'll be damned if I allow you to carry on cavorting with other gentlemen." His hypocritical behaviour was enough to make her long to punch him in the nose. She pulled her elbow from his grasp. "In that case, will you also excuse yourself from the remainder of the house party?" "Of course not." He stated it as if it were an impossibility she asked of him. "Why not?" she countered. "Because I'm one of the hosts." "There are several other hosts," Sybil pointed out, moving past him toward the window that overlooked the gardens. "Surely Whitby, Kingham, or Richford might take up your duties if you cannot perform them." "Whitby is sniffing after the skirts of the cookery school owner he brought here, and Richford has conveniently disappeared." "Then what about Kingham?" she suggested, unmoved. "Speaking of Kingham, how dare you tell him we are married?" Riverdale demanded. "I can tell him whatever I like. How dare you keep me a secret
as if I am some shameful regret. Perhaps you are a shameful regret, he bit out loudly. They both froze. His words had the power of a lash, so vicious and unforgiving that she swore she felt them biting into her skin. Tears burned her eyes, but Sybil was too prideful to allow them to fall. She tipped her chin up. The same might be said of you, Your Grace, for I most assuredly rue the day I ever consented to be your wife. I must have entirely taken leave of my senses. Now, if you will excuse me, I am going to join in the merriment your guests have invited me to partake of. She moved to sweep past him, but he caught her elbow again, whirling her to face him. His expression was one of steely determination, his jaw hard, his sensual lips thinned into a harsh line. "No, you bloody well won't." "Then you will have to force me," she warned him, fury surging past any desire she felt in his presence. "You'll have to throw me over your shoulder and carry me out of this salon, kicking and screaming, and telling everyone what a heartless wretch you are." "Don't tempt me, madam." "You berate me for confiding in the Duke of Kingham that I am your wife, and yet you expect me to believe that you would cause such an undignified scene?" she scoffed. "I doubt that even you would stoop so low. Besides, I would shout to the rafters that I am your Duchess. Perhaps then all your chums and your scandalous guests could see your despicable treatment of me for themselves. I should think that would make a divorce quite easy for me to obtain." For the second time, she tore herself away from his grasp and moved toward the door. But Riverdale was faster and stronger, and she was no match for his muscled build as he braced his hands on either side of the door and pinned her between his massive body and the panelled mahogany. "Damn you, woman," he growled in her ear, his breath falling hotly over the bare skin of her throat. "You push me too far." Sybil was about to tell him that he did the same to her, when something astonishing happened. Riverdale buried his face in her throat, inhaling deeply as he pressed his lips to her. He was kissing her neck. And her body's response was instant. Her knees went weak as a surge of awareness pulsed to life between her thighs. Suddenly, she was thinking about how his raw, powerful strength had felt poised above her, how it had felt to have him inside her, stretching her, claiming her. Her own hands were pressed to the cool, sleek wood, too, as if she were poised for escape. But fleeing was the last thing on her mind when he opened his mouth and sucked on the side of her neck, as if she were honey, and he needed to consume every drop of her. A sound fell from her lips. Her forehead tipped toward the door, resting there as she tried in vain to gather her wits, to muster resistance. Kisses on her throat in the middle of the morning were decidedly not part of the bargain, particularly not after he so arrogantly suggested that she would be cavorting with other gentlemen when he was the only one between them who had been unfaithful. This house party and his entire secret club were a testament to that, and still she couldn't summon the desire to pull away from him. Instead, she remained where she was, soaking in his heat and strength, tilting her head to the side to give his travelling mouth access to more of her throat, lips parting on a sigh. "Why do you smell so bloody good?" he asked, as if it were an accusation, his lips grazing her ear as he inhaled again. Sparks danced down her spine. She chased them with her resolve, returning to her senses. "Why do you care about my perfume?" she countered, though with considerably less bite than she had wanted. He kissed his way down her throat to the place where her neck and shoulder met, one of his hands leaving the door to settle on her waist as if it belonged there. "Because I can't get enough of it." He kissed back up her throat, caressing her waist. He sounded annoyed.
I have no intention of changing it to please you, she warned, inhaling sharply as he suckled the lobe of her ear. What are you doing? I wish I knew, he muttered. And then, just as swiftly as he had entrapped her against the door, he turned her, flipping her about so that her back was pressed against the sleek wood, and she was looking up at him, her palms flattened on his chest, not pushing him away. Instead, her fingers had a mind of their own, grasping at his coat and holding him to her by the handful. His head dipped toward hers. You should have stayed at Riverdale Abbey, where you belong. She was about to argue that he shouldn't have abandoned her there in the first place, but in the next instant his lips were on hers, smooth and demanding and insistent. He devoured her with kisses that sought to punish and claim, and fool that she was, she opened eagerly to him, surrendering to his questing tongue. She kissed him back, eyes falling shut as she gave in to the bliss of his lips on hers. It didn't matter that she was furious with him, that he had left her on their wedding day, that he had broken her heart and then forgotten her existence, that he only wanted her as a brood mare now. All that mattered was this moment, his lips moving with exquisite tenderness over hers, gentling in a way that suggested he savoured her instead of merely consuming. That this was about more than frantic coupling or possessive fury. Everything felt suddenly unique and complicated. No, that was all wrong. This was all wrong. He was most wrong of all. She was furious with him. He could have her in the evening, but she did not owe him her mornings, her afternoons, her kisses. Least of all, her obedience. What had she been thinking? She had almost allowed him to have his way with her against the door. Sybil turned her head to the side, breaking the kiss, heart pounding, lips swollen as she stared up at him. I hardly think it necessary for you to accost me in the midst of the day, Your Grace. Her words were cool, but rather unfortunately tinged with a breathlessness she hoped he wouldn't hear. Some perverse part of her remained attracted to the Duke of Riverdale, despite everything he had done, and regardless of his abysmally low opinion of her. He had treated her as if she were no better than the dirt beneath his shoe, and what had she done in response? Melted for him as if she were helpless to resist. Accosting you, madam. Need I remind you that you were kissing me back? Furious heat stole over her cheeks. You hardly left me with any choice. You can tell yourself that all you like, but we both know the truth. Just then, the door rattled and cracked open behind her. Someone is within, you bloody oaf, Riverdale snapped. Oh, Christ, muttered a masculine voice that sounded soused. The salon is already in use. We shall have to find another room, my love. Apologies to you both. A feminine giggle was the muffled response. Or to all of you. The woman on the other side of the door hiccuped. Algernon, sometimes you have a dreadful lack of creativity. What if they're having an orgy? The woman's words trailed away as she and her lover ventured on, presumably in search of another chamber for their use. Sybil glared up at her husband. An orgy? He gave her an indolent shrug. Anything is possible. She pushed him away from her. You utter reprobate! You had the audacity to take me to task over an innocent game of charades. I can assure you there was nothing innocent about that game, madam, he interrupted. And yet you're hosting this lecherous revelry that is little better than a Roman bacchanal, she finished, ignoring him. Which begs the question what you'd been doing at this fete before you broke into my room like a house cracksman and dumped a pitcher of water on my head, he retorted. I might ask you the same thing. I have been hosting the house party. Pray do not pretend as if that is a virtuous endeavour, We both know what transpires at these wicked house parties of yours." They glared at each other. How she could have gone from passion to fury in such a short amount of time, she would never know. It seemed to be a unique effect that her husband had upon her. A knock sounded at the door, interrupting them again.
"Children, are you finished arguing?"
Sybil recognised the bored masculine drawl this time. It belonged to the Duke of Kingham.
"No," Riverdale snapped.
"Yes," she answered simultaneously.
"Go to the devil, King," Riverdale added.
"Are you both clothed?" Kingham returned, unperturbed.
"I should so hate to have my tender sensibilities shocked." "Of course we are."
Riverdale jerked the door open to reveal the dapper Duke dressed to painstaking perfection on the other side.
"Are you spying on me now as well?"
Kingham brushed at his coat sleeve.
"I wouldn't dream of it, old chap. Your shouts were travelling down the hall. I thought that perhaps, in the interest of privacy, I ought to inform you."
"Indebted," Riverdale bit out.
"Now kindly carry on with your day."
"Of course." King smiled slyly and extended his arm to Sybil.
"Your Grace, I was just on my way to charades. Perhaps you would care to join me."
Relief coursed through her as she stepped forward, accepting his offering as if it were a lifeline tossed to her at sea. "I would dearly love to do so. Thank you, Kingham."
"My pleasure."
She slid her hand into the crook of his elbow and didn't bother so much as a backward glance for her husband as she sailed out of the salon on another man's arm.
Chapter 6. Everett was going to pitch the Duke of Kingham out a window head over arse before this damnable house party was done. He had reached the conclusion earlier that morning, at the exact moment he'd watched his sometime friend escorting his wife out of the salon, as if Kingham were a knight rescuing a damsel from a malicious woman-eating dragon. And he had never been more persuaded of the veracity than now, as Kingham trounced him at billiards and made an unexpected pronouncement that was equally, if not more, maddening. "You know I like your wife, Riverdale." His eyes narrowed. They were alone, the two of them the only souls playing at billiards at this odd hour of the afternoon, when most of the house guests were busy dressing for dinner. Everett was surprised his friend wasn't yet attending to his own preparations, given Kingham's customarily extravagant evening attire. "How nice for you," he said. "I don't." Kingham settled the end of his cue on the carpets and eyed Everett curiously. "Why ever not? Clearly you held her in high enough esteem to marry her." Everett gripped his own cue so hard he feared it might snap in two. "Because I was an addle-pated fool. She cozened me into thinking she would make me just the sort of duchess I wanted." "I wasn't aware you wanted a duchess. How intriguing this all is." Kingham stroked his jaw. "Tell me, what manner of paragon were you hoping to find in your duchess?" "One who was quiet and biddable and lovely, who would stay in the country where she belongs and keep her nose out of my affairs." Kingham chuckled. "I do believe you've just described an inanimate object instead of a wife, old chum." Everett bristled. "No, I haven't, you horse's ass." "Now I'm the horse's ass, when you are the one among us who has an estranged wife he expected to moulder at his country estate with his progeny." "It's the way of things in our world," he defended himself needlessly, for Kingham already knew that. The bastard was likely nettling him for sport. "You might have settled upon an antiquity instead," Kingham continued, as he meticulously began restoring the balls on the bays for another round of billiards. "A beautiful Roman vase to place upon your mantel." Everett scoffed. "A bloody vase couldn't bear my airs, and Christ knows how many sermons my mother has delivered to me on the subject of seeing that the line doesn't die with me." So many he'd long since lost count, which was why a chance encounter on the Marquess of Eastlake's estate had seemed fortuitous. He'd been on a ride when he'd happened upon a gorgeous horsewoman whose mare had gone lame. The woman had been Sybil, and he'd been stupidly charmed. He had taken her and her mount to his own stables. The horse had suffered a sprain. Everett had squired Sybil home to Eastlake Hall. He'd opened another sternly worded letter from Maman shortly thereafter, and his solution had seemed obvious. "You might have taken a mistress instead, then," Kingham suggested, cutting through Everett's memories. That decided it. The bastard was absolutely vexing him intentionally. "That wouldn't have worked," he said, annoyed. "You know as well as I that the title and estates can only be passed to a legitimate heir." King shrugged. "You could have married the mistress. The offspring would have thus been legitimate. Your wife would have already been familiar with your expectations. Everyone would have been happy." Everett gripped his cue even harder. "I fail to see the wisdom in your suggestion. I married a woman to provide an heir and a spare. She knew my expectations and defied them. If she is unhappy with the result of her treachery, she need only look at her reflection to find the source of her discontent." Kingham raised an imperious brow, looking bored as he completed his task. "What was her treachery, by the way? You never mentioned." Everett heaved out a tired sigh. "She has a lover. Or rather, she had a lover." "That little lamb? Forgive me, but she looks as virtuous as the fairer sex comes. And besides, you've had her buried in the country. How would you know what she's been about in your absence?" "I witnessed her perfidy with my own eyes. I saw them together just after the wedding breakfast. She was in his arms." "You had a wedding breakfast without me?" King pressed a hand over his heart. "I'm wounded." "The whole affair was done rather quickly. I didn't see reason to wait. Her family attended, and that was all." "Not your mother?" He winced. "Maman would have turned it into something incredibly tedious and unmanageable. You know how she is. It's why you almost never accept any of her dinner invitations." His mother was as demanding as an army general on a field of battle. "You've been ignoring her this long," Kingham pointed out shrewdly, not arguing Everett's point about his ignoring Maman's invitations. "What changed?" Everett didn't like his friend's pointed questions. They made him think about things he'd prefer not to consider at all. Heat was crawling up his neck. He slid a finger under his necktie, attempting to loosen it. "Nothing changed aside from my mounting irritation with my mother at being harassed about taking a wife," he growled. Which wasn't entirely the truth. Yes, Maman's letter had spurred the rogue thought in his mind. He'd already been attending to estate matters at Riverdale Abbey. Courting and hastily wedding Sybil had seemed a providential solution. But it had also been the woman herself who had prompted him to make such a reckless decision, one so wholly unlike himself. He had been vehemently opposed to the parson's mousetrap for years before that, ever since Lydia. "If you say so, old chap," Kingham offered lightly, his tone making it more than apparent he wasn't any more persuaded by Everett's prevarications than he was himself. "What say you to another game?" "Don't you have to spend the next 3 hours dressing for dinner?" he asked his friend, an edge to his voice that wouldn't be softened. "Dressing can wait. For the moment, I'd dearly love to trounce you again." He glared at Kingham. "It's entirely possible I am the one who shall trounce you, you know." Kingham's lips twitched in amusement. But we both know you won't." "Challenge accepted," he said grimly. "But don't weep and gnash your teeth when you're pummeled by my superior skill." Kingham grinned. "Carry on, old chap. I cannot wait to prove you wrong. Take the first turn." Everett took his time lining up his cue for the initial play. "Who do you reckon he was?" his friend asked, just as Everett hit the ball. His shot went wide, and he cursed, pinning King with a glare. "Who do I reckon who was?" "Her lover. Do you know him?" "No. He was a footman at Eastlake Hall. Still is, likely. I prefer not to speak of that particular ignominy, if you don't mind." Nor did Everett like to think about the bastard or relive that day in any way. Seeing her with him, watching Sybil embrace him, had been a blow for which he hadn't been prepared. The footman's hold had been familiar. It hadn't been the first. "Then why do you presume he was her lover?" King asked, taking his turn and aiming with the same easy elegance he performed every task, no matter how small. "She was embracing him, and she bloody well told him she loved him." "Did you confront her?" No, he admitted, frowning. Why should I have done? She only would have lied. Perhaps. Whose bloody friend are you? He grumbled. Kingham gave him a pointed look. Yours, old chap. That's why I'm asking. Don't trouble yourself with my problems, he said coolly. I can manage my wife. But as he lined up his cue for his next shot, Everett couldn't deny that his assertion felt like an abysmal lie all its own. Because his Sybil was headstrong and stubborn, bold and demanding. She had a mind all her own, and she wasn't afraid to seize what she wanted and make it hers. Including him. Cursed, he never should have married the woman.
She never should have been foolish and naive enough to accept the Duke of Riverdale's proposal of marriage, Sybil thought grimly as she awaited her husband's visitation that evening. She was wearing another night rail and dressing gown. Her hair was still plaited into a Grecian braid that had been part of her coiffure earlier. And she was every bit as nervous this evening, preparing to receive him, as she'd been the night before. This bargain of theirs was a mistake. How could she possibly carry on, sharing her body and bed with him, night after night, when it was more than apparent he held her in such low regard, when he considered her nothing more than a duty? Escape, she reminded herself firmly. It had been one of the tantalizing reasons she had wed Riverdale in the first place. She'd wanted to flee her father's rule, to have a household of her own, and yes, to have children as well. A family to love, babes to hold in her arms, to cherish and raise whilst mother was still well enough to fawn over her grandchildren. Simple desires, none of which should have landed her in such unhappiness. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before opening them again and studying her reflection, reminding herself of why she was standing here. All the reasons that didn't involve her foolish feelings for him, that was. He had made a mockery of those when he had coldly left her on their wedding day. She would guard her heart accordingly. There would be no chance for the Duke of Riverdale to hurt her again. Finally, a knock came. Although she expected it, Sybil jolted nonetheless, her heart galloping into a rapid pace. He had come. "Enter," she called. As he had the night before, her husband sauntered into the room in bare feet and a dressing gown, his nonchalance an insult when her hands were trembling at her sides and her body was coming to life with remembered warmth of all that had passed between them and all that would yet again. "Madam," he greeted her with the self-same icy courtesy, offering a half-bow. "You enjoyed dinner, I trust?" She had been seated far from him at dinner, but she hadn't missed his gaze, stealing over her like a caress at almost every opportunity. For his sake, she had flirted madly with every gentleman at her end of the table. Her bodice had been daringly low yet again as well. "I enjoyed it greatly," she lied. "Excellent." He stopped before her and frowned. "Why is your hair bound?" It seemed the most expedient means of keeping it confined. It was last night as well, and you didn't find fault. "Undo it," he ordered her. She eyed him, unwilling to do as he demanded when he was so thoroughly rude in his request. "Please," he added, his tone gentling. "Why?" "Because your hair is lovely, and it delights me to see it unplaited." The compliment was wrapped in barbs that pricked and drew blood. She had been ordered about before, subject to the whims of one man, to his mercurial moods and his iron-edged control. She had escaped. "Delighting you is not a part of my duty, Your Grace," she pointed out to her husband. "My hair will remain as it is." "Then I shall play lady's maid." He reached for her hair. Sybil sidestepped his touch. "I prefer to keep it thus." "Ah, of course." His nostrils flared. "To spite me." She compressed her lips, her earlier frustration and anger toward him returning in ample measure. "Because this is how I wish for my hair to be, and it is my hair. Next, you will lie on the bed once more and begin praying whilst you stare at the ceiling. I already told you that would be sacrilegious, but I can do that if your grace prefers it," she suggested sweetly. His icy eyes narrowed. "So now you are concerned with what I prefer, in all matters other than your hair." "You don't concern me in the slightest, your grace," she said. It was a bitter lie. Everything he did concerned her. She had been dreadfully jealous at dinner, watching him bestow his conversation and attention upon others. He had been charming and relaxed, the handsome, debonair rake. But for her, he was cold and aloof, emitting an anger that was palpable, issuing orders as if she were a servant instead of his wife. She would never understand what she had done to suffer such ill treatment. He had duped her with such ease. "How reassuring to hear," he said, his voice as forbidding as his expression had become. "Am I meant to reassure you? Forgive me. Perhaps I should unbind my hair and then tear off all my garments and drape myself over the bed for you like a willing sacrifice." "You go too far, madam," he growled. She longed to push him, to slap him, to do him violence. The urge shocked her, but his cold demands had taken her to the brink. She no longer recognized herself. Perhaps she was more her father's daughter than she had previously been willing to admit. Sybil clenched her jaw instead. "On the contrary, it is you who has gone too far." "Not far enough, it would seem," Riverdale said, reaching for her hair. Pins fell to the carpet as he plucked them free. The heavy mass of her braid fell loose down her back and then spilled into waves. He had touched her more intimately yesterday, and yet somehow this infraction felt far more intimate, far too familiar. Before she was even aware of what she was doing, Sybil's hand shot out, and she slapped Riverdale across the face. The sound rang through the chamber just as her voice had. For a moment, she could do nothing more than stare at the rapidly blooming pink of his cheek. Stunned at herself, she clapped her palm over her mouth, shock sending a tremor through her. And still, Riverdale just stared. He moved toward her suddenly, and she flinched, backing away, raising her arm and hiding her face to defend herself from the blows about to rain down upon her. No blows came, however. Nothing but an icy, heavy silence. "Sybil." His voice cut through. Slowly, she lowered her arm, releasing the breath she'd been holding. He was staring down at her with an expression she couldn't decipher. "Did you think I would strike you?" he asked with deadly calm. She faltered, not knowing what to say. Her reaction had been instant, instinctive, a mistake for how much it had obviously revealed. "Has someone raised his hand to you?" Riverdale pressed. She stared, stricken, not wanting to answer. Her mother had begged her to never say a word. Riverdale took her arm in a gentle hold. She tensed. "What are you doing?" "Bringing you into the light so I can see your eyes when I speak to you," he said grimly, guiding her to the nearest sconce on the wall. His pale gaze searched hers. "Now, answer me honestly, if you please. What man has hurt you?" Still, she couldn't bring herself to speak. "There's no need to defend him now," Riverdale added. "You're in my protection. He can't hurt you ever again." "It was my father," she blurted. He stared at her. "Your father?" There was a deceptive calm in his voice, one that frightened her. "Yes, but you mustn't say anything to him, please. It will only make matters far worse for my mother." "He strikes Lady Eastlake as well?" Riverdale demanded. She thought of her mother's whimpered cries from another room, the plum-coloured flesh she had caught glimpses of
that she hadn't been meant to see. Then of the day her father had raised a hand to her for the first time.
Yes.
How? You have witnessed this?
Occasionally. He doesn't often allow his rage to show unless he's in private. But he has slapped her. I've seen him pull her hair, pulling at her arm in a harsh and angry grip. It's when he is in his cups, she added.
That doesn't excuse his actions, Riverdale said,
taking her chin in his thumb and forefinger and tilting her head.
Look at me, Sybil.
She couldn't do it. Tears were burning, threatening to fall, shame rising, acidic and choking in her throat. Her lashes lowered.
Look at me,
he insisted. She opened her eyes at his bidding, his gaze burning into hers.
I will never strike you, he said. You have my word as a gentleman.
Sybil wasn't certain she believed him, but then, although he had shown her anger, he had certainly never done her violence. She was the one who had struck him, much to her everlasting shame. She was no better than her father.
Forgive me, she blurted.
I shouldn't have struck you, Your Grace.
Call me Everett, if you please, and I accept your apology, though there was no need to issue one. We have both been at our worst this evening, I expect.
His pale eyes had thawed. There was no longer ice in them, but a depth of warmth she hadn't seen since the day they had met under the wide blue skies, when everything had seemed so much simpler. The warmth, she suspected, was deceptive, and she didn't want his pity.
Try it.
She frowned at him, intensely aware of his touch still on her chin, the way he held her face as gently as if it were made of fine porcelain, as if one wrong move would make her chip or shatter. Try what? She asked, the air between them shifting again. Danger and anger no longer swirled. Instead, a heaviness had taken their place.
My name,
he murmured.
Say it.
She wanted to deny him, and yet she also wanted to try his given name, even if doing so felt dangerous. Yet another intimacy broached from which there could be no return. Everett, she said. He stared at her, saying nothing. For a moment she thought he would kiss her, that he would lead her to the bed and at last take what he had come for this evening. But instead he nodded slowly, then leaned into her, pressing a chaste kiss to her cheek.
I'll bid you good evening, Sybil.
And then, just as quickly as he had come, Riverdale withdrew from her chamber, leaving her alone once more.
Chapter 7. Everett couldn't live with the knowledge that Sybil had been beaten by her father without answering it in kind. How badly the bastard had hurt her he didn't know, for she hadn't been forthcoming, and neither had he seen scars. Perhaps for his sanity he couldn't know the full extent of what she had endured. As it was, he had ridden through the night to arrive at Riverdale Abbey by morning light. He'd spared only enough time to refresh his mount before continuing his journey to Eastlake Hall, a place he had vowed to never again visit after that god-awful wedding breakfast. And yet, Eastlake Hall was where he'd found himself. The hour was unfashionably early as he tossed his reins to a stable lad. Everett didn't give a bloody goddamn. This was not a polite social call. This was a reckoning. He could only hope he didn't cross paths with the bastard footman who had dared to touch Sybil, because Everett didn't have even a modicum of civility in him at the moment. He was all wild, furious beast demanding retribution, capable of anything. He brazened his way past servants flitting about in preparation for their day, and after climbing the winding staircase and finding his way to the Marquis of Eastlake's bedchamber door, he paused only a moment before bursting through it. The curtains were tightly closed. The room smelled of sour breath and gin, and the snores rattling from a distant bed told him that his father-in-law was still sleeping off the effects of a night of dissipation. It was time for the Marquis of Eastlake to wake and face the consequences of his actions. Everett stalked through the darkness toward the bed, making certain he could discern only one lumpy form in the midst of the dishevelled blanket. After he was confident the Marquis was alone, Everett wielded the riding crop he still held in his hand, sending it through the air with a vicious whir that ended in the sickening crack of leather upon skin. The Marquis shrieked as he shook into wakefulness.
"What is happening?"
he stammered, clearly half asleep and shocked. "What is happening is that I'm teaching you a lesson, Eastlake," he drawled. "Men who raise their hands against women and do them violence deserve to be thrashed." The Marquis's balding pate was visible through his musk-white hair as he struggled into a sitting position.
"Riverdale? What the devil do you think you're doing? You cannot barge into my home like this and accost me."
"Shut up," Everett spat, lifting the riding crop and bringing it down on the man's other shoulder. Eastlake screamed like a piglet, and the sound was so gratifying Everett wielded the crop yet again in rapid succession until the Marquis was groaning, struggling to escape. "My wife informed me that you've beaten both her and Lady Eastlake," he explained, amazed at the calmness of his voice when inside he was seething with roiling fury. "I find it only suiting that you should be beaten yourself to experience what it is like when someone who is stronger than you are decides to wield his power against you." He brought the riding crop down on the Marquis's back as the other man struggled to haul himself to safety on the opposite side of the bed.
"Are you mad?"
the Marquis gasped out. "I'm perfectly sane." He rounded the bed and delivered another sound thwack to the Marquis. "Consider this your warning, Eastlake. If word travels to me that you have so much as raised a finger against your wife again, I will return, and I won't stop until you're a bloody, whimpering mess at my feet, begging me to end you." He brought the crop down again.
"Please,"
the Marquis begged,
"stop."
Everett reached down and caught the blubbering fool by his nightshirt, hauling him up. "Do we have an understanding, Eastlake? I won't just thrash you. I'll ruin you in the eyes of polite society as well."
"I understand, Riverdale. I completely understand,"
Eastlake gasped.
"Please, leave me alone."
The scent of stale piss suddenly filled the air. Everett dropped the Marquis back to the bed with disgust. "Never again. As a courtesy that you don't deserve, Eastlake, I want you to know that I'll be speaking with your Marchioness before I leave here this morning. I'm planning to extend an invitation for her to join my mother and sister in London, along with the Duchess and myself. I would imagine she will accept. It goes without saying that you won't be welcome." Then he turned and stalked from the room.
Sybil had just left the dining room, still wondering where her husband was, as she hadn't spied him since the night before, and she'd just completed her luncheon, when he appeared as if she had conjured him. He looked tired and wind-blown, stalking toward her in riding clothes, as if he had spent half the night astride a mount. He smelled of outdoors and mud and horse, and still she didn't think the vexing man had ever been more handsome. "Your Grace?" She greeted him, curtsying despite the ribald nature of the house party.
"Madam."
He bowed with equal formality.
"You are looking well this morning."
She hadn't slept particularly well following his abrupt departure from her room. Instead, she'd spent the night tossing and turning, unable to sleep, until she had finally given up and turned up the lamps to read. In reading, however, there had been precious little distraction. She had passed pages without fully comprehending the words. In the end, she had passed out from sheer exhaustion close to dawn. By this point of the day, she was most assuredly flagging as surely as the curls her lady's maid had coaxed into her ordinarily straight hair at her morning toilette. "You are being polite for my pride's sake, I suspect," she said warily, "although I do thank you for the pretense." He still felt very much like a stranger to her, despite the fact that they had shared a bed and he was her husband. She didn't know what to make of him any more now than she had on the day their paths had first crossed. Time had not, as was customary, given her the benefit of knowing him better. Quite the opposite. The more days and weeks that stretched on, the greater his enigma grew.
"Walk with me," he said, extending his arm. His countenance was serious. She hesitated. "Please," he added, when she failed to do as he had requested.
Hesitantly, Sybil placed her hand in the crook of his elbow. They had exchanged heated words yesterday, and she didn't know where they stood after his abrupt defection to his own room, even if he had left with what had seemed a tender kiss to her cheek before he'd gone. His reaction to her revelation had troubled her. She hadn't known what it had meant precisely. Now that he loomed at her side, she was no more assured of herself than she had been then. "Where are we going?" she asked, searching for something to say that wouldn't reveal he had her at 6s and 7s. Riverdale was still her enemy after all. It seemed most unwise to show her weakness on the battlefield.
"Anywhere we have privacy," he informed her, unsmiling.
"Has something happened?" she asked, her heart leaping as it occurred to her that his mien was as sombre as a mourner's at a funeral. "Have you had word of my mother?" Her mother's health was frail at best and poor at worst. Part of the reason that Sybil had finally strayed from Riverdale Abbey, convenient for its proximity to her mother at Eastlake Hall, had been that her mother had recently seemed much improved. She had been out of her invalid chair and meandering for walks in the chilly gardens. But if Mother had become swiftly unwell in her absence, Sybil would never forgive herself.
"This does concern your mother, yes,"
Riverdale said, doing nothing to temper her rising panic. She clutched his tweed coat, which still bore the damp of the outdoors. "Has she taken ill?"
"Calm yourself, it's nothing of the sort."
He cast a glance around the hall as he pulled her down the Axminster. "Then why do you look so grave?"
"Because I paid a call to Eastlake Hall earlier today, and I am newly returned," he said,
as if the revelation should explain everything. In truth, it only left her with further questions. She swallowed hard. "You called upon my mother and father without me? Why ever for?"
"Hush," he muttered grimly. "I'll explain when we have privacy."
It was an excellent point. Their fellow house guests were underfoot in the hall, some moving toward the dining room, others to various salons, and others still away from the bustle, no doubt in search of assignations and heaven knew what other sins they could find. Sybil held her tongue as he found them an empty sitting room and led her inside. The door had scarcely closed at their backs when she released his arm and turned on him, demanding answers. "What is it, Riverdale?"
"I thought we agreed that you were to call me by my given name now."
She was in no mood for delaying. "Everett, please tell me why you went to Eastlake Hall and what happened whilst you were there." Her mind was still whirling with the news, spinning with worry over what had transpired. But neither could she contain her amazement at such a feat. She estimated that her father's country seat was a good 6-hour ride from Wingfield Hall, if not more. Given the time that had passed, she could only assume that he had ridden directly there instead of sleeping, then returned almost immediately. The trains would not have been operational at such a dire hour, and she doubted very much he could have taken one this morning and returned with such swiftness.
"Perhaps you should be seated for this discussion," he said,
instead of allaying her fears. "I don't wish to be seated," she countered. "I want you to tell me now." He passed a hand through his hair, leaving the dark strands mussed, and some errand, wifely urge in her, long to comb them back into place. She stifled it and clasped her hands behind her back instead.
"I went to Eastlake Hall because of what you told me last night," he said at length.
Sybil reeled, even though it was what she had suspected. She knew the ramifications of such a foolish act. Not for herself any longer, for she was beyond her father's reach, but for her mother. "You—" she faltered and attempted to begin anew. "But my father, I shudder to think of how he would react if he knew I had told you."
"You needn't fear him," Riverdale said, an edge in his voice. "You need never fear him again. That was what the call I paid him concerned."
"My mother," she protested, her worry gaining speed, like a runaway locomotive veering down the tracks. "You cannot possibly conceive of how she will suffer for this. She is ill, and my father is a cruel man, and if you confronted him, he will unleash his ire on her." Tears threatened her vision as the heavy weight of the implications fell upon her.
"Sybil, calm yourself."
His voice was soothing as he took her in a gentle hold.
"Your mother is safe."
"You cannot possibly know that."
"Yes, I can," he insisted. "She is on her way here in one of my carriages as we speak."
She blinked furiously, her vision clearing as his reassurance washed over her. "She's coming here, to Wingfield Hall. But my father keeps her at his estate because he can have complete control over her there. How would he ever agree to such a thing?"
Everett raised a brow at her. "How do you think?"
She inhaled sharply as understanding began to dawn. "Are you saying that you somehow coerced him into allowing you to take my mother away from Eastlake Hall?" He smiled, flashing white, even teeth.
"There was no coercion involved. I told your father what was happening, and when I extended the invitation to your mother, she gladly accepted."
His explanation still didn't quite make sense to Sybil, not knowing her father and his penchant for control. He adored nothing so much as keeping those weaker than he was beneath his thumb. "But my father would never allow something like that."
"He has no choice in the matter. I've made that more than apparent to him."
"How can you have done so?" she asked, searching her husband's eyes for answers.
And finding them.
She gasped. "What did you do?"
Riverdale,
Everett, as she must remember to think of him now, shrugged.
"I merely demonstrated to him what it is like when someone stronger and more powerful than you are abuses that strength and position. I'm afraid he didn't care for it very much. Not that I gave a damn if he did."
Her mouth fell open. "Did you harm him?"
"He's still well enough."
"You didn't answer my question."
He inclined his head. "Would you care if I did?"
No. Yes, I don't know." She was confused. Her father was not a kind man, and he had brought much pain to her, physical as well as emotional. Her heart bore the scars that her skin would never show.
"I struck him with my riding crop, if you must know," her husband finally said. "I don't regret a moment of it, save that I didn't hit him more or with greater strength. I ought to have done the bastard more damage."
Riverdale had ridden through the night to confront her father, on her behalf, and instead of leaving her mother behind to face his wrath alone, he had settled her mother in a carriage and was bringing her here. Sybil was astounded. "Why?"
"Why what?"
He frowned down at her, then brushed at his coat sleeves as if he required the distraction. "Why would you do such a thing?"
"You are displeased with me?"
"No." She shook her head, still trying to make sense of his actions, to make sense of how they made her feel in response, to understand what it all meant. "I'm not displeased at all. My father is not a kind or gentle man."
"He's lower than dung for raising his hand to you and your mother," her husband countered sternly. "He deserved far worse than what I gave him, I will tell you that much. He's fortunate I didn't thrash him to within an inch of his miserable life."
"You still haven't answered my question," she pointed out. "Why?" He stared at her solemnly, his pale gaze unreadable. Everything made sense now, from his rumpled riding clothes to his wearied state, to the scent of the outdoors that clung to him like a shadow. He had indeed been riding through the night. And all, it would seem, for Sybil. For her mother, too.
"Because it had to be done,"
he said simply. "Thank you." Impulsively, she reached for him, taking his hand in hers. The jolt that went through her was instant and reminiscent of their first meeting, when she had been stranded with her horse, Eloise, and the most handsome man she had ever seen had galloped along the fence row and to her rescue. It would seem he had done so again last night, and she hadn't even asked him to. Why would he do something like that for her? It still defied logic and reason.
"You needn't thank me," he said. "It is what any gentleman would have done in my place, upon learning something so egregious."
She didn't think so, but she didn't argue the point, for it mattered not. What did matter was that Everett had. She still didn't know what it meant, but it felt like something complicated and confusing. Why would he care so deeply about what had happened to her, when he had made it plain he had no wish to be bothered with her, aside from breeding her, as he had so coarsely phrased it? She forced her mind to her mother's impending arrival, recalling where they were and the reason for the gathering. "When will my mother reach us?"
"Within a few hours, I should think,"
he answered, giving her fingers a reassuring squeeze. "But the manner of this house party," she protested at once. "My mother will be horrified."
"We shall proceed to London after she reaches Wingfield Hall. We will change the horses, and she can enjoy a respite before we leave later this afternoon. We'll arrive in London this evening."
It would seem he had thought of everything. But then, if he had truly spent all night riding to Eastlake Hall, he would have had ample opportunity to sift through his thoughts and make a plan. She was still astounded this was what he had come to. "You're leaving the house party early, on my account."
"The party is coming to an end tomorrow," he explained, "unless you wish for your mother to remain here in the dubious company."
"No," Sybil hastened to reassure him. "Of course not." Realizing belatedly she was still holding his hand, she released it as if it had burned her. "I suppose I should make my preparations for leaving then."
"Yes, you ought to do so,"
he said, giving her a curious look she couldn't define.
"And I shall do the same."
She moved toward the door, beset by a barrage of confusing emotions she couldn't bear to decipher just yet. Perhaps not ever. But remembering herself at the threshold, she stopped and turned back to him, gratitude making her hands tremble on the latch. "Thank you for thinking of my mother, Everett." No one else had done so. And she felt it now. The shame, rising, choking, threatening. Not just that she had kept her father's awful secrets for so long, but that she had managed to escape and had failed to bring her mother with her. Instead, she had felt trapped as ever, even if she was beneath a new roof, out of reach of her father's wrath, doomed to an unhappy union from which there was no escape, save one.
"I do wish you had told me of your own volition, and before now," he said. "I would have taken action far sooner."
"I didn't know what to think," she confessed shakily. "My mother made me promise not to speak of it, for fear my father's treatment of her would grow worse. Besides, you had ignored all my letters." He had the grace to look ashamed of his own conduct.
"Either way, the both of you are freed of him now. I've seen to that."
She cleared her throat of the emotion that had thickened it. "I'll go and see that my belongings are packed and prepared for the journey to London." He nodded.
"Excellent."
Sybil stared at him for a moment more, allowing herself the luxury of drinking him in, and forgetting about all the ugliness between them, before she moved through the door, leaving him in the sitting room. Chapter 8. Sybil rushed to her mother's side the instant she was settled in her invalid chair after having been helped down from the carriage. It had been several weeks since they had last seen each other, despite the short distance between Riverdale Abbey and Eastlake Hall. Her invitations for visits had been summarily dismissed by her father, and her calls to Eastlake Hall had been often refused on account of her mother's health. Sybil thought her mother looked paler than usual, and perhaps a bit thinner as well, as she bent to embrace her. "It is so wonderful to have you joining us here." "My darling child," her mother greeted in response, arms going around her without the strength Sybil would have preferred. "It is wonderful to see you again. Riverdale was so very kind to fetch me. I've missed you so." "How are you feeling?" she asked her mother at once, pulling back to search her face for signs of illness. "Have you been sleeping well?" There was a mottled bruise on her mother's right cheekbone that she recognized at once. It looked to be several days old, having begun its healing process, and was covered poorly in a fine layer of pearl powder that did nothing to hide what must have happened. "I have been sleeping well enough," her mother said brightly. It was the same sunshine-smothered voice her mother always used to make excuses for her father's moods and rages. "Have you been eating?" she asked, instead of calling attention to her father's behaviour in the presence of servants, which would have only served to embarrass her mother. "I have been taking my meals when I'm able," Mother answered, which scarcely told Sybil anything at all. A light rain began falling just then, reminding Sybil it wouldn't do to linger in the air, lest her mother take a chill. "Come inside, and we shall take our tea before we continue to London," she said, trying to tamp down the anger rising within her toward her father. "I'll see to it that some food is brought for you as well." At least Everett had rescued her mother. It was something Sybil had never hoped to do on her own. Her father never would have allowed it. If she had thought for a moment that the husband, who had so coldly abandoned her, would have concerned himself with Mother's plight, Sybil would have confided in him at once. "To the green salon, if you please," Sybil directed the footman who had been tasked with pushing her mother in the invalid chair. They walked over gravel in silence, Mother's hat keeping the rain from her face. "Where is His Grace?" Mother asked. "He is preparing everything so that we can leave," she explained. Following their surprise discussion, he had begun arrangements for their departure, taking all the details on himself. She had protested that she happily would, for she knew he must be weary after journeying through the night. But ever stubborn, Everett had declined. "That is quite kind of him," Mother said. Sybil's smile felt far too tight. "It is indeed." Kind was not a word she would have used to describe her husband, not in the months since they had wed. She still wasn't certain why he had taken matters into his own hands like this. His sense of honour, perhaps. Surely he wouldn't be so moved by the plight of the wife he plainly did not want, and the mother-in-law to whom he had spoken only a handful of times. It made no sense. But then nothing ever had when it came to the man she had married. He had been a charming and attentive suitor, and in retrospect she had wondered if her eagerness to leave her father's rule had made her overlook his chillier nature. Their little procession finally arrived in the salon, where a tray of tea and cakes was already waiting. Sybil thanked the footman and waited for him to leave before she began preparing a cup for her mother, weighing how she might approach the subject of the bruise on her cheek. "It is so good to have you here with me," she told her mother, as she handed off her dish of tea. "It was good of the Duke to offer the invitation." "You are to stay with us indefinitely," she said gently, uncertain of what Everett had said to Mother about the invitation, as she had called his rescue. "You know that your father will not allow it." "He doesn't have any choice," Sybil countered sternly, still more grateful than she could comprehend at having her mother out of her father's clutches. If only Henry could be also. Perhaps, in time, she might broach the subject with her husband. It was a delicate one, and she still didn't know where she stood with him. "Sybil, that is not the way of our world," The Duke is more powerful than Father is. I shall enjoy this visit whilst it lasts, Mother said with a wistful smile. It will last forever, she countered, selecting a cake and offering it to her mother. Mother accepted the cake, but not Sybil's assertion. You know it cannot, dearest daughter. I know nothing of the sort. Now that she had her mother with her, Sybil was loath to let her go. You shall stay with us for as long as you like, and Father will have nothing to say about it. You know what he is like, Sybil. I do, she said grimly, and that is why you must never return.
There is something we should perhaps discuss, Everett said, as the carriage swayed over London roads some hours later. Sybil's mother followed behind them in the procession from Wingfield Hall, secure in her own carriage at her insistence. But I will sleep, Mother had protested. I cannot nap if you are there, chattering in my ear. Besides, you should be with your husband, at his side, where you belong. Sybil hadn't had the heart to tell her mother that her husband didn't wish for her to be with him any more than she wished to share a carriage with him. In the end, she had held her tongue and relented, seeing Mother into the comfort of her carriage, her invalid chair secured with the valises. Everett had been quiet for much of the journey, staring broodingly out the window and pretending as if she weren't present. Rather like their marriage thus far, she thought bitterly, as his words jolted her from her own quiet musings. Sybil studied him, thinking that even in the lessening daylight and shadows that had fallen, he was unfairly handsome. What is it you wish to discuss? Your arrival at my townhouse is going to be something of a surprise.
She nodded. That is to be expected. You wished for me to remain at Riverdale Abbey, and didn't make plans for me to join you in London. And you hardly could have predicted we would be bringing my mother along with us as well. His abandonment of her was yet a tender subject, one she couldn't broach without an accompanying twinge of resentment. But she was grateful to him for what he had done for her mother, so she was doing her utmost to contain her hurt and anger.
Not just your arrival, I'm afraid,
he elaborated, his countenance pained,
but the fact that I am married and you are my Duchess.
Understanding dawned, along with more vexation. Hardly a surprise. The letters she'd had from Alice ought to have presaged such a revelation. Your servants don't have any notion you have a wife, she asked.
They do not,
he agreed, inclining his head.
Nor, however, do my mother or my sister.
His confession did nothing to assuage the band of worry tightening around her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Your mother and sister do not know you are married.
They do not. I had intended to inform them, but I've yet to do so.
The carriage swayed to a halt. You are telling me that I'm about to enter a household that has no notion you're married, from the lowest scullery maid to the Dowager Duchess, are you not? He winced.
Yes, that is what I'm telling you.
Did you think to keep me a secret forever?
Not forever.
He turned toward the Venetian blinds, peering out them, and muttered a curse.
I'm afraid there isn't time for further discussion of the matter. We've arrived.
Splendid. She pinned a taut smile to her lips. I'm sure this will go swimmingly.
I do think Mammon and Verity will be pleased to know I've taken a wife, he said, once the initial surprise wears off.
Verity. He had a sister which she had known, but Sybil didn't recall his speaking so familiarly about her during their furtive courtship. It was a reminder of how truly little she knew about the man she had married. What a relief, she said, unable to keep the sarcasm from her voice.
You needn't make me sound as if I'm a monster.
I never said you were. I am grateful to you for what you've done on my mother's behalf.
just not grateful for his abysmal treatment of her. "Blast it, woman, I didn't have the time to tell them." She stared at him, wondering how a man so intelligent could also be so thick-witted. "You didn't have time? During the course of several months?" He shifted in his seat, guilt edging into his countenance. "I wasn't yet ready to tell them." It would make their impending introduction terribly awkward. "Ah, I see." She summoned a bravado she didn't feel. "Then I suppose we must proceed." "I'll smooth the waters," he said. "You need not fret." But his words of assurance had the opposite effect. Of course she worried. What would his mother and sister think of her, of the unusual circumstances that had preceded their arrival? Would they not think it strange that Riverdale had been married for over 3 months before bringing his wife to meet them? After all, it wasn't as if Sybil had been on a prolonged journey. She had been but a few hours from London. The door to the carriage opened and Sybil descended, accepting the aid of a footman as she alighted. Riverdale's townhouse loomed before her, commanding and larger than she had thought it would be. How strange to think this impressive edifice would be home to her when she was in London. The air possessed a dampness accompanied by a slight chill. She pulled her wrap more firmly around herself as she swept along the pavements toward where the carriage containing her mother had stopped, not bothering to wait for her husband's accompaniment. It mattered not, for he was there at her side in an instant, impassively taking her gloved hand and placing it in the waiting crook of his elbow. Beginning an argument just before she was introduced to the domestics and his mother and sister seemed a terrible idea, particularly given that her mother was accompanying them. So Sybil didn't retract her hand from his arm as she longed to do. Instead, she glided along at his side, trying to ignore how natural it felt to be here with him. To be his wife. She dashed that errant thought at once, for it was decidedly unwise. Efficient servants bustled forward, aiding Mother in descending from the carriage and settling into her invalid chair. "Your journey was a restorative one, I trust?" Everett asked solicitously. "I do believe I slept through most of it," Mother answered, her smile looking a bit wan. It had been a great deal of journeying for her in one day. Worry knotted Sybil's stomach. Their small procession made its way along the pavements. The door to the townhouse was opened by a servant, and Riverdale guided them inside. Sybil had a brief impression of a marble entry, some busts, and a handful of paintings framed in gilt that shone in the lamplight. If any of the attending domestics was startled to see the Duke accompanied by Sybil and her mother, they were far too well trained to utter a word or raise a brow. Everyone bustled about as if they had been expected, and nothing was out of the ordinary. "Hockley, where is her Grace this evening?" Riverdale asked a stern-faced older man, who was presumably the butler. "The Duchess is in the drawing-room at present, along with Lady Verity. Shall I announce your arrival, Your Grace?" "That won't be necessary, thank you." They handed off their outerwear, and with a nod to the butler, Riverdale led them to a staircase. It didn't escape Sybil's notice that he had not bothered to make an introduction. She would have to learn her way here at the townhouse, it seemed, just as she had done at Riverdale Abbey. "Will you be able to navigate the stairs, my lady?" he asked her mother solicitously. "I dare say so, Your Grace," Mother answered. "I shall be slow, however." "I will aid you," he offered. "You needn't," her mother protested. "I shall hold the banister." "You shall hold the banister and me, and I won't hear a word of objection," Riverdale countered, his tone firm but smooth. "I insist." Some of the ice in Sybil's heart, where he was concerned, melted. She fetched her mother's golden-handled cane and offered it to her,
and with the Duke's help, Mother was on her feet, beginning the slow journey up the grand staircase. He directed a pair of footmen to carry the invalid chair up the stairs ahead of them. Sybil followed in their wake, feeling rather unneeded as her husband began a pleasant chatter with her mother.
"I do believe that you and my mother will get along famously," he was saying.
The past 3 months fell away, and the charming Duke who had rescued her returned. The man who had stolen her heart, who had given her hope for a home away from her father's wrath and children of her own, for a future. They reached the floor where the drawing-room was located, and her mother was comfortably seated once more in her invalid chair. Everett dismissed the footman and pushed her mother to the drawing-room, Sybil following awkwardly in their wake. He stopped at the closed door, knocking before entering.
"Riverdale, you weren't expected today?"
The chorus of excited feminine voices within had Sybil straightening her spine. This was to be her first meeting with her husband's family, at long last, and it was a far cry from how she had once envisioned such an introduction might happen. An older woman who resembled her husband came into view in an excited swirl of dark blue skirts, followed by a lovely dark-haired woman dressed entirely in black, a golden locket at her throat, who could only be Riverdale's sister. Their expressions of surprise when they spied Sybil and her mother were identical.
"As you can see, I am indeed a day early,"
Riverdale drawled, casting a glance in Sybil's direction before hastily averting his gaze, as if looking at her pained him.
"And I've brought some very important guests with me. Mammon and Verity, may I introduce you to Sybil, the new Duchess of Riverdale. Sybil, my mother, the Dowager Duchess of Riverdale, and my sister, Lady Verity. Accompanying us is the Marchioness of Eastlake, my wife's mother."
"Duchess!" His mother had gone pale, the surprise and curiosity on her countenance replaced by shock and disbelief. "Wife? You're married?"
"Married?" Lady Verity repeated, her mouth agape. "Yes," the Duke said tightly. "Married."
"You?"
Lady Verity emphasized, as if she required further confirmation. Sybil felt heat creeping slowly up her throat, drenching her cheeks. "Quite," her husband said, still not bothering to look in her direction again.
"But Riverdale,"
his mother protested, her bejeweled hands flitting about as if she didn't quite know what to do with them.
"How? Since when?"
"Since over 3 months ago," he admitted.
3 months? Riverdale, how could you?"
His mother staggered backward, looking pale.
"Someone fetch me my smelling salts at once. I feel faint." "Do be so kind as to fetch my mother her hartshorn, won't you, Linsdale?"
Riverdale's sister asked a grey-haired companion who was hovering at the periphery of their uncomfortable gathering. "Yes, of course," the woman said, hastening into motion as she dipped into a curtsy and fled from the room, presumably in search of the smelling salts.
"You sly fox," Lady Verity scolded the Duke, "keeping such secrets from us."
She moved towards Sybil, offering a welcoming smile, arms outstretched.
"I have always dearly longed for a sister. What a happy occasion to finally have one, even if I am only learning about you 3 months too late."
The latter was a pointed aside for Riverdale's benefit, Sybil realized, as his sister enveloped her in a perfumed embrace. "Better late than never," Riverdale said, his expression dour as his pale gaze at last flitted back to Sybil. She wasn't certain she agreed with that sentiment, but for now she was willing to hold her tongue and hope for the best, because that tiny speck of optimism was all she had left to cling to.
Chapter 9. "I wondered if I would find you here." Everett paused in the act of lifting the whiskey to his lips and winced. He wasn't surprised that Verity had stolen into the library after midnight to harangue him, but he had expected his sister's arrival at least a half-hour earlier. "You knew you would find me here," he corrected her, not bothering to stand politely as he ought. The lamps were out, and there was naught but a fire in the grate to cast some meagre light on the chamber. Verity knew Everett couldn't abide by the study that had belonged to their sire. Whenever he sought solace, he came to the library instead. Over the years, they had met many times in the library like this, always when the rest of the house was abed. As children, they had told each other stories, stealing away when their nurse was asleep, seeking solace in each other's company. Their father had been a harsh, disapproving, heartless bastard. Their mother had often been distracted by society, flitting from one event to the next when she wasn't preparing for her most recent lying in. They'd had a string of siblings who had died, some as babes, others born still and silent, and only the two of them were left. Here they were as adults, still in this bloody library, still lost. "I suppose that I suspected it," Verity said, settling into the chair opposite his. "Do you have some whiskey for me?" "Has anyone ever told you that ladies don't drink whiskey?" he asked wryly, but he was already pouring her a dram. The glass had been waiting. He couldn't face Sybil this night. Not yet. He was deadly tired, and also damnably confused about the whirl of emotion rushing through him. The ferocity of his feelings where she was concerned alarmed him. He'd thought he felt nothing but fury and desire. Clearly, he had been wrong. "Has anyone ever told you I'm anything but a lady?" Verity countered, accepting the whiskey he offered her. "If they had, I'd have punched the bastard squarely in the eye." "What if it was a woman?" his sister asked slyly. "Then I would settle the matter via other, less violent means." He took a sip of his whiskey, trying not to think about the grey-eyed woman waiting for him in the bedchamber adjoining his. The Duchess's suite had been hastily prepared for her. Thankfully, Maman had been keeping other quarters, and the entire affair had been discreetly taken care of by his housekeeper, the capable Mrs. Eustace. "You're married," Verity said softly, as if sensing the direction of his meandering thoughts. "Indeed," he said, trying to keep the bitterness from his voice. "And the Duchess has been at Riverdale Abbey all this time?" "She has." "Did you get her with child, Everett?" He spat out his whiskey, showering it into his lap, and coughed. "Sweet God, Verity, give a man some warning next time, won't you?" His sister was unmoved, lifting an imperious brow. "Well, did you?" An excellent question. Sybil could, at this moment, be carrying his babe. The notion made something inside him swell until the pressure in his throat made him swallow in an attempt to contain it, whatever the bloody hell it was. "Not that I'm aware of," he muttered. "Then why did you marry her in such haste, and why did you keep her a secret for so long?" He sighed, for he had known his always forthright sister would have questions. Questions he didn't relish answering. Verity was excellent at prying the truth from him, regardless of the circumstances and whether the subject was fit for a lady's ears. "I married her because," he began, only to have his words trail away, because they were confounding, terrifying, confusing. He'd married her out of duty, to satisfy their mother's endless questions about when he would find a wife, because he required an heir and a spare. Obligation. That was why he had married Sybil. But he had also chosen her specifically for the task, and that was the truth of it. As King had pointed out in his odd way, it could have been anyone he'd wed. And yet he'd married Sybil. Because she had been indescribably radiant. Because he had been held captive by her grey eyes. Because her laughter had been sweeter than any music he'd ever heard, and because when he'd looked at her lips, he hadn't been able to think of anything but kissing them. Because she had seemed so unspoiled by cynicism, so innocent and naive, so unlike Lydia. And then, in one awful moment, she had proven him spectacularly wrong.
Because?
Verity prompted him gently. Because I liked her, he admitted at last. I thought she was different.
Brother!
Verity stared at him as if he had transformed into some mythical beast before her eyes. What?
You fell in love.
No, I didn't, he snapped. Good God, he hadn't fallen in love with Sybil. There hadn't been enough time. Surely he would have known. He had been captivated by a woman before, when Lydia had nearly tricked him into a marriage that would have been a hellish nightmare at best. He knew what to expect. He would have felt something for Sybil, something different, something stronger. Fucking bloody hell. Verity chuckled.
Poor dear brother. You didn't realize it, did you?
He took a fortifying sip of whiskey. Even if that were the case, it's a moot point.
Why should it be moot?
Because she's in love with someone else, he forced out, still unable to keep the resentment from rising once more at the reminder. At the memories. Sybil in her beautiful gown, the loveliest bride he'd ever beheld. His, in another man's arms. It was as if he had cracked in two in that moment.
How perfectly dreadful.
Verity reached across the space between their chairs and patted his arm.
I'm so sorry, brother.
A bloody footman, to be specific, he added. If you can believe it.
Oh, dear.
The teasing had leached from Verity's tone and expression, pity in its place.
One of the servants at Riverdale Abbey?
No. He gulped down the remainder of his whiskey. A servant at Eastlake Hall. I saw them together.
Why did the two of you wed if you saw her with another?
Verity sounded as confused as ever it felt. Because I had already married her, he admitted grimly. It was just after our wedding breakfast. I can only presume she married me because there is no earthly way her bastard of a sire would have allowed her to marry a lowly footman. Sybil must have been terrified of what her father would have done to her had he discovered the scandalous nature of her relationship with the servant. He would have likely beaten her, or worse. Everett understood her better now, having learned the truth about Eastlake, and he couldn't quite stifle the sympathy he felt at her plight, even if he was still furious over the betrayal she had committed against him.
That is wretched,
Verity agreed, tearing him from his thoughts again.
After what happened with Lady Marnham, you must have been quite distressed.
Distressed didn't begin to describe what he had felt that day, what he felt still. It was stronger than the devastated betrayal that had filled him when he had caught the Earl of Letton in Lydia's bed. He had told himself that the difference had been because Lydia hadn't yet been his when he had realized her perfidy, even if she had been caught in a far more damning embrace. But now he was no longer so sure. I wasn't pleased. Everett poured another measure of whiskey into his empty glass, knowing he wouldn't find the answer for what ailed him at the bottom of a bottle, and yet miserable enough to try despite all logic and reason. Now you understand my reason for keeping Sybil at Riverdale Abbey and for failing to inform everyone of our nuptials.
I'm still rather miffed with you for keeping your wedding a secret from Maman and me.
His sister passed him her own empty glass.
Another, if you please.
Are you certain that would be wise? He asked mildly, already pouring.
Every bit as wise as the whiskey in your own glass.
Touché, dear sister. He offered her the tumbler. I didn't want for it to turn into a great lot of unnecessary nonsense. Maman's maudlin sentiments are too great a burden for me to bear.
You are fortunate indeed that you didn't include me in that, for I am not maudlin in the slightest. I'd have boxed your ears.
Everett chuckled. I'd have liked to see you try. She raised her glass at him in a scolding gesture.
I would have liked to have been there, maudlin sentiments or not.
You were here in London. I thought it best not to disturb you from your efforts with the orphanage. That much was also true. Verity was devoted to a foundling hospital that she sponsored. After her beau, Lord Leopold Douglas, had died before they'd been able to wed, she had thrown herself into charitable causes. Along with perfecting the art of generally not giving a damn of what polite society thought of her.
"You know that I always have time for you," Verity said softly. "You are my brother."
"I should have sent word," he admitted.
"Next time you get married in haste, see that you do."
He grimaced. "I'll not be getting married again, thank Christ. Once was almost enough to bloody well kill me. Forgive my vulgar tongue."
"Of course. You know that you needn't fret over my tender sensibilities. I have none."
Verity took a sip of her whiskey, studying him curiously.
"Why did you bring her here to London now? What changed?"
With a sigh, Everett began a cursory explanation of what had occurred, from Sybil's unexpected appearance at the house party in Wingfield Hall to her confession about her father. He left out the intimate details of his dealings with Sybil. He wasn't entirely proud of his behaviour, particularly now that he knew about Eastlake. Not that it excused his wife's betrayal on their wedding day. Nothing could absolve her of that sin.
"Oh my," Verity said quietly when he had finished. "That is indeed a complex change of circumstance. You did right in bringing Lady Eastlake here."
"I know. She is safe from him now, where she belongs."
"As is your wife."
His wife. It still felt strange to think of Sybil thus. He'd done everything in his power over the last 3 months to banish thoughts of her from his mind, to forget how badly he wanted her. And he had failed abysmally. The moment she had been within his reach, he'd proven just how impossible it was to resist her. He wanted her more with every passing day, the feelings he struggled to deny insurmountable. He was hopeless when it came to Sybil. "I'm not certain she belongs here," he said stiffly. "But she is my Duchess, and I am charged with her protection."
"You don't intend to leave London and return to your bawdy house party, do you?" Verity asked, suspicion colouring her tone. He would admit that he had selfishly considered it, for no reason other than he still wasn't prepared to face the way Sybil made him feel. "The house party is coming to an end tomorrow anyway," he said, "and you needn't fear I will hide from my obligations." "You're a good man, Everett. If your wife has any common sense at all, she will realize what she has in you."
"I'm afraid I haven't been particularly kind to her since our wedding day," he admitted, thinking of how he had abandoned her and left her at Riverdale Abbey for 3 months. When she had arrived at Wingfield Hall, he'd been positively beastly.
"Then you shall have ample opportunity to change that now."
Verity finished her whiskey and rose from her seat.
"The hour grows late, and I really should be abed by now, as should you, brother. It isn't healthy for a man of your advanced years to get so little sleep."
There was a sparkle in her pale eyes, so like his. "A man of my advanced years, indeed," he drawled wryly, for he was only 32 to her 28, but she forever reminded him of the 4-year age difference separating them. "You're fortunate I love you as I do, or I'd sneak a frog into your bedroom tonight just like I used to do when we were children."
"Ha!"
she laughed, setting her empty tumbler on the table at his side.
"Then I would have no choice but to retaliate by pouring treacle in your hair whilst you sleep."
The minx had done so once when they were younger, and his hair had been sticky for weeks. "I've never seen Mother so furious at you," he recalled, grinning. They had run wild as children, but he was damned grateful for her.
"It wasn't one of my finer ideas, I admit."
Verity gave his arm another sisterly pat.
"Now do go to bed, brother. You looked weary when you arrived, and you're beginning to resemble a stray mongrel."
"So I shall, after I finish this whiskey."
"See that you do,"
Verity said sternly, before taking her leave in a swish of mournful black skirts. Once more, Everett was alone. The night, and the visit he needed to pay to Sybil, loomed before him as he watched the fire dying in the grate, the embers glowing furiously in their desperate attempt to spark flame. One by one they failed, until the library was ensconced in almost complete darkness by the time he departed, so much weighing on his mind. All he knew was that he couldn't allow her past his defences a second time. Their marriage was one of convenience. He would take his pleasure, get her with child, and then he would damned well carry on with his life. He had to harden his heart and protect himself at all costs.
The hour was ridiculously late, and for the third time in as many months, Sybil was once again beneath a new roof in an unfamiliar bedchamber. She had seen her mother settled in a pleasant room, with cheerful damask and landscape pictures dotting the walls. Mother had been understandably weary after all her journeys, and had retired early, which had left Sybil alone to pace the confines of her new chamber, awaiting the pleasures of her husband. Supposing, that was, that Everett would deign to visit her this evening. He'd given her no indication either way when they had parted, following a somewhat stilted dinner. She was prepared for him. As prepared as she could be, she thought, as she swept her hands over her dressing gown and paced the floor to the warmth of the fire in the hearth. Her cold feet appreciated the heat. Travelling in the damp and rains from Wingfield Hall had left her in a chilled state that she couldn't seem to shake. Her bath had been restorative, but the moment she had emerged, she had been cold again. A tapping at the door adjoining her chamber to Everett's disrupted her solitude and made her stomach tighten in anticipation. "Enter," she called. The portal opened, and her husband strolled through. She caught her breath at the sight of him. They had been in close confines in the carriage, and she had sat at his elbow at dinner, and yet there was something distinctly different about watching him prowl toward her in the night, his feet bare, a maroon dressing gown belted loosely, a slice of his strong chest and all his throat on display, unobscured by proper layers and a necktie. Moreover, there was a bed not far from her, a bed he had likely come to make use of. "Good evening," she greeted him softly, uncertainly. She didn't know where they stood. It seemed as if so much had changed in the course of the day, and yet he was still the same cold-eyed stranger who withheld the smiles and easy charm of the handsome duke who had courted her. "You are well settled?" he asked. She plucked at her dressing gown. "Yes." He stopped before her. "Everything is to your liking." The scent of him hit her, familiar and alluring, musk and amber with a hint of pine. His jaw was freshly shaven, she noted, the ends of his mahogany hair damp. He must have bathed as well. She swallowed against a rogue rush of yearning. "It is fine." He raised a brow. "You don't like it?" "It doesn't feel as if it is mine," she admitted, thinking it odd indeed that they should be having such an ordinary, if not mundane, conversation at this hour of the night. "Make it yours," he invited, his cool gaze sweeping over her face and lingering on her hair, which she had allowed her lady's maid to keep unbound after her bath. Not for him, she'd told herself, but she wasn't so sure of that now. "Perhaps a change in wool coverings," she ventured, "or some new pictures." "Change it however you wish." Now that he was near to her, she detected a hint of spirits on his breath. Was that the reason for his delay? Had he lingered for so many hours because he held her in such disregard? Perhaps bedding her was a chore. "Thank you," she said. "You are most generous." "No, I'm not." She frowned up at him. "I'm selfish." He reached for her, cupping her face, the pad of his thumb skimming tentatively over her jaw. "And you are beautiful. Far too beautiful." These were words she had hungered for, along with his admiration. Heavens, his attention, his presence. It was all she had dreamed of over the first few terrible weeks after their wedding. But instead, he had left her alone. She didn't know what to make of them now, how to feel. "I'm hardly that," she said, knowing she shouldn't like the sweep of his touch nearly so much, unable to keep the desire from sparking to life. "You know you are," he countered, his caress trailing lower, along her throat where her pulse pounded hard and fast. She didn't know it. What she did know was that she was not beautiful in the traditional sense, but she'd had the interest of gentlemen. She simply hadn't wanted it until Everett. Her nipples tightened into hard buds against the bodice of her night rail. It was too much. He was too much. She wasn't prepared to lower her portcullis for him after his shabby treatment of her on their wedding day. And yet, the way he had come to her defense and to her mother's rescue had changed everything. "Shall I disrobe?" she asked quickly, seeking to snuff the burgeoning flame of longing that had already been lit deep within her. "No." With slow deliberation, he glided his hand from her neck to her nape. Long fingers cupped the base of her skull, kneading the tension from her scalp, making her head fall back into his ministrations before she could think twice. "Let me do it." She was about to protest, but his mouth settled over hers, stealing her ability to speak and erasing any words she may have said with the persuasion of his lips and tongue. Her hands flitted to his shoulders, fingertips delving into the muscled cords for purchase. He tasted like whiskey and dark desire, like passion and anger and mystery and everything she shouldn't want but somehow did. Sybil opened for him on a moan, sucking on his tongue as he kissed her deeply, tenderly, kissed her in a way he hadn't yet, not before their marriage and most certainly not since. Heat built low in her belly and licked outward, taking her over. She became aware of his tall, lean form pressing into hers, of his length springing hard and demanding and thick against her, of his warm strength. Everything shifted and changed. This was what she had promised him, yes, but it was also somehow different. There was no obligation in the way he kissed her. There was only the reckless need of a man who was helplessly drawn to her, and she kissed him in the same fashion, a woman who didn't want to desire the husband who had abandoned her, and yet who seemed incapable of resisting. He broke the kiss and raised his head, glancing down at her, his pale eyes fiery in their intensity, his mouth darkened and red. "Will you allow me?" His hoarse question took her by surprise. He had simply claimed her before, had taken what he wanted as if she were a debt owed him, and she had given herself because she had been unable to resist him, because she still had feelings for him, even though she knew all too well that she should not. Because part of her still longed for this man, the man she had once believed could love her, the man she had allowed herself to love, before everything had changed. "Yes," she said, telling herself her acquiescence was because of her bargain with him, and not because she was softening toward the husband who had abandoned her. He kissed her again, his fingers settling on the buttons of her dressing gown. She felt them come undone as she opened for him again, her eyes falling closed. Sybil surrendered herself to sensation, to the night. There was nothing but the skilled movement of his lips, the hot glide of his tongue as he licked into the recesses of her mouth. She tasted whiskey and sin and Everett, her husband, the man she shouldn't want and couldn't keep herself from desiring, the man who was a mystery she couldn't seem to understand. Her dressing gown slid to the floor, and then she was only in her night rail. Although they had done this once before, the dance between them was still unfamiliar and unnerving. His caresses glided over her, moulding her to him, her waist, her bottom. His big hands grasped her there, gently holding her. Their bodies were flush, the only barrier separating them a thin veneer of civility. His jacquard silk and her modest lawn. She felt him through the thin cloth, his form hard and strong, where hers was pliant and soft. Felt any resistance to him yielding, a heaviness settling between her thighs, accompanied by an ache that increased with the pressure of his mouth on hers. How easy it was to forget the hurt when she was in his arms. Perhaps that was the allure of the rake. He knew her body better than she did, could make her yearn and burn for him, even as her heart lay in ash from the destruction he had wreaked upon it. His mouth left hers to trail a tantalizing path of kisses down her neck, lingering on a particularly sensitive place, before he murmured against her skin, "This half-heart haunts me in my sleep." She didn't know what he meant for a moment. Her brain was muddled by his nearness and his scent, her heart thumping fast, mind unable to concentrate on anything other than pleasure. His fingers found the small row of buttons at the base of her throat, freeing them from their moorings and delivering more of her bare skin to his lips for sensual torment. He feathered kisses over her as if she were a marvel to be worshipped, and she rubbed her cheek along the silkiness of his dark hair, revelling in the softness, the connection. His hand moved from her bottom, travelling along her side and up, over her ribcage to cup her breast. The slow stroke of his thumb over her nipple set forth a ripple of pleasure. Slowly, he savoured her, teased her, as if it were not desperately late, as if they were not at daggers drawn. She was moved to react in kind, kissing his sharply angled cheekbone, his temple, breathing him in, holding him to her, believing, however foolishly, that there was something more tender between them than base desire. Sybil ran her hands down his chest, exploring him, finding the knot of his belt and untying it so that his robe hung open, his bare chest radiating warmth. Her eager fingers moved over the expanse she had revealed, marvelling in the musculature, the crisp smattering of hairs over skin that was otherwise as smooth as hers. Her heart seemed to trip over itself as he raised his head, his expression inscrutable, so handsome and yet aloof. He was present with her, and yet she couldn't shake the impression he held a part of himself away, that he had erected a wall between them that was impenetrable. She felt a pang deep within at the realization that this would have been easier if she didn't still love him. But she did. He said nothing as he caught fistfuls of her nightgown in his capable hands and lifted with slow deliberation. The hem whispered over her calves, then past her knees and higher, revealing her to him in incremental stages. She had to lift her arms to aid him in disrobing her, breaking the contact they had for a moment. But then he was there, shucking off his own dressing gown, cupping her cheek and ravishing her mouth with deep, passionate kisses that were their own revelations, moving them both toward the waiting bed. She kissed him and lost all sense of herself, lost her desire to resist, to control the moment, her reaction to him, simply lost. She was cast adrift, nothing but sensation, raw and aching, driven by mad desire to reach the same dizzying pinnacle she had 2 nights before, wanting what this man could give her, if not the love she had once longed for, if not his heart, then this. The room was a blur of colour and low light and soft, seductive sounds. The play of his mouth on hers, the crackle of the fire, their footsteps on the Axminster. Then the dip and creak of the bed as they settled on the mattress together, his lips never leaving hers. He guided her to her back, his large body settling over hers. She clung to his shoulders, revelling in the ripple of corded muscle beneath her fingertips. Everett broke the kiss and lifted his head, his cool eyes impossibly hot and storm-tossed as he raked her with a look, lips to breasts, lingering on the puckered pink points of her nipples, so needy and rude. Like the rest of her, they could not be controlled. They ached for his lips. Slowly, he reached for her as he leveraged himself on his left forearm, weighing the underside of her breast as if he were handling the rarest, most precious jewel, as if her body was meant to be revered. She held her breath and waited for his touch, her back arching of its own accord, her naked body his to pleasure. "Tell me what you want," he demanded, his voice low and almost rough, like gravel wrapped in velvet. She was astounded. How could she possibly convey in words what she desired when she scarcely even understood herself? New warmth coloured her cheeks as she released her breath, nails digging gently into his supple skin. "I don't know," she told him. Because this was new, the two of them together, coupling, his frank sensuality, a naked body atop hers, her husband of 3 months, finally in her bed. It was as if he wanted more from her than she knew how to cede. "Yes, you do," he countered, stroking her breast, that gaze of his unwavering. "Tell me, Sybil." He was right, she realised. She did know. She wanted his mouth on her as he'd done before, wanted him to close his lips over her nipple and suck. But she couldn't say it. She didn't dare. Did she? Her eyes fluttered closed. That made it easier. Perhaps, if she didn't have to meet his gaze, she could be brave. But Everett was having none of it. He released her breast and took her chin in a firm hold. "Look at me, wife." Still she hesitated, lost in sensation, her body so keenly attuned to his, already primed and ready. "Open your eyes." Something wet and hot glided over her nipple, and pleasure jolted through Sybil, forcing her eyes open. His light blue gaze was on her, commanding her attention. A lock of dark hair fell rakishly over his brow, his beautiful countenance set in stern lines of desire, and something else, something she couldn't define. His lips were tantalizingly near to her nipple, which now ached for more of his attention. "Tell me." He blew on her bare skin lightly, the tease of the hot air proving her undoing. "Your mouth," she confessed at last. "I want your mouth on me." He rewarded her by giving her exactly what she wanted, taking the peak of her breast in his mouth and suckling hard. The air left her lungs, her body bowing from the bed, a sound tearing from her lips. Her fingers left his shoulder to sift through his hair as she held him to her. She felt the pull of that hot suction between her legs, as if that were the spot where he had placed his lips. She writhed restlessly against him, seeking, needing. He moved to her other breast, latching on and taking a long pull, making a low sound of satisfaction that vibrated through her. A cry fell from her lips, and she clutched at his hair, the silken strands a new luxury for her to explore. And when she thought she could bear the tender torment no longer, he left her breast to kiss his way down her body, over her ribs, along the curve of her stomach, to her hip. He was alarmingly near to her, there. It was shocking, confusing, thrilling. What did he intend to do? Surely not. Use his mouth on her. Desire swirled at the forbidden thought, and she was bemused to discover she wanted him to, wanted those beautiful lips on her. His hands were on her thighs, caressing, demanding. My name. She didn't understand, too overwhelmed by an acute mixture of need and embarrassment over her wanton response. What do you... Her words trailed away when he gently pressed her thighs open, exposing her most intimate flesh to his searing gaze. His expression was rapt as he stared at her. She knew that she was wet for him. Could he tell how much she yearned for him by looking alone? What must he think of her? I want you to remember who it is that makes you come, he murmured, drawing slow, tantalizing circles on her sensitive skin, while widening her legs farther. I want to hear my name on your lips when it happens. When the pleasure is tearing you apart, I want you to know I'm the man responsible. There was meaning in his voice, in his words, an almost hard edge that belied the way he looked at her, as if she were a goddess to be worshipped. Sybil didn't respond. She couldn't even if she'd wanted to, because in the next instant his head lowered and she felt the slick glide of his tongue on her. And sweet God, the pleasure of it, so intense, so unlike anything she'd felt before or could have imagined. He lapped at her as if she were delicious, groaning in what could only be deemed appreciation. It was as if he sought to consume her, his tongue licking, swirling, travelling up and down her seam, and then somehow, impossibly, inside her. His name spilled from her, a prayer, a shocked note of praise. He was going to kill her with this. She was going to explode into thousands of tiny glittering shards like the stars in the night sky. And when she thought she could bear no more, he guided her legs over his shoulders and feasted upon her with even greater abandon. When he found her tender bud and suckled her there as he had her breasts, it was too much. Pleasure washed over her, sudden and sharper than a blade. Her entire body tightened as a rush of bliss hit her, so powerful that she was helpless to do anything but surrender. "Everett!" she gasped out, hips rocking against his face as she rode out the sheer glory of what had just happened. But he didn't stop the suction, even when the furious force of her crisis had lifted. Instead, he suckled harder, trapping her there, his to pleasure without mercy, as he sank a finger deep into her channel. The invasion, coupled with his mouth, was glorious. She trembled beneath him, her sheath tightening around that questing finger that seemed to know just how deeply to stroke her. With a desperate sound, she twisted against him, her body already on the precipice of coming undone yet again. Another finger sank inside, widening her, thrusting in and out, the sound of her wetness positively indecent. And yet it only served to make her wetter still. She was panting, restless, reaching for more. He released her bud and mercilessly lashed it with his tongue as he worked his long fingers into her body. She was going to come again. It was too soon, too much. Every part of her was acutely sensitized. But she couldn't stop it. He had built the fire within her, and she was helpless to do anything but twine her fingers through his hair as he ate her with wild abandon. This time she came with a strangled scream that froze in her lungs as the pleasure fractured something within her. She shuddered and quaked, the intensity even stronger than the first release he had given her. She felt a great rush of moisture seeping from her as those wicked fingers plumbed deep. Sybil was still flying on a cloud when he switched positions, lowering her legs from his shoulders and rising over her on the bed. The fingers that had been within her now wrapped around his big cock, which was ruddy and ready, a pearl of moisture seeping from the tip. He was beautiful in his nudity, so broad and powerful, so perfectly masculine. His lips and chin glistened with her, his lips dark red from his efforts, and heaven help her, she liked to see herself on him, liked to see his sang-froid set aflame, to watch him raw and unfettered, his eyes glinting with feral possession. "You're mine," he said, his voice a low, silken growl, as he notched the tip of his cock to her entrance. "Say it." The pressure drove her mad. Her flesh was throbbing with every rapid beat of her heart, and she longed for nothing more than for him to sink inside her. But he wasn't moving, not until she gave him what he wanted. "I'm yours," she told him, hips swiveling, seeking. With a sound that was part snarl, part moan, he thrust forward, entering her in one stroke. It was hasty and unexpected, but she experienced no discomfort as she had the first time. Her body was slick and ready for him. She clenched on him, wanting to keep him there, feeling so full of him that she nearly came again. That was how wondrous he felt, thick and hard and demanding inside her. He lowered himself over her until their bodies were pressed, hip to hip and chest to chest, her nipples rubbing against the wiry hair of his chest. Everett sealed his lips over hers, and he kissed her. She needed no spurring to open for his questing tongue, tasting herself on his lips. She moaned as he began to move again, sliding almost completely from her and then sinking deep until their hip bones met yet again. He hooked her legs around him, kissing her as he made love to her with long, hard strokes that made her swollen bud braid against him and sent a new wave of pleasure breaking over her. She moved with him, holding him to her, following him thrust for thrust, her tongue gliding against his, swallowing his growls and groans, contracting around him as the bliss once more became uncontrollable and unconfinable. As she convulsed around him, he suddenly stiffened, sinking into her again in one harsh motion, the hot jet of his seed pulsing inside her.
Chapter 10.
"Riverdale, you simply must host a ball."
Everett stared in horror at his mother from across the dining-room table, thinking that this was the precise reason he hadn't invited her to his nuptials in the first place. She couldn't help herself. She simply had to intervene and could never resist the lure of societal claptrap. Maman possessed an insatiable appetite for pageantry and playing hostess, for planning every detail from the buckles on a footman's shoes to every bloom used in a bouquet to the ingredients in pheasant soup. He had just scarcely forced himself to accept the notion that he had a wife and to perform his husbandly duty to produce an heir. The last thing he wanted to do was to host a bloody ball. Everett returned his attention to the plate before him and gave the Bayonne ham awaiting his delectation a vicious saw with his knife. "I must do nothing of the sort, madam."
"Oh, but of course you simply must,"
Maman went on, either unable to read the censure in his voice or unwilling to do so. Perhaps a bit of both.
"Now that you have a duchess," Maman continued with oblivious cheer, "it is only right that you introduce her as your wife in grand fashion, as befitting her new role."
Everett suppressed a sigh. If he'd had an ordinary marriage, one in which his wife had not proclaimed her love for another man on their wedding day, then he might have agreed. But this was no conventional union he shared with Sybil. And even so, the last ball he had suffered through hosting had been years before, in honor of Verity's coming out. There had been precious little need for frivolous merriment since that day, and he hadn't missed a moment of Maman flitting about for weeks, fretting over food selections and musicians and a damned guest list mostly filled with people he wouldn't piss on if they were ablaze. "Maman," he said, with as much patience as he could muster, The Duchess and Lady Eastlake have only just arrived in London. It's far too soon to arrange a grand affair.
Well, of course, they have only just settled in, but one cannot merely snap one's fingers and make a ball happen within a day's time, his mother countered, not swayed by his logic. A revelry of this size and import shall take at least a month's time to organise. Lady Eastlake and the Duchess will have weeks to settle in whilst we go about the preparations.
He glanced toward his wife to find her grey eyes watching. They had parted the night before after exchanging a few polite words, and he had spent the rest of the night alone in his bed, plagued by a cock-stand that wouldn't be ameliorated by any amount of frigging himself that he could manage, and he had managed rather a lot of it. He had scarcely slept a goddamn wink. The woman was like a poison in his blood. The more he had of her, the more he wanted her. The more he wanted her, the more he resented her for her treachery. And now, in his weary, frustrated state, his mother was insisting upon a ball of all things. "Perhaps we ought to inquire with my wife and Lady Eastlake," he suggested to his mother, hoping that Sybil would see the wisdom in avoiding a ball altogether. Her life at Eastlake Hall had been quiet. Although she had made her presentation at court, she had spent much of her time in the country at her father's estate under his tyrannical rule. Surely she would have no wish to be the hostess at whatever manner of monstrosity his mother chose to conjure. Sybil turned to her mother, who was seated in her invalid chair and had scarcely touched her breakfast. "I wouldn't wish to undertake any endeavour that would prove too much for your delicate constitution. What do you think?" Blast. That was decidedly not the route he had hoped she would take. "A ball would be lovely," Lady Eastlake said. From across the table, Verity chortled. Everett flicked a glance toward his sister, thinking she was having far too much enjoyment at his expense. She knew he disliked balls as much as he loathed Maman's planning. "I would dearly love one as well," Verity said with exaggerated cheer. They both knew she couldn't abide balls. She found the merriment overwhelming and preferred time alone with her nose in a book or her charitable deeds with the orphanage to the crush of a fashionable rout any day.
"It's settled,"
Maman proclaimed, victorious in her short-lived campaign. Everyone had turned against him, it would seem. He had been neatly trounced by 4 women. It didn't escape his notice that his household ratio rendered him decidedly outnumbered.
"We must start planning at once,"
his mother added, all but gleefully rubbing her hands together at the prospect of holding the first ball in their townhouse in 10 years' time.
"I'm afraid I have promised the Children's Foundling Hospital that I shall devote the entire day to them."
Verity instantly extricated herself from obligation with a serene smile. The minx.
"Surely they will understand the necessity for your presence here."
Maman frowned, some of the air fleeing her sails.
"It is not every day that we have the opportunity to present the new Duchess of Riverdale to polite society, you know."
"But, Maman, you have the Duchess and Lady Eastlake to assist you,"
Verity objected slyly.
"With such capable expertise, I cannot fathom that you would also require me. You know I'm dreadful at such matters."
"Oh, no," Everett interjected, deciding to have his revenge upon his sister. "They cannot possibly organize a ball without you, sister. You must offer your aid. I insist." Her eyes narrowed on him, and he knew she was actively plotting a means of exacting her own retribution.
"I didn't know you felt so strongly about my assistant's darling brother."
He smiled brightly. "I do, dearest." His ham was growing cold by the time he lifted the final bite to his lips, but he didn't care. If he was going to be forced into hosting a bloody ball, then Verity was damned well going to help, and she was going to be present as well. He would need her for solidarity. Christ knew if any of his chums would be in attendance. The wicked Duke's society was growing more scattered by the moment, their determination to remain steadfast bachelors diminishing like the last few hours of sunlight on a winter's day. Brandon and Camden were already happily wed. Whitby was smitten. Their numbers had sadly diminished.
"Then, if that is what you would like, I will be more than happy to help plan a ball befitting the Duchess's introduction," Verity told him. "It will have to be suitably extravagant, of course."
No doubt he would pay for this miserable ball with the draining of his coffers, but then perhaps having a cause to occupy Sybil would prove a boon. The less time he spent in her company, the better. She was a temptation in which he couldn't afford to indulge, a weakness he would not allow to lay him low yet again. Besides, then he could attend his club or do whatever he wished without Maman taking him to task for his absences. Naturally, it would have to be, Everett agreed with his sister, before turning to Sybil. "I leave you in capable hands to plan the fete, madam." Bidding farewell to the rest of the table, he hastily made his escape, thoughts of Sybil haunting him with every step he took. But he remained determined not to succumb to his weakness where she was concerned. His feelings for her would remain buried where they belonged.
One fact had become dismally apparent to Sybil, and it was that, beyond the bedchamber, her husband still wanted nothing to do with her. That had never been more painfully obvious than when he had all but fled from the breakfast table earlier that morning, entrusting her to his mother and sister for the planning of a ball that had not been her idea. If she had believed that the intensity of the passion they had shared the night before had altered anything between them, she had been decidedly wrong. He had made haste with his escape at breakfast and hadn't returned for luncheon. After spending hours ensconced with the Dowager, her mother, and Lady Verity formulating a guest list, she had at last made a flight of her own in the presence of her new sister-in-law. "It is good of you to agree to accompany me to the Children's Foundling Hospital," Lady Verity said, with a sympathetic smile, as their carriage rumbled over rutted London roads to the orphanage that Everett's sister sponsored. Lady Verity was once again dressed in black, the locket she always wore peeping from beneath her wrap. Sybil found it curious. Verity seemed to be perpetually dressed in mourning. However, neither the Dowager nor Everett was, and to her knowledge, there had been no recent deaths in the family. "It's hardly a chore," she demurred. "I adore children, and always have done, and the opportunity to get to know you better was impossible to resist." Sybil carefully refrained from mentioning Everett. She didn't want to dwell on the state of their marriage. Her hope at his rescue of their mother from Eastlake Hall had waned. She was nothing more than an unwanted obligation to him, a woman with whom he might slake his manly needs. She could have been anyone to him. The thought was a bitter one, and not without an accompanying pang of resentment. "The children will be most pleased to have a new face," Lady Verity was saying, dragging Sybil's thoughts from her husband. "I fear I am quite old news. Do you sing?" Sybil winced. "When I have occasion, though I cannot claim much talent in that regard, I fear. It was never one of the feminine arts that I excelled at." "You need not worry," her sister-in-law grinned. "The children cannot discern the difference between lovely singing and hoarse warbling. I'm dreadful at singing myself." Sybil chuckled, charmed by Everett's sister's easy nature. It rather reminded her of the glimpses of the man he had shown her during their courtship, swift to smile, to tease, with a kindness and warmth that were not always easy to find amongst people of their set. "Well, in that case, I reckon I am in excellent company," she said. They travelled on in silence until Lady Verity spoke again. "How did you meet my brother, if I may ask?" Sybil was surprised at the question, but then she recalled that her husband had kept her a secret from his family. They hadn't even known of her existence until the day before. She thought wistfully to the day that their paths had crossed. He had been wonderfully handsome in his riding attire, and he had ridden to her rescue, taking her back to his stables and from there on to Eastlake Hall. She'd heard of his reputation, of course, but his smile had stolen her breath, and she had known, by the time they had arrived back at her father's estate, that she was falling hopelessly beneath the rakish Duke's spell. "I was riding, and my horse went lame," she explained to the waiting Lady Verity now, trying to banish the girlish infatuation that had so foolishly begun that day. "I hadn't realised how far I had ridden from the manor house at Eastlake Hall. Your brother came to my rescue." "That was kind of him," Lady Verity said, her brow furrowing. "You say that as if you are surprised," she observed, still more curious about her husband than she knew was wise. "Not at all. But I will admit that I didn't think my brother was the sort to rescue fair maidens in distress." Sybil smiled wistfully. "Hardly a fair maiden. You mustn't be so modest," Lady Verity said gently. "You are quite beautiful. It all sounds wonderfully romantic." "It certainly seemed so to me," she allowed, not bothering to elaborate. She didn't know what Everett had confided in his sister about the state of their marriage, if anything. Lady Verity was studying her intently, with the same unique light blue gaze that her brother possessed. Sybil found it rather disconcerting. She wondered what the other woman was thinking, what she saw when she looked at Sybil. The carriage lurched to a halt before Sybil could further ponder or ask. "We have arrived at the Children's Foundling Hospital," Lady Verity announced. "We had best not tarry. When the children see my carriage arrive, they grow very excited, much to the dismay of the headmistress." The door to the carriage opened, and the two of them alighted, making their way to the large edifice that housed the orphanage. They were greeted by a line of young boys and girls who stood stoically, barely controlling their enthusiasm for Lady Verity, who introduced Sybil as if she were a deity descended from the heavens. "Are you a real duchess?" asked one of the girls, who was about 6 years of age, awe in her voice, her eyes wide on Sybil. She felt rather like an impostor with the child's gaze on her. A slightly taller blonde girl with ringlets elbowed her in the side. "Hush, Emma. Of course she's a real duchess. Ain't any such thing as fake duchesses." "Yes, there is," countered Emma, hands on her hips, as she pinned the girl at her side with a glare. "There's them moles what pretend to be duchesses. Was a Duchess of St. Giles what lived near us, and she'd always had gents coming to see her, she did." Oh dear. Sybil feared she knew what manner of duchess the young girl was speaking of. "Them are ladybirds," the older girl hissed in the younger's ear, though it was loud enough to carry to Sybil. "Emma, you mustn't speak of such things in front of the fancy ladies what come here." "Just wanted to know what kind of duchess she was," Emma grumbled. The exchange between the two young girls wasn't overheard by the headmistress. No doubt it would have been frowned upon, but Sybil was neither shocked nor offended by the child's frank discussion. She could only imagine what manner of hardships the girl had endured before she had landed at the orphanage, at the mercy of others, without mother or father. "I'm a real one," she confided in Emma softly, "though quite newly. I've only been married for 3 months. Before that, I was plain Lady Sybil." Emma grinned up at her. "I don't believe there was nothing plain about you, Duchess." "I can assure you there was." She winked. "Why, there still is, in fact. Do you know that my hair is straight as a stick?" "No." The girl looked up at her with wide eyes. "And it's the colour of mud, too," she added. "Not at all beautiful like yours, which is such a lovely shade of golden red." Emma patted her ringlets. "Thank you, Duchess." "Miss Emma and Miss Abigail, do finish making your curtsies to Her Grace and Lady Verity," the headmistress instructed. "There are other girls waiting their turn." "That was quite kind of you," Lady Verity murmured in an aside, as the din of moving children drowned out her voice. She rather felt as if she had passed some manner of test in her sister-in-law's eyes. "I was a girl once myself," she said simply. And although she had been born to an aristocratic family, that had been far wealthier than Emma's clearly had been, Sybil's childhood had not been a happy one. She had learned to fear her father's rages, particularly when he was tippling in his study. The girls moved dutifully along in the procession, and Sybil was careful to smile at each child who curtsied and bowed. Some of them looked down and didn't hold her gaze. Others smiled shyly or spoke so quietly she couldn't make out their words. Each one of them clearly held Lady Verity in unabashed awe. And Sybil could see why. Her sister-in-law possessed an innate ease with the children. It was equally apparent she cared very much for the orphans in the Children's Foundling Hospital's care. Sybil was gratified to see that they all appeared healthy, clean, and well-fed. Not all children in orphanages were as fortunate. When the formal introductions came to an end, Lady Verity invited the children to sing with her in the music room. The headmistress watched on as dozens of her charges moved to the room where a lone piano awaited them, clearly trying their utmost to obey the rules and move with polite care. Sybil moved as one with the sea of children, settling in a chair by the piano, as Verity sat on the worn bench, fingers poised to play. A few small excited voices chirped above the silence, like birds excited at the prospect of spring after a long, hard winter. "Children," Lady Verity said in a firm voice, "you know the piano does not play until we have complete silence. You must be very quiet for her to offer us a song." A hushed silence fell over the ragtag group of orphans, each one of them, from the oldest, who looked to be about 15, to the youngest, who looked about 2 years of age. Teasingly, Lady Verity toyed with the keys, bringing forth a hint of sound. "You must all of you hold your tongues," she cautioned. "She just whispered to me that she will soon play if you are on your very best behaviour." The younger children's eyes were wide as they took in the piano, clearly believing that the musical instrument possessed a mind of its own. Sybil chuckled, as amused by Lady Verity's antics as the children were. Thus satisfied that her audience was eagerly awaiting their musical performance, Lady Verity began to play a rousing song, to which, it quickly became apparent, she was inventing the words as she went along. She called out children by name and created rhyming, nonsensical lyrics, singing all manner of silly things until the children were laughing, momentarily distracted from their plights. Sybil found herself chuckling along with them, equally distracted from what awaited her when she returned to Everett's townhouse that evening.
Chapter 11.
"Do you think we should include Lord and Lady Weatherby as guests, Riverdale?"
Maman asked from over her filet de saumon à la Mornay. Everett summoned a vague recollection of a portly lord and his silver-haired wife, trying to recall any recent interactions he'd had with them, and failing. "If it pleases you to do so."
"Lady Weatherby and I came out at the same time," Maman said, sighing. "How can it have been so long ago now? I feel as if I have blinked and 40 years have passed me by." "I can well understand the sentiment," Lady Eastlake commented. "Time seems to travel with far too much haste."
The Marchioness's colour was improved today, Everett thought, as he considered Sybil's mother across the table. Yesterday she had been pale and wan and weary, no doubt from the travel, but perhaps also from what she had endured, the likes of which Sybil had only hinted at.
"If only to return to those days for even a moment," his mother said with a wistful smile. "So much possibility ahead of us. No arthritis to hinder our every step," the Marchioness added.
He hoped Lady Eastlake was able to find a respite here in London, both from her bastard of a husband and from her ailment. Regardless of what Sybil had done, he harboured no ill will against her mother, who had always seemed a lovely woman, caring and considerate, with a kindly disposition. Certainly she had deserved far better than a callous, vicious arsehole like Eastlake for a husband. And Sybil had likewise deserved a far better father, a true man who would never have raised his hand against her. Rage boiled up inside him at the reminder, making Everett reach for his wine. He would dearly like nothing more than to beat the Marquis of Eastlake to a bloody pulp for what he'd done. But then he reckoned that would make him no better.
"But, of course, there is much to be celebrated at this age,"
his mother continued, beaming at first Everett and then Verity.
"One's children are the true joy of life."
"The greatest gift," Lady Eastlake echoed, sparing a warm glance for Sybil, who looked back at her mother with a fond smile. For a stupid moment, Everett found himself wondering what it would be like to be the recipient of such warmth from his wife. But then he forced himself to remember that her lover knew. She had bestowed the fullness of her love and favour upon the bloody footman, whilst withholding it from the man she had married. He wondered again why she had wed him. Had it been to escape her father's iron-fisted tyrannical rule? Had she cared for Everett at all? He told himself it didn't matter. And yet he couldn't help but to question, even as he hated himself for his perennial weakness where Sybil was concerned.
"What of the Earl and Countess of Auray?"
Maman asked next, her mind obviously lingering on her beloved duty of planning for the social whirl. Damn it, he'd thought to avoid his entanglement in this infernal ball of hers altogether.
"Lord and Lady Auray gift a substantial sum to the Children's Foundling Hospital each year," Verity offered. "Speaking of which, brother, you should have seen how all the children were in awe of Sybil today."
Everett ought to have taken his dinner elsewhere. That was what he could see. One day. They had been in residence in London for the entirety of one bloody day, and already Verity was apparently gadding about with his wife and referring to her by her given name as if they were old chums. He cleared his throat, measuring his response. "I wasn't aware that Her Grace had ventured to the orphanage."
"No doubt you weren't," Verity said. "You left breakfast this morning as if your chair suddenly caught fire."
He glared at his sister, wondering if his wife had cast her spell upon Verity now, too. "I had business to attend to, and I could not keep it waiting." In truth, he'd not done anything of great import. He had gone for a ride, and then he had paid a call upon the Duke of Brandon, then Camden as well. The latter visit had been intriguing for the African grey parrot that had issued stinging insults with a sharper tongue than any gossip-loving dowager. The parrot in question belonged to Camden's wife, and possessed a penchant for referring to Cam as a gormless shite, much to Everett's amusement. After that he had gone to the Black Souls Club, where he clearly ought to have taken his dinner instead of dutifully coming home. For, if he had supped in peace, he wouldn't have had to endure further discussions of guest lists or hear his sister wax on about how much the poor orphans at the Children's Foundling Hospital adored his traitorous wife. And she was traitorous, he reminded himself sternly. He must not forget that, nor must he forget the sight of her wrapped in a footman's embrace just after their wedding breakfast.
"Business,"
Verity repeated, in a tone that suggested she very much did not believe him. "Matters of great import," he told her coolly. "We cannot all waste our time flitting about with children."
"I would never refer to time spent with the orphans at the Children's Foundling Hospital as a waste,"
Verity chided, hurt lacing her voice. "Forgive me," he apologized at once. "Of course, your work at the orphanage is of incredible importance, sister." Blast. He hadn't meant to pay her insult or to be callous. He was just at 6s and 7s over how completely he had lost his head for Sybil last night. He still didn't know what he'd been thinking, abandoning restraint as he had. Worse, he wanted to do it again this evening. That was the heart of what was making his necktie too tight, what made him squirm in his seat with the need to flee, what was rendering his mood so dire and his tongue so sharp. It wasn't Maman and her insistence upon prattling about the ball he had no wish to host. It wasn't being forced to endure a dinner with a gaggle of females for companionship. It was the effect his wife had on him. The woman he'd been doing his utmost to ignore for the duration of the dinner thus far. Impossible not to notice her. She was dressed elegantly in a green evening gown with a demure bodice, one that somehow served to intensify the grey mysteries of her eyes.
"Sybil is a marvel with the children,"
Verity went on, taking his apology in stride.
"Many of the ladies who patronize the Children's Foundling Hospital only make annual visits, you know.
They liked the idea of being charitable while doing none of the work. Sybil was singing with the children, and she even played a game of blind man's bluff.
Verity grinned at his wife in shared amusement. How lovely. Now his own sister had taken up the enemy's cause. "How very good of her, Grace," he said, with insufferable stiff formality. Good God, what was the matter with him? He was turning into his sire. That was what Sybil had made him.
"I merely took my cues from you, Lady Verity," Sybil said, displaying perfect humility and excellent manners. To look at her now, one could scarcely find fault. She was elegance personified, her chestnut hair swept into an elaborate coiffure that served to draw attention to the graceful column of her throat, and that damnable half-heart beauty mark that never failed to drive him to utter, ruinous distraction. The one that made him want to lick her there, to lay his lips on her bare skin, to carry her away to his bedchamber and have his wicked way with her. How ridiculous that he should be so weakened by a mere fleck on her skin. But then it wasn't just that half-heart that consumed him, filling every dark corner of his soul with fire. It was her. What he felt for Sybil eclipsed anything he had ever known with Lydia. He'd be damned if he would admit it to anyone else. He had to stifle it, to remember that Sybil was no better than Lydia had been, every bit as capable of betrayal, even if he hadn't caught another in her bed. Sybil's treachery may not have been carnal in nature, the consummation of their marriage had proven that, but she was still in love with another man whilst she was married to him, a man she had taken into her arms on their wedding day. The conversation at the table carried on in lively fashion around him, saving Everard from having to participate further. And he was glad for it. He had nothing to say, his mood growing increasingly darker by the minute. He didn't want to desire Sybil as much as he didn't want to feel anything for her other than lust. The courses of the dinner dragged on, until finally he could bear it no more. He excused himself, leaving his mother, sister, Lady Eastlake and his wife to turn surprised eyes in his direction. But he didn't give a damn. With a bow, he departed for the library and the bottle of whiskey awaiting him there.
Sybil was seated at the hearth, a book in her lap, when the knock came that evening just after midnight. The words had been swimming before her, failing to hold her interest. She snapped the tome shut and rose to her feet, nervousness snaking through her. She hadn't seen Everett since dinner, when he had been cold and impassive, leaving before the courses had been complete. Whilst the ladies at the table had done their best to smooth over his absence and pretend as if it wasn't out of the ordinary, Sybil hadn't been able to banish the suspicion that she had been the cause of his early departure. He had scarcely glanced in her direction from the fish course until he had left, and even after he had bowed and bid them all a good evening, he hadn't looked at her, not once. But he was here now. She hadn't been certain he would come to her. She wasn't certain of anything where her husband was concerned. Sybil smoothed her dressing gown and straightened her shoulders, feeling a bit like a general preparing to go into battle. Come. The door opened and there he was, the enigmatic man she had wed. He closed the portal behind him and crossed the Axminster with the self-assured, purposeful strides of a duke who knew all too well his place in not just the household, but the world. He held so much power, in their marriage, in society, over her heart. "Did I disrupt your reading?" he asked when he reached her, his gaze falling to the volume she had abandoned on the table by her chair. "You are my husband. You are always welcome at any hour." A small smile ghosted over his lips. A dutiful response, if I've ever heard one. An honest one, she countered, wondering what he expected of her. His jaw was rigid, his gaze cool but inscrutable. He was the one who had demanded that she bear him a child if she wanted her freedom. And yet, He was so often displeased, as if she were responsible for this arrangement of theirs. Did marriage to her make him that unhappy? Perhaps he missed being able to indulge in his rakish ways. That thought rather stung.
Tell me something, Sybil.
His pale eyes lifted from the book, searching her countenance.
Why did you marry me?
The question startled her. She wasn't certain how to answer it, didn't know if she wanted to answer it. I could ask the same of you, she said instead. He reached for her, the touch simple, just the graze of his finger along her jawline, and yet she felt it to her core.
You already know the answer. I require an heir. As you can see by my mother's eagerness to plan a ball, patience is not one of her virtues.
Obligation, then, she said, trying to stifle the foolish rise of hurt and disappointment within her. Failing. Her husband still had the power to wound her deeply, to make her bleed. She wished mightily that he did not. Alas, her heart and her mind were not one on the matter.
Is that not the reason for most marriages?
He asked, caressing her throat above the high collar of her dressing gown. She tamped down a shiver of desire at his touch. How she wished she could summon up more of a resistance. The effect he had on her was stronger than ever, now that she had known him intimately, his flesh on hers, his body within hers, the pleasure he had shown her. I suppose it is, she allowed, holding still as he explored her. Along with love.
Love!
His voice was cold, as he almost spat the word as if it were an epithet, withdrawing his hand at once.
Ah, but love does not provide one with a house or the funds to upkeep it, does it?
She frowned, wondering at the sudden shift in his demeanour, for he seemed almost angry. You speak as if the very notion repels you.
Love is a futile emotion.
Perhaps it is for a man like you. She began working at the buttons on her dressing gown herself, having had quite enough of their conversation. It was only serving to heighten the sadness that had held her in its relentless grip since his icy disinterest at dinner.
A man like me,
he repeated, his tone silken.
What does that mean, pray tell?
She removed the final button from its mooring and took off the robe, draping it over her vacated chair. A heartless rake who seeks nothing more than his own pleasure. He chuckled, the sound bitter and without mirth.
You are one to judge, madam.
Yes, I am, having been abandoned by the man I married.
I didn't abandon you. I left you at my estate.
The day of our wedding. His lip curled.
Spare me your theatrics. Don't pretend as if you missed me.
But she had missed him, or rather she had missed the man she believed him to be, the charming Duke who had escorted her back to Eastlake Hall, the man who had courted her with ready smiles and a sharp wit. She still missed that man. Perhaps he had been nothing more than a chimera, something she had wanted him to be. Instead of responding, she moved away from him, toward the bed.
What are you doing?
He demanded. What does it look like I'm doing? She spun about, startled to discover him looming over her, having apparently followed on her heels. I'm preparing myself for my evening's duties. She reached for the fastening on her night rail, plucking at the stubborn small buttons that seemed even more difficult in her agitated state.
Not like this, damn you, he bit out,
taking her hands in his and keeping her from finishing her effort. She hated the awareness that swept over her at his touch, his proximity, at the scent of him, amber and pine, so thoroughly intoxicating. She hated how cruelly beautiful he was, how cold. Then how? She demanded, tipping her chin up with defiance and holding his gaze. His fingers tightened over hers, and in the next moment he pulled her into him, her softness colliding with his hard strength.
Like this.
and then his lips were on hers.
Everett hadn't intended to kiss her. He had meant to return to his own bedchamber and leave her for the night. The emotions swirling through him were too dangerous. The whiskey he'd imbibed hadn't been sufficient to diminish them. He hadn't even partaken of a second glass. What was the point? He couldn't resist Sybil, no matter how hard he tried. And now her lips were beneath his, sweeter than syllabub and infinitely more delicious. He didn't even need to coax her to open. Their mouths and tongues melded in a potent combination of anger and desire. He didn't want to need her like this. All he was meant to feel for her was duty, lust at the most. And yet she shook him in a way no woman before her had. She confounded him. It didn't matter. Their fingers tangled, the air between them growing hot and heady. Together they tore at buttons, his, hers. He shrugged out of his dressing gown and whipped her nightgown over her head. Then he lifted her in his arms, carrying her the last few steps to the bed. She was a warm, well-curved weight, and he never wanted to let her go. He lowered her to the mattress, not even bothering with the ceremony of drawing back the bedclothes. He was ravenous for her, as if he could chase the man she loved from her heart with his lips and tongue, as if he could supplant the memories she had with only him. Jealousy scored him as he caressed her sweet, soft body, moulding her breast with a hand. That bastard may have her heart, but he would never have her like this. Naked and flushed with passion, she was his, damn it. And he set to work showing them both. He broke the kiss to drag his mouth down her throat, lingering at the place where her pulse fluttered fast, then lower, to the curve of her breast. Her nipples were the pretty blush of a summer rose, eager for his mouth as he suckled first one, then the other. She arched and gasped, her fingers threading through his hair. He wanted more, to claim her so thoroughly that she would never forget who her husband was. If this was all he could have of her, he would take it. Everett moved between her legs, parting them. He allowed himself a moment to admire this part of her that was his alone, pink and pretty and soaked for him. Her clitoris peeked from her swollen, slick folds, demanding his attention. He licked her seam, savouring the decadent musk of her. She was so bloody delicious, and he was ravenous for her. With determined care, he devoured her, using his tongue until she stiffened and cried out beneath him. And even then he was greedy. He ground his raging cockstand into the mattress as he sucked and sank 2 fingers into her tight heat. She clamped on him instantly, body twisting as if to bring him deeper and to simultaneously escape the dizzying pleasure. He knew the feeling, pain and bliss at once. Still, he carried on, not satisfied. He lifted his head long enough to remind her, "You're mine." Sybil undulated beneath him, impatient, the scent of her desire perfuming the air, heady and sweet. She was a study in innocence and the dissolute, her creamy curves painted with the rosy flush of a woman who had already reached her pinnacle, lips dark and parted, stung by his kisses, her nipples hard points beckoning to him. Beautiful. That was what she was. Bloody beautiful. "Everett," she protested, hips moving. "Please." She was close again, and he knew it. He wanted to prolong her torment, to hear her beg. So he blew a stream of hot air over her clitoris, then brushed it lightly with his lips alone. She gasped. "More." "My demanding girl." He flicked his tongue over her. One slow lick was all he would give. "Tell me who you belong to." This was his, not anyone else's. He alone could bring the perfect, elegant Sybil to her knees. He alone could make her come again and again until she forgot the lover she had left behind entirely, and no one existed but the two of them in this room. "I'm yours," she murmured from the head of the bed. Need roared through him, so furious and strong that he had to set his teeth on edge to ward it off. His cog ached to be inside her. "You're damned right you are," he growled, giving her what she wanted then, his tongue, his mouth. "Not his, never his. Mine." The words were in his mind, echoing without end, the refrain of a song that wouldn't cease. Here was how he could claim victory over that damned footman. Everett sucked hard on her tender nub, gratified when she tightened on his fingers yet again as she bucked beneath him, caught in the throes of another release. He would have tried for a third if he thought he could withstand it. As it was, he was near to coming on the bedclothes like a green, untried youth who had just seen his first quim. He jerked his mouth from her with great reluctance, savouring the richness of her on his tongue, the perfume of her on his face as he positioned himself and notched his cock to her entrance. For a moment he allowed himself the pleasure of looking at them thus, his ruddy shaft nestled against her glistening folds. Then he pushed forward, watching her yield to him, inch by inch of him disappearing into her. She was so wet and so hot, circling his aching prick as if her body had been made for his alone. Another thrust and he was fully seated, deep within her velvety depths. Only then did he tear his gaze away, looking down at her instead, as he slowly lowered the rest of himself over her. Her lips were parted, her hair an unruly tangle across the pillow. Her grey eyes were on him, wild and smoky, her long lashes half lowered. She looked even more beautiful this way, impaled on him, naked beneath him. With a victorious snarl, he lowered his head, taking a nipple into his mouth and drawing on it as he began to move inside her. Her hands found his shoulders, her fingers digging in as she held him to her. She needn't have worried he would leave. He bloody well never wanted to withdraw from her. He wanted to stay this way, buried inside her, her cunny milking his cock as she drained him of every drop. And then he wanted to stay longer. Fuck. This was her fault. She had ruined him for every other woman. And she loved another. That misery in his mind, he thrust harder. He took her other nipple in his mouth, alternating between suckling and nipping her with his teeth. His hips, pumped faster, took him deeper. Finally, when he was barely hanging on to his frayed control, he moved to her mouth, kissing her, feeding her his tongue as he reached between them and strummed over her clitoris. He felt the moment she splintered apart, her body seizing, her cunny clamping on him and nearly forcing him out. He was having none of it. He gripped her hips and thrust once, twice, and a final time before he spilled into her, throwing his head back as bliss overcame him, her name on his lips.
Chapter 12. Nearly 1 month into her stay in London, and nothing had changed, Sybil thought grimly, as she surveyed the bustling ballroom that was the result of weeks of planning and preparations with her mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and mother's help. It was what anyone would deem a rousing success, a crush by society standards, as the Dowager had gleefully informed her earlier. The flowers were fresh and glorious. The musicians were unparalleled in their skill. The chandeliers were glowing. The champagne was being merrily passed around. Anyone in her slippers would have been well pleased. She was the Duchess of Riverdale. Diamonds twinkled at her throat and ears. She was wearing a gown of pink and purple silk that hugged her figure perfectly. Scarcely anyone had declined an invitation to her ball, making it one of the most sought-after fetes of the season. but the champagne in her glass was tasteless on her tongue. Whirling about the dance floor with a number of gallant gentlemen, including her husband's own dear friend, the Duke of Whitby, had failed to thrill her. Oh, her partners had been graceful and polite. Some of them, like Whitby, had even been droll and delightful. Still, they hadn't been her husband. Her husband, who could bring her to his knees with his love-making, and then treat her like a stranger in the next breath, as he had last night.
"When are your courses to come?"
he had asked her coolly, as if he had not just shattered her world with his tender touch. She had tried to tamp down her hurt at the blatant reminder that she felt far more than he did, that she always had and likely always would, that this marriage of theirs had one purpose only as far as her husband was concerned, and that it should have a sole purpose where she was concerned as well. She had tried to recollect that after she completed her obligation, she would have a townhouse of her own and freedom to do as she chose. But the notion had felt hollow by the grim glow of the firelight last night. Sybil had thought, trying to recall when she had last had her courses. "I'm not certain. 2 weeks ago, perhaps?"
"Then I will come to you again tomorrow evening. When they arrive, you will notify me."
She had felt as if she were reporting to a stern governess instead of a married woman speaking to her husband. For the last month, aside from the few days when she'd had her courses in the midst, he had invaded her bedroom every night. Each night he had pleasured her until she had been witless and breathless, awakening her body to sensual marvels she had never dreamed existed. With every visit, he made her fall in love with him just a bit more. And then he inevitably took his leave of her. She scarcely saw him until the next night. Occasionally he joined them for dinner, but mostly he left, drifting through the townhouse like a ghost, leaving her lonely and longing for him. She only had herself to blame, she supposed. She had known better than to allow him back into her heart, to lower her defences, to feel things for him. But her heart and her mind had different ideas, and as for the rest of her, well, that too had been wooed and won by her husband's travelling hands, lips and tongue.
"Your Grace, you are the loveliest woman in the room."
The sudden drawl at her side took her by surprise. Sybil had been far too caught up in her own troubled musings to see the Duke of Kingham approach. He towered over her now, tall, handsome, and unfailingly fashionable in his evening attire. A genuine smile curved her lips at the sight of him. "Why, thank you for the compliment, but I dare say there are many ladies who are lovelier gracing the ballroom this evening. You are a true gentleman to suggest otherwise on my behalf." He pressed a hand to his heart.
"I can assure you, Duchess, that there is nothing gentlemanly about me in the slightest. I pride myself upon it."
She chuckled. "Then perhaps you are just a silver-tongued devil." He grinned.
"Or merely a speaker of undeniable truths, for I see no lady within these walls who can hold a candle to you."
"It is good to see you again," she said, "despite your propensity for shameless flattery that I don't believe one whit."
"You do believe it. Confess."
"I confess to nothing."
"And what should you be confessing, madam?"
asked yet another familiar voice at her back. With a start, she whirled to find the husband she had so recently been ruminating over had soundlessly joined them, apparently having no qualms about eavesdropping on their conversation. She studied his angular jaw and sharp cheekbones, thinking he looked as if he had been carved from marble. In his elegant black suit and brilliant white necktie, he was even more debonair than he ordinarily was. So handsome, he stole her breath. It was only when she saw the haughty displeasure in the depths of his light eyes that she realized he disapproved of her speaking with Kingham. Too bad.
It wasn't as if he had been talking to her first. Or at all, she thought grimly. "Riverdale?" Kingham greeted her husband affably, answering on her behalf with a smooth ease for which she was endlessly grateful. "You are looking slightly less unfashionable than you usually do this evening, although I must question your choice of waistcoat yet again. Stripes aren't becoming on a man of your build. I cannot say the same for your wife, however. Her Grace and I were talking about how she is the loveliest woman in attendance this evening. I was pressing her to confess that she agrees when you approached." Kingham should have been a statesman. If only she possessed a modicum of his talent for smoothly steering the conversation in a less dire direction. It would have served her well over the last month. It would seem that when she wasn't in bed with Everett, she was somehow saying the wrong thing, or otherwise vexing him. He couldn't be pleased. His eyes narrowed on his friend now, and she was relieved not to be the bearer of his scrutiny. "Why are you at my wife's side this evening? Haven't you a widow to seduce?" Kingham raised a brow. "Unhappy wives are equally rewarding. I haven't made up my mind which I shall pursue just yet this evening." Sybil's eyes went wide at the subtle intimation that Kingham intended to seduce her. She knew it wasn't true. He had no interest in her. But she couldn't help but to wonder what he was about. It wasn't wise to poke at the lion in his cage. Surely Kingham knew that. But the Duke seemed unperturbed by the prospect that he was running the risk of infuriating his friend. "If you don't want a blackened eye, then I highly recommend relegating yourself to the seduction of widows, old chum," Everett said lightly. But his words held an undercurrent of icy warning that Sybil didn't miss. "I was just telling His Grace how honoured we are by his presence," she intervened brightly, hoping to distract the two men, who were eyeing each other rather in the manner of two opponents about to fight a duel. "It has been lovely to have so many of your dear friends in attendance this evening." "Some of them dearer than others," her husband drawled pointedly. Kingham seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. He laughed. "Don't worry, I shan't tell Whitby that you like me more than you like him." "Quite the opposite, and more by the moment," Everett said nonchalantly. "I was just about to inquire with Her Grace concerning the next dance," Kingham returned. "A woman so lovely is meant to be whirling across the parquet floor, not standing alone with the dowagers and the potted palms." Heat crept over her cheeks. Had she been that obviously forlorn? How embarrassing. She would have to work harder to disguise her emotions, distract herself more completely. A dance would be lovely, she told Kingham, grateful for the reprieve. Perhaps a turn about the ballroom in the arms of a charming man would help to cure what ailed her. If not, it would certainly provide her with a few minutes of pleasant diversion. Heaven knew her own husband had no wish to dance with her. "I'm afraid the Duchess is already spoken for," Everett interrupted, moving between them in proprietary fashion, when she would have accepted Kingham's proffered arm. "The next dance is mine." Kingham sketched a half-bow to her. "Perhaps another dance then, Duchess." She longed to argue. At the moment, dancing with the Duke felt as if it would be much safer than whirling about the dance floor in her husband's arms. But the two men continued to stare at each other like a pair of pugnacious dogs about to battle over a prized scrap of meat. Seeking to avoid conflict, she deferred to Everett's claim, taking his arm instead. "Until later," Kingham said. "Or never," her husband muttered under his breath in quite uncharitable fashion. Sybil didn't think Kingham overheard, however, as he was already melting back into the crowd of revellers. "You need not dance with me if you don't wish it, you know," she said, as her husband guided her onto the gleaming parquet. Beneath the blazing chandeliers, and with so many souls packed into the two-story ballroom, the heat was almost unbearable. She felt dizzied for a moment,
as she and Everett faced each other, assuming their positions for the next dance. She curtsied and he bowed. Her husband was unsmiling, his expression unreadable.
"What makes you think I don't wish to dance with you?"
"I've scarcely seen you all evening, and you only demanded this dance so that the Duke of Kingham couldn't have it." His hand settled comfortably on the small of her back, as if it belonged there, pulling her nearer to him.
"Hosting a ball is tedious business. I've been drawn into no fewer than a dozen conversations in which I had no desire to participate."
"Of course," she said coolly, not believing him for a moment. Although Sybil tried her utmost to remain impervious to her husband's aloof lack of emotion where she was concerned, there were some days when she wondered if doing so would truly be possible. His lack of emotion never ceased to affect her. They linked their hands as the familiar strains of a waltz began, and she tried to ignore the jolt of heat skipping up her wrist and past her elbow. It didn't matter that gloves separated them, that she had known this man intimately for weeks, or that they had enjoyed far greater familiarity than a mere entwining of gloved fingers. She was as intensely aware of him as ever, much to her chagrin. They spun gracefully, as if they had always been meant to dance together thus. For a moment, she forgot how thoroughly vexed she was with him, but then he spoke again and spoiled the illusion.
"You and Kingham certainly looked as if you were engaged in a cosy tete-a-tete,"
Everett murmured in her ear as they glided along. "Surely you aren't jealous?" The notion was preposterous. First, he had nothing of which to be jealous. She scarcely knew the Duke of Kingham, beyond the handful of conversations they had enjoyed. But most important and distressing of all, Everett couldn't be bothered to consider her existence beyond his nightly visits to her bedchamber. He had made his interest in her plain. It was her body's ability to bring him pleasure and possibly bear him a child that he cared about, and nothing more.
"Have I reason to be?"
he asked with deceptive calm, as they performed another graceful whirl. She tipped her head back so she could see his face. "Do you think I harbour a tendre for the Duke of Kingham? Because if so, I can assure you that I do not. One male in her life was misery enough to deal with. She had no wish for another, even if he was as handsome and amusing as the Duke of Kingham."
"Are you certain?"
Everett asked. She narrowly resisted the urge to stomp on his foot. "Don't be silly. The Duke of Kingham is your friend, and as such, he is mine as well." Her husband laughed grimly.
"I don't believe the Duke of Kingham is capable of being a friend to any woman without wanting to get beneath her skirts."
His vulgar assessment made her nearly trip on her hems. "You needn't fret in that regard, I can assure you, Your Grace."
"Ah, I have displeased you."
"I shouldn't think that would concern you," she couldn't help retorting. "You displease me regularly." He gave her a searing look.
"I thought I pleased you well, wife."
He knew he did, the callous devil, but he also knew that wasn't what she was speaking about. New warmth rose within her, and she had to look away from his knowing gaze, averting her eyes to the couples waltzing around them instead. "There is more to a marriage than what happens in the bedroom." His jaw hardened.
"In an ordinary marriage, perhaps. But we both have come to the agreement that this is no ordinary union, have we not?"
"If we have, then why are you so concerned about whether I dance with the Duke of Kingham?"
"Because I'll not be cuckolded, damn you."
His low words were pointed, sinking into her heart. "I have been loyal to you."
He bit out a bitter laugh. "If that is what you would like to call it, my dear."
"When do you think I am taking lovers?" she hissed, trying to keep her voice down so that no one else could overhear them sparring. "I've been spending every day with both of our mothers and your sister." It would do no good for tongues to wag. Not that she particularly cared one way or the other, but she had grown exceedingly fond of both the Dowager and Lady Verity.
She had no wish to cause undue speculation or scandal that would harm either of them. "I don't trust King with you," he bit out. "All that bastard would require is 5 minutes in a moonlit garden, and he would have any woman in this room on her knees." "Not me.
Stay away from him."
"He is your friend," she pointed out, frustrated. "If he is such an irascible scoundrel, it is a wonder you keep company with him."
"All my friends are scoundrels, madam," he said, "including me."
"That I can well believe," she snapped, thinking of the wicked house party she had attended and the depravities she had seen and heard whispers about. How she hated the reminder that her husband was a rake. Whilst she chided him for his misplaced jealousy, she couldn't tamp down her own. All the women he had known before her, whose lips he had kissed, whose beds he had shared, how she resented them for having more of him than he was willing to give her. They spun about yet again, holding their tongues, having apparently reached a stalemate. Sybil forced her stare over her husband's shoulder, pinning it to the glittering chandelier overhead, trying not to cry. The ball was such a crowning success, and yet her marriage was an abject failure. She had married a man who would never return her love. The waltz came to an end, and with another half-bow and dejected curtsy, they parted ways, every bit as unhappy as they had been when the music had first begun. Lady Verity Saunders hated balls. She hated them because they reminded her of Leo. Lord Leopold Douglas, the second son of the Duke of Morgan, with his golden hair and sky-blue eyes, and the only lips she'd ever kissed, with the heart that was the other half of hers. Balls reminded her of everything she had lost, of the future she'd once dreamed of that could never be hers. They reminded her of the gentle, sweet, funny young man who had died 10 years ago before they could wed. And each time she was reminded of him, her heart ached as if it had been torn asunder anew. Whoever had first opined that time could heal all wounds had been wrong. Time had not healed hers. It never would. That was why she was presently hiding in a curtained alcove, overlooking the crush that had invaded her brother's ballroom in honour of his new Duchess. Because she'd done her duty. She had pinned a smile to her lips. She had danced. She had made certain the champagne was properly kept cold, that the flowers were fresh, that the musicians knew which songs to play, and when they must do so. She had fretted over the details which had been entrusted to her. Supper was some 2 hours away, and she needed the reprieve from her obligations. She needed to be alone. Just for a few minutes, long enough to regain her composure before she ventured below again, as if she hadn't just spent time hiding in an alcove, dashing miserably at tears that wouldn't stop falling, no matter how hard she tried to keep them from doing so. "Oh, Leo," she whispered, sniffling. Most days she kept the memories and sadness at bay. She threw herself into her cause, the Children's Foundling Hospital. She was so busy that her weary mind was distracted and she could carry on with each day. "Handkerchief?" With a squeak, Verity spun around, pressing a hand over her frantically beating heart as she discovered the Duke of Kingham standing in the alcove with her, an embroidered silk square held out in offering, as if this sort of thing were commonplace between the two of them, as if he regularly stole silently into her hiding place at balls and gave her the handkerchief from his own pocket to dry the tears no one else was meant to see. "What are you doing here?" she asked warily. Kingham was a close chum of her brother's, but she didn't know him particularly well, despite his close association with Riverdale. "Did my brother send you to find me?" she added, before he could answer, horrified at the prospect.
Her grief for Leo was private, something for her alone, just like her memories of him were, along with the stack of every letter he had ever written her, bound with a satin ribbon and kept in a wooden box on the table by her bed.
Riverdale is too busy growling at every gentleman below who so much as glances in her Grace's direction to take note of anyone else, Kingham said wryly. Here, take the handkerchief.
She sniffled again. That is quite kind of you to offer, Your Grace, but I don't require one. His dark eyes travelled over her face.
Your nose is dripping.
Embarrassment flooded her. Good heavens, what a picture she must present. Red-nosed and puffy-eyed, no doubt, snot coming out of her nose. She took the handkerchief, using it to dab discreetly at first her eyes, then the tip of her nose, keenly aware of him watching her as she did so. Thank you.
Give me a name, Lady Verity.
She frowned, not understanding, her mind still mired in the mists of grief. Do you mean you wish for me to grant you a nickname?
No, but you have my permission to do so should it amuse you. I was referring to the cad who is responsible for your current state. Only tell me who he is, and I'll be more than happy to thrash him for making you weep.
His countenance, like his tone, was grim. The Duke of Kingham was tall and powerfully built, his broad shoulders filling out his exquisitely tailored coat in a perfection that, on another gentleman, she might have suspected was aided by padding. Not so for him. She had once seen him in naught but shirt-sleeves, punting on the lake at Riverdale Abbey. His well-muscled figure did not need any help. It is kind of you to offer, she said gently, when she realized that Kingham was looking at her expectantly, awaiting her response. However, I do believe that the task of defending my honour is reserved for my brother, should it be required. It would be most unseemly for you to thrash anyone on my behalf.
An imperious brow rose. Are you defending him, my lady?
No. Her voice wobbled. I cannot, for he is dead. The Duke stared at her for a moment.
How surprising. You've resorted to murder. I confess I didn't think you had it in you. What was your weapon? A blade? A pistol, perhaps?
A hysterical laugh escaped her, and she covered her mouth with her hand to stifle it.
No, Kingham continued. Something far more Machiavellian, then. Poison.
She removed her hand. He died 10 years ago.
Ah.
The Duke clasped his hands behind his back and considered her as if she were newly placed before him.
These are old tears.
Verity swallowed hard, struggling to maintain her composure. Yes.
The insult he paid you must have been tremendous, for you to be weeping all this time later, and at a ball no less.
She dabbed at her eyes with his handkerchief again, thinking that he was being deliberately obtuse. Whether it was an attempt to cheer her, or he was merely amusing himself, she couldn't be sure. He never insulted me. He was my betrothed.
Did he have a name?
Leo, she sniffed. Lord Leopold Douglas. He was the second son of the
Duke of Morgan. Yes, I did know him.
Kingham intervened, frowning.
A pleasant fellow, if I recall correctly, though quite a bit younger than I, given my ancient years.
He hardly looked ancient to her. How old are you?
34.
He brushed at his coat sleeve lightly.
You see, terribly old.
You're only 6 years older than I am, she pointed out. I don't think myself particularly wizened just yet.
Kingham studied her sombrely. And so you aren't, Lady Verity, which is why hiding yourself in this alcove is such a crime.
She snorted, indelicately. But what did it matter when she'd already used his handkerchief to wipe her nose? It wasn't as if she were aiming her cap at the Duke of Kingham. Her heart would forever belong to Leo. And besides, nearly all the ladies in London were regularly swooning over Kingham. With his choice of anyone, He most certainly would never settle upon someone like her. "In such a crush, I scarcely think I shall be missed," she demurred lightly, grateful for the distraction he presented.
"But how am I to leave you here, now that I know it's where you've chosen to roost?"
"You make me sound as if I am a nesting hen."
"Forgive me for my lack of polish."
She narrowed her eyes at him, for Kingham's polish was quite legendary. He could charm the sternest, steel-willed dowager into doing anything he wished. "You are forgiven, of course," she allowed. "Would you like your handkerchief back, Your Grace?" She was finished with it now. Her tears dried for the moment, thanks to his interruption. He was rather like the sun, parting the clouds after a particularly lashing rain, restoring the brilliance to the skies, shining light and warmth. He eyed it as if she were extending a boot that had just trampled a pile of horse dung.
"I think it should be yours now. Only think of how easy it shall be, should you need one again."
"Thank you." She tucked it into her bodice in quite indiscreet fashion. But what else was she to do, cornered in this alcove with him?
"My pleasure,"
he said gallantly, his eyes falling briefly to her décolletage before rising back to hers.
"Now that the matter of the handkerchief is settled, our next conundrum is that you are still tucked away in this damnable alcove when you ought to be in the ballroom, flitting about like a butterfly."
"First a hen, and now a butterfly. I cannot decide if you pay me insult or compliment, Kingham." His lips twitched, and for the first time she noticed how finely formed they were, sculpted and full.
"The latter, of course. I would never dream of paying you insult, Lady Verity."
"I suppose not. You're far too much of a gentleman." He chuckled and extended his arm to her.
"Oh, I wouldn't say that, my dear. Will you not accompany me back to the ball? It's only fair that you cease depriving the gathering of your presence."
She eyed his arm. "I don't know."
"There is also the matter of your brother and your mother," he pressed. "I would imagine they are both looking for you and wondering where you have gone. It would ease their minds if you emerged from hiding."
She hesitated, thinking of what he had said. Mammon and Riverdale would likely indeed be wondering at where she had gone. She didn't want either of them to worry. Then there was also her new sister-in-law, the Duchess. It was most unsporting of Verity to keep herself from the ball in Sybil's honour.
"Come now, Lady Verity," Kingham coaxed. "I don't bite."
She settled her hand in the crook of his elbow. "Very well."
"Unless I'm asked to in very polite fashion,"
he added with a flawless grin. Verity allowed him to escort her from the alcove, wondering just what she'd managed to get herself into.
Chapter 13. Everett felt like the world's greatest arse. He'd been rude to his wife during their lone waltz. He was jealous of one of his closest friends without cause, aside from Kingham's deliberate provocation. He'd been glowering at everyone who had the misfortune of crossing his path this evening. He'd even snapped at Maman, who had looked quite hurt by his tone, even if she had held her tongue. And now his sister was lost. Maman had approached him, inquiring whether he'd seen Verity recently, which of course he had not. He'd been too damned preoccupied by watching his glorious wife dance with other men all evening. His eyes hadn't strayed anywhere else. He hadn't known he ought to be watching his sister like a governess with her wayward charge, but that was what he felt like now as he scoured the ballroom in search of her. As he was performing his second circumnavigation of the dance floor, he spied her at last. She was, much to his surprise, dancing. But perhaps it wasn't the fact that she was dancing that shocked him quite as much as who she had partnered with. Kingham. He had to admit that they made a well-matched pair, even as his brotherly instincts rebelled at the sight of his rakish friend with his sister. They were both dark-haired and tall, moving flawlessly about the ballroom together. Not that Verity would ever entertain the suit of another man. She'd been mourning Lord Leopold these last 10 years. Nor that Kingham would court his sister. King didn't dally with innocence. He preferred widows and unhappy wives. Unhappy wives like Sybil. Everett struck that thought down at once. His wife had no reason to be unhappy. She was the one who had professed her love for another man on their wedding day. She was the one who had been dallying with a servant. She was the one who had been embracing a footman and telling him how much she would miss him just after she had spoken vows to Everett. He had only responded to what he had witnessed as any husband would. Meanwhile, he had given her carte blanche for jewels, the finest gowns, and even this bloody ball, all of which added up to thousands of pounds. All he asked for in return was that she bear him children. In the bedroom he had no doubt that she was well pleased. Should that not be more than sufficient? He scowled at Kingham and Verity one last time and turned toward the terrace. His necktie felt more like a noose. His evening coat was too cumbersome for this crush. The chandeliers made it feel as if hundreds of miniature suns were roasting them all. Perspiration trickled down his spine. He needed a respite from this sickly stew of people. The smell of hair grease and sweat mingled with perfume and spilled champagne, all the endless preparations leading to a herd of lords and ladies eating and drinking and making messes as they made merry. Such a waste. He had almost reached the door to the terrace when Lady Rhiannon Northwick surged through it in a bustle of silken skirts, her expression distressed as she hastened off in the opposite direction. Lady Rhiannon was the Duke of Whitby's sister, and Everett considered himself another brotherly figure to her. If she was unhappy, then by God he was going to see who had caused the distress. But before he could further investigate, the Duke of Richford stalked through the same door, appearing similarly vexed. Everett stopped. Surely Richford and Lady Rhiannon had not been having a row on the terrace. Had they? Richford would never dream of trifling with Witt's sister. Such an egregious overstep of boundaries would shatter the gentlemanly code between them all, much like King and his own sister. It would simply never happen. He was being fanciful, reading too much into things. That was all. He turned away from the terrace, deciding against the fresh air in favour of awaiting Kingham and Verity as their dance concluded. Everett doubled back to the periphery of the dancing couples and waited for their approach. "Kingham," he greeted, unsmiling. "Sister, I must admit I was surprised to see the two of you dancing together this evening."
"His Grace persuaded me that he deserved to dance," Verity said, casting a glance in the direction of Kingham that Everett found curious indeed. "That was most kind of him," Everett said, casting a warning glare in his friend's direction. "Next he shall be accompanying you to the orphanage and braiding your bloody hair." "It would be my honour to do both," Kingham offered smoothly. "No, it wouldn't," Everett snapped at him. "Begone, I need to speak with my sister alone." King raised a brow, looking like an emperor surveying his vassals. "Your poor darling mother must be appalled by your lack of manners, Riverdale." Everett was being rude again, but he didn't care. The notion of Kingham sniffing about his sister suited him as much as the thought of him attempting to seduce Sybil did, which was to say not at all, damn it. "Why don't you run along and ask her? She's guarding Lady Eastlake just over there." He nodded in the direction of the brigade of dowagers who had clustered together. "Maman has always liked you. I've never known quite why." "Riverdale," Verity scolded him, sounding scandalized. "Apologize to Kingham at once for being so beastly."
"Beastly seems to be his mood of the evening," King said pointedly.
"He wears it like a poorly cut waistcoat. Speaking of which, old chap, in addition to the stripes—"
"That's quite enough of you for one evening, King," Everett interrupted. His friend's expression turned wry as he offered a bow to Verity.
"Thank you for a most enlivening quadrille."
With that, King took his leave, melding back into the throng of guests, though he was a head taller than most of them. Everett turned to Verity, who was scowling at him as if he had just announced his intention to drown a sack of puppies.
"Did you have to behave so abominably?" she demanded. "Kingham was a complete gentleman."
He didn't expect her to understand the vagaries of rakes. She had no experience with suitors, save Lord Leopold, and she'd been but a girl freshly come out then. "Keep your distance from him," he ordered her flatly.
He is like a brother to me.
But he's decidedly not your brother, Everett growled, feeling suddenly as if all the world had gone mad. And you would do well to remember that.
He's your friend,
Verity countered, her expression turning defiant. He ought to know better than to deny his sister anything. She was headstrong and willful. Everett sometimes wondered if he had been too soft with her. Heaven knew she'd run roughshod over him these last 10 years, if not longer. Yes, he is my friend, but that does not mean I trust him where my sister is concerned, he told her. And most especially not where my wife is concerned, he thought grimly, keeping that to himself. Speaking of which, where had Sybil gone now?
Then perhaps you might trust me,
Verity told him, hurt, lacing her voice. Do you not see how impossible it is to trust? Every time I've trusted a woman, she has betrayed me. His sister's countenance turned sorrowful.
I think it is you who doesn't see, brother. I am not anything like Lady Marnham, and neither is Sybil.
This has nothing to do with Lydia, he denied sharply, not wanting to be reminded of the past. Not here, not now, when they were surrounded by so many others. It is my duty to protect you, and I would be remiss if I didn't warn you away from a dissolute rakehell like Kingham. Verity sighed.
I can assure you that the Duke has no interest in me, prurient or otherwise. He was simply being kind because he found me hiding in the alcove upstairs weeping. He gave me a handkerchief to aid my dripping nose and persuaded me to dance with him as a distraction.
Worry made his stomach clench like a fist. You were weeping? Why? Tell me, who dared to cause you distress at once? I'll throw the bastard into the streets myself.
That is also what Kingham said, or something very like it.
And I hope you told him that it isn't done to go about defending the innocent sisters of his friends.
I did.
He nodded. Good.
Everett.
Verity scarcely ever called him by his given name. That she had done so now, and in the midst of a crowded ballroom, gave him pause. He frowned. Yes? Verity's expression turned melancholy.
You need to speak with Sybil, and work out some sort of truce between the two of you. I can't bear to watch you both making each other so miserable.
He stiffened. We're not miserable. That was a lie, of course. The last month had been an agony of pleasure, followed by anger and avoidance in an endless cycle.
I would give everything I've ever had, and everything I shall ever own in the future, even my very life, just to have the chance to see Leo one more time. To tell him all the things I never did, to sit with him and bask in his smile, to hold his hand. But I shall never have that opportunity. You have a second chance now, however. You and Sybil both do.
He didn't want to hear this. Didn't want to see the tears glistening in his sister's eyes. Didn't want the emotion that was threatening to clog his throat. Mind your own bloody business, Verity, he growled. And then he stalked away from her before he said something else. Something he couldn't take back.
The ball was over. It was 4:30 in the morning. And still, there hadn't been a sound next door from Everett's bedchamber to suggest that he was within. No familiar footsteps, not the creak in the floor just before the pitcher and basin, where he splashed water on his face before he came to her each night. No tap at the door. Sybil hadn't spoken with him since she had been seated at his side for supper, and even that conversation had been brief, yet stilted. He had been cool and short, his words carefully measured as if each one cost him dearly. There was a gaping chasm between them, and she had no notion of how to bridge it. She wasn't even sure if it was possible to do so. What she did know was that she couldn't continue to live each day as if they were cold strangers. She was weary of his iciness, of his clenched jaw, his cool, dispassionate stare. She was tired of the only warmth between them sparking to life when he came to her in the night. Where was he? Growing ever more restless, she rose from bed where she had been once again trying to distract herself with a book. It hadn't worked. It never did. She reached for her dressing gown, which had been neatly laid out for her, and drew it on, her fingers working at the closures. In an act of rebelliousness, she had told her lady's maid to keep her hair pinned up, as she had worn it for the ball, knowing Everett preferred it unbound. She slid into her slippers, took up a candle, and decided to go searching for her errant husband. Her first step was to venture next door into his domain, to make sure he wasn't within. His bedchamber, which she had yet to visit, was cloaked in shadows, the fire in the grate banked and nearly out. The room smelled of his scent, and she felt like an intruder, even though she was his wife. Hastily retreating, she made her way down the hall to the staircase. As she began her careful descent, that was when she heard it. The faint notes of a piano playing a mournful tune. Somehow she knew it was Everett. Following her ears, she meandered through the darkened house, which had blazed with light and echoed with the noise of musicians and hundreds of guests. Now all was eerily quiet and still, save for the song her husband played. She found him in the ballroom, a brace of candles illuminating the chamber. Although his back was to her, she recognized the moment he sensed her presence as she approached, for his shoulders stiffened and he sat straighter. At last the song came to a haunting conclusion, and there was naught but silence.
"What are you doing here, Sybil?"
he demanded, without bothering to look in her direction. "How did you know it was me?" she asked instead of answering. Everett turned at last on the velvet-tufted bench, swinging his long legs around so that he faced her completely. His handsome countenance was shadowed.
"Your scent."
Eschewing manners, he didn't rise to his feet in deference to her presence. Instead, he remained seated, his legs indolently crossed at the ankles. She decided not to admit that she had applied extra perfume to her wrists and throat after dismissing her lady's maid for the evening earlier. Her pride wouldn't allow the confession. "What are you doing, playing the piano at this hour of the morning? You ought to have come to bed by now." A sardonic half-grin kicked up the corner of his lips.
"Were you eagerly awaiting me, darling wife?"
"I worried what was keeping you," she admitted, though his suggestion had also been true. She awaited him eagerly every night, because she was a fool for him. She had been from that sunlit moment in the thickets between Eastlake Hall and Riverdale Abbey. Perhaps she would always be.
"You were worried for me?"
He pressed a hand to his chest. "The cold recesses of my heart are warmed by your womanly concern." Clearly the intervening hours since she had last seen him had not served to improve her husband's mood. She compressed her lips. "I thought you didn't have a heart."
"Touché."
At last he rose, stretching to his full, impressive height.
"You are correct. That fossil ceased to exist years ago."
Slowly, inexorably, he moved toward her. There was a dangerousness to his mood, a darkness too. But she had sought him out of her own accord, and Sybil refused to allow him to chase her now. She tipped her head back as he reached her, holding his glittering stare. "Or perhaps that is merely a fiction you tell yourself, for I have seen evidence of your heart's existence many times this last month." He caressed her throat above the prim collar of her dressing gown, his fingers slipping to her nape.
"What evidence?"
A frisson of awareness skipped down her spine, her nipples pebbling to peaks beneath the layers that kept her from him. She wetted lips that had suddenly gone dry and tried to tamp down the ache that had already begun to pulse to life between her legs. Sybil hated that she could be so weak for him, that she still desired him so much, when he remained so cold. "You love your mother and your sister?" she told him, vexed with herself for her breathlessness.
"Is that what you came here to discuss?"
he asked, lowering his face to her neck and dragging the tip of his nose along her throat to inhale her scent. What had she come here to discuss? Her mind was fragmented. She could scarcely think. She swallowed. He kissed the shell of her ear, his breath hot on her, making her shiver.
"You..."
"Think, Sybil, think." "I was concerned about you," she managed. "As I said." He worried the lobe with his teeth.
"Or perhaps you were so desperate to have me inside you that you couldn't wait until I retired to my room."
Her eyes fluttered closed, her hands still at her sides. She refused to reach for him, to surrender, and yet she found herself swaying toward him like a blossom stretching for the sun. "I assure you that I am capable of waiting," she forced out, opening her eyes again. He had taken off his coat and wore his shirt sleeves and waistcoat, his broad shoulders on display for her delectation.
"Are you?"
he murmured in her ear, his tongue tracing the wall with such delicateness that she couldn't help but shudder with suppressed want.
"What if I lifted your skirts right now and touched you? Would your sweet pussy be wet for me, Sybil?"
His wicked words shouldn't titillate her. He was likely being crude out of cruelty, and yet she couldn't control the effect they had on her body. She would be wet for him. In the absence of her drawers beneath her nightgown, she could feel the dampness between her thighs, and if he touched her, he would know her sinful secret, that she desired him despite his callous behavior, that there was no greater bliss than his kiss, his touch. "You are being vulgar," she murmured. He strung a path of hot kisses along her jaw.
"But you like it even if you don't want to. Your heart may belong elsewhere, but your body is mine, and it betrays you every time I touch you."
What did he mean about her heart belonging elsewhere? Surely he didn't think she would rather be back at Eastlake Hall, knowing what he did of her father's viciousness. It made no sense. His lips had reached the corner of hers then, and he took them in a deep, carnal kiss that erased the confusion from her mind. She forgot to care about those troubling words and gave herself to him instead, reveling in his mouth. She hadn't come here to be seduced, but now all the pent-up strain of having to prepare for the ball was gone, and they were alone in a darkened room, and his lips were on hers. And he was all she wanted. His other hand clamped on her waist, and he kissed her hungrily, as if he was starved for her. Kissed her with fury and passion, his mouth almost bruising with its intensity. And she kissed him back, finally allowing herself to touch him, settling her hands on his shoulders and clinging to him. She kissed him until her lips ached, and she could scarcely catch a breath. Sybil was kissing him still, when suddenly he caught her around the waist with both hands and lifted her. Her slipper-clad feet hung above the polished floor, and she grappled with her hold on his shoulders, her world upended. On her shocked inhalation, he dipped his tongue into her mouth, claiming. He tasted like champagne and sin as he carried her across the ballroom to the nearest wall. She barely had the chance to tear her mouth from his when she was pinned against the damask, his big body and sheer strength holding hers aloft. She shouldn't want him this way, shouldn't like the possessive hold he had of her. But she did anyway. "What are you doing?" she asked, vexed with herself for the breathlessness she had allowed to steal into her voice. his head angled toward hers, but he did not kiss her. He just held her there against the wall in the ballroom that had hours earlier been brimming with London's finest.
"Testing my theory,"
he said, his voice low and deep, sliding over her senses like melted butter. He shifted slightly, holding her up with his body weight and the leverage of his leg between hers, before releasing her waist with one hand and grasping her dressing gown and night rail as one. Her husband intended to touch her, she realized. He would find her shamelessly soaked for him, her flesh all too eager. "Everett," she protested, "not here." It was scandalous, despite the lateness of the hour. Anyone could come upon them. The doors to the ballroom were open. But he ignored her, dragging his fistful of fabric higher, sending cool night air to glide over her ankles and calves, all the way to her knees.
"Why not here?"
he rasped, still dragging her hems upward.
"There is no one about to see us."
His hand had slid beneath her robe and nightgown now, gliding over her thigh. Her breath caught. But they could be.
But they aren't.
That wicked hand of his travelled still, not stopping until it was between her legs. He slicked her wetness over her seam, humming with approval.
"And you are deliciously wet, my love."
He had discovered her secret, but it was the only one she would give him. The other, what lay in her heart, was hers alone. She bit her lip, jolting against him when he swirled the pad of his forefinger over her clitoris, sending white-hot desire unfurling. She was almost painfully sensitive there already, and she knew that it would require hardly any effort on his part to wring a release from her.
"So wet,"
he repeated, exerting a bit more pressure, his fingers twisting over her a little faster.
"And ready for me."
She was completely at his mercy, captured against the wall, held in place by his solid form, her feet still dangling above the floor. She was at his mercy, and she liked it, wanted it, in fact. This wasn't what she had sought him out for, but now that she was on the edge of losing control, Sybil could think of nothing she needed more.
"You want this, don't you?"
Everett whispered.
"You want me to take you here, now?"
She did, God help her. She did. She gasped as he caressed her clitoris, rubbing herself against him. "Don't we require a bed?" Her mind couldn't begin to fathom how he would possibly make love to her in their present position, unless he intended to lower her to the floor. He chuckled, nudging her lips with his as his fingers continued to play over her nub.
"There are so many ways to fuck, darling wife. I can see I've been remiss in not providing you with proper edification."
She wanted that mouth, that wicked, sinner's mouth that was so oft stern and harsh and forbidding. So she kissed him herself, kissed him and rocked against his hand whilst he held her pinned to the wall. Kissed him and pushed her tongue into his mouth as the molten sparks of her release tore through her. She came hard and fast, the rush of being suspended heightening the pleasure. Sybil had almost no time to recover from the ferocity of her pinnacle when he broke the kiss and took one of her hands in his, guiding it to the fall of his trousers where his cock strained, rigid and ready, against the placket there. She gave his length a firm caress, gratified when he hissed in a breath and kissed her again, harder this time, his mouth punishing, demanding as much as he gave.
"Take out my cock," he told her. "Put me inside that gorgeous wet cunny of yours."
She reached for the buttons on his falls, obeying him, needing him inside her, needing the finality of being stretched full, of him making love to her completely. Her fumbling efforts finally resulted in his cock springing free, thick and long and erect. She wrapped her fingers around him, stroking from base to tip, allowing her thumb to swirl the liquid seeping from the slit around his cockhead. His groan rewarded her as he guided her leg to his hip, opening her to him.
"Go on," he urged.
Sybil gave them what they both wanted, bringing his cock to her entrance and slicking him through her wetness. She panted, writhing against the wall, against him. How she wished they were naked, that his lips were latched on her breast. But this would have to suffice, coupling like two animals against a ballroom wall, because she wouldn't last until they made it upstairs. He shoved into her with one hard thrust, impaling her on his cock. The hot, hard glide of him in her depths was exquisite. She wrapped her other leg around him, tightening them, holding him deep inside her. His head tipped toward hers, their foreheads meeting, his breath falling over her lips like a curtain.
"I'm going to fuck you properly now. Hold on."
She understood his warning as he began thrusting in and out of her, fast and deep. Her head thumped against the damask-covered wall. A strangled sound tore from her lips, and he muffled the rest of her cries with his mouth, kissing her as frantically as he pumped within her, driving her all the way to the edge and then beyond. She was mindless, weightless, unbridled ecstasy rushing over her like the waters of a flood, sweeping her away until there was nothing left but the two of them, clinging to each other, finding that delirious bliss together. With a moan that was muffled by their kiss, he spilled inside her. Sybil held him tightly as the last flutters of her release went through her, his cock lodged deep, so deep. As his heart thundered against her breast and his lips gentled on hers, she told herself that mayhap, just mayhap, if this pleasure was all they could ever have, she could learn to accept it. That she might love Everett enough for them both.
Chapter 14. As she always did whenever he stayed awake in the library in need of advice or company, Verity appeared, blending in with the shadows of the room in her black silk. The mantel clock had just struck 11. She was earlier this evening than she had been on most nights, but then so was Everett. He had spent the last few weeks following the ball in a state of half-wakefulness, caught between the tremendous desire he couldn't seem to shake for his wife and the furious fear that she was still desperately in love with her beau from Eastlake Hall. "Sister," he greeted Verity warmly, having already prepared a tumbler for her. "Shall I stand?"
"No need to do so,"
she dismissed, waving her hand as she crossed the Axminster. At his side, she dropped into the empty chair with a notable lack of grace. Wordlessly, he offered her a glass of whiskey. Verity took it and sipped at once, letting out a sigh of appreciation as she made herself more comfortable in her seat, rearranging her pooled silk skirts to her satisfaction.
"Why are you in the library this evening, brother?"
she asked at last. "It is a delicate evening for her Grace," he explained awkwardly.
"Ah,"
Verity said with great meaning.
"I don't suppose it occurred to you to spend some time with her despite the delicacy, then?"
He felt heat creep along his cheekbones. "Good God, Verity, where have you learned of such things?" Verity blinked at him, frowning.
"Spending time with your wife? I should think it's hardly a secret. Isn't that what one is meant to do?"
"Indeed, but her Grace is in a delicate condition," he protested, doing his utmost to keep from directly referring to his wife's courses, which she had informed him had arrived earlier in the day. "Not with child, you understand, but rather the other circumstance, the natural one." Understanding dawned on his sister's face, and thank Christ, because he had already mentioned his wife's courses more in one night than he had ever hoped to.
"Well, you can read poetry just as well if she is on her courses," Verity countered. "I don't see why that should change anything."
Dear heaven, either his sister was truly that much of an innocent, or she was playing games with him to see if she could win. but he most certainly had no intention of edifying her that he and her new dear sister Sybil did not read poetry together. What they did was fuck. Regularly, and with great abandon. Indeed, fucking seemed the only subject upon which they could agree, and marvellously so. But Everett could say none of this aloud to his maiden sister. And so he nodded and kept his tone light as he pretended to ponder her suggestion. "You are right, as always, sister dear. There is no reason for us to avoid reading poetry together."
"You could likely read poetry any day," Verity went on brightly. "One can never have too much poetry in one's life."
Again, he didn't know if he was reading too much into her words, or if she was as serious as her countenance suggested she was. He coughed and took a healthy sip of his whiskey, thinking he needed to change the course of their conversation at once. "How are your orphans at the Children's Foundling Hospital?" Verity smiled.
"Little Emma is learning to read, and I'm ever so pleased for her. The child is such a delight. Sometimes I find myself wishing that I could take her under my wing."
"You know that a single young woman cannot take in a child," he reminded her gently. He knew that Verity had a soft heart. If she'd had her way, she would have brought every child home to live with her. She would have given them the clothing she wore, the jewels at her throat, anything and everything.
"Of course I know it," Verity agreed. "But that doesn't mean I don't wish that my circumstances had changed out differently. If I'd been able to marry Leo, we could have had 6 children beneath our roof by now."
The sadness in her voice was marrow deep. Not for the first time Everett wished there was something he could do, some way to ease the pain his sister felt at the loss of the man she loved. Life could be so terribly unfair. With her love of children, Verity would have made a wonderful mother. "I am sorry you were denied the future you should have known together." He reached for her, patting her hand in the only comfort he knew how to give. "You would have been a perfect wife and mother." Verity sniffled, clutching at the golden locket that never left her.
"Thank you. I do believe that is one of the nicest things you've ever said to me, even if it is likely born of pity."
"I can assure you it's not. Only think of what you have done for the little souls at the Children's Foundling Hospital." She gave him a weak smile.
"I'm afraid my motives are hardly altruistic. I enjoy the time I spend with them. They give me the sense of purpose I require in the absence of a family of my own."
He sipped from his whiskey, broaching a subject he rarely discussed with her. "You are only 28, you know. There is yet time aplenty for you to marry and begin a family."
"No."
She shook her head, compressing her lips.
"I cannot bear the thought. No one else shall ever compare to my Leo."
He supposed he should be relieved that Verity wasn't setting her cap at Kingham after they had been so cosy at the ball. But it still didn't sit well with Everett to see his beloved sister alone, dressing in mourning weeds for the last 10 years. "You were too young to surrender your future to the past," he told her.
"Some would say I'm a spinster at my age. Far too long in the tooth to marry now."
"Those people would be bloody fools." Verity patted his coat sleeve affectionately.
"You are ever my champion, and I do love you for it, even if you are sometimes a blustery old bear."
He snorted. "I'm hardly so ancient, and I haven't nearly sharp enough teeth to be a bear." His sister drank from her tumbler, watching him over the rim as she sipped her whiskey. The frankness in her gaze made him want to look away, to hide. He disliked being dissected.
"You have certainly been rather like a bear recently," she said at last. "Indeed, you have been positively beastly to poor Sybil."
He stiffened at the mention of his wife, who was never far from his thoughts anyway. I am a faithful husband to her. He was also desperately, foolishly enamoured of her, in love with her. With each passing day it seemed that he only wanted her more, no matter how hard he tried to remain impervious to her.
"Do you not wish for something more?"
Verity asked quietly. "Verity," he began in a warning tone, not wanting to discuss the state of his marriage to Sybil yet again. It hadn't escaped his notice that his wife had somehow managed to win the trust and devotion of not just his sister, but his mother as well. He couldn't bear to inform Maman of Sybil's betrayal, but Verity knew, damn her. She knew, and she had befriended Sybil anyway. That knowledge rather smarted, but he had no wish to be an ogre, so he held his tongue on the matter.
"You love her,"
Verity said, wilfully ignoring him. He gripped the armrest of his chair. "This isn't a grand romance like the one you shared with Lord Leopold. I married Sybil because I required an heir, and she married me to escape her father's clutches. That is all."
"Is it?"
He released a heavy, irritated sigh, shooting his sister a look of aggrieved annoyance. "I don't wish to speak of this."
"Then you shouldn't have invited me to drink whiskey in the library with you."
"I didn't," he said pointedly, raising a brow.
"Of course you did. The door was open and the lamps were lit. You already had my whiskey waiting for me."
He had, damn her. "Perhaps I merely wished for company. I certainly didn't want to listen to your fanciful womanish notions."
"Love is womanish, is it?"
Love was stupidity. Impossibility. Love was the currency of fools, the poison, and the antidote. Everett cleared his throat. "Yes, it is."
"And yet you feel it," Verity pressed. "You feel it in your heart. I see the way you look at her when you think no one else is watching. Don't bother to deny it."
He tossed back the remainder of his whiskey. "What I feel doesn't signify. You know that. She's in love with another."
"But she isn't married to him. She's married to you."
"Love isn't required for marriage." He poured another measure of whiskey into his glass, growing weary of this particular subject, needing to numb himself.
"Of course not, but when it is already there, why not let it grow? If you found a rose bush that you hadn't planted growing wild in your garden, would you dig it out? Or would you tend to it so that it could one day bloom?"
He raised his replenished glass toward Verity in mock salute. "I have a head gardener to fret over that sort of thing." His sister sighed, plainly cross with him.
"It was an analogy, and you know it. You're being deliberately obtuse."
So he was. But all this love folderol made him deuced uncomfortable. "Let us speak of something more pleasant, sister."
"I cannot help but believe this is what has landed you in the trouble in which you currently find yourself mired."
He sighed again. "Verity."
"You don't want to speak of it, I know. But have you tried talking with Sybil about any of this? Have you tried asking her if there would be room in her heart for another?"
"As there is room in your heart for more than Lord Leopold," he snapped without thinking. The moment he saw the raw desolation flashing across his sister's face and the tears glistening in her eyes, he regretted his hasty words. "Forgive me," he entreated. "I didn't mean to be so harsh." She waved a hand and summoned a smile, for his benefit, he supposed.
"You were only speaking the truth. I can honestly tell you that no other gentleman has held a candle to Leo. My heart belongs to him. But if I were to find myself a married woman, I would do everything in my power to love my husband in return."
His roiling emotions spilled over. "I don't want her to love me out of pity. I want her to love me. I want her to choose me, and not out of duty or obligation or to escape her father's wrath, but because she chooses me and me alone, damn it."
"There is the emotion you've been hiding,"
Verity said with a smile.
"I knew it was there somewhere."
He growled and drank his whiskey, nettled at her interference, even if he knew she had naught but good intentions.
"Oh, you needn't look so vexed with me," his sister said with a dismissive wave of her hand. "I have a proposition for you. On our next trip to the Children's Foundling Hospital, I shall gently and discreetly inquire with Sybil if there is room in her heart for another."
"No," he denied instantly, shame clawing at him. "I forbid it."
"I shall be subtle, as I said,"
Verity continued, unmoved by the vehemence of his protest.
"She shan't know that I'm speaking about you."
"No," he repeated.
"Everett,"
she implored, using his given name again.
"If you refuse to speak with her about it, then someone must. I refuse to watch the two of you carry on in such icy misery without doing something about it."
You are meddling where you aren't wanted, he warned her.
I promise you that I won't meddle. I will merely go on a reconnaissance mission on your behalf.
Verity was truly incorrigible, and despite his reservations and pride, Everett found himself relenting. Perhaps it was the influence of the whiskey taking its toll on his good sense. You will not mention me, he said. I'll have your promise. Verity beamed.
I promise, brother.
As it did every other weekday, the carriage swayed over the rutted London roads to the Children's Foundling Hospital, Sybil and Verity within. And, as she had been every day since Sybil's arrival in town, Verity was dressed in sombre black, her golden locket worn on a chain around her neck. "It is beautiful, is it not?" Verity asked, clutching the oval locket in her gloved fingers. Sybil flushed, embarrassed that she had been caught staring by her sister-in-law. "It is indeed a lovely piece. I noticed you always wear it." Where other ladies donned diamonds and sapphires and rubies, and certainly Lady Verity had the means from her wealthy family to do so, she wore the gold locket, even to the ball, just as she had worn her black. Lady Verity smiled wistfully. "It was a gift to me from my betrothed, long ago now." Suddenly everything began to make sense. To Sybil's knowledge, her sister-in-law was not engaged to wed anyone, nor had she been in recent times. Verity had said the gift was from long ago, and the black that she wore without fail. "You are in mourning," Sybil guessed. "Yes." Lady Verity still clutched the locket, as if doing so kept her closer to the fiancé she had apparently lost. "I have been for 10 years now, ever since Leo died." Her heart ached for her sister-in-law at this new knowledge. "I am so sorry, my dear. You must have loved him very much." "I did." Lady Verity faltered before continuing, her voice breaking with emotion. "When he died, I vowed that I would never marry anyone else. Leo was the only one for me." "I see." Sybil didn't know what else to say. She was almost ashamed that she had spent so much time in her sister-in-law's presence and hadn't known, or at least guessed, at her painful history. Perhaps if she hadn't been so preoccupied with the failing state of her marriage, she might have concluded the truth much sooner. "Some say that there is room in a heart for more than one, or that time heals us enough to make a broken heart whole again, but I'm not so sure of that," Lady Verity said, giving Sybil a searching glance. "What do you think?" "I think that the love you have for him is admirable," she said gently. "But if you loved someone you could no longer have, what would you do?" her sister-in-law asked. "Would you cling to your love for him, or would you try to find love again?" Sybil considered her question, suspecting there was some subtle underlying context that she didn't comprehend. She thought of Everett then, wondering how to answer. He was the only man she had ever loved, but to her greatest regret, he didn't love her back. When she had been adamant about divorcing him from afar, the notion of beginning anew with another husband had seemed easy. But now she knew that she had been wrong. She loved Everett more than ever, and she had him too, only not the most important part of him, the part that she longed for most, his heart. "I don't think I could say what I would do were I in your shoes," she answered at last. "You must do whatever feels right to you, my lady. If your heart can only ever belong to your Leo, then that is understandable. But if, along the way, you were to find a gentleman and fall in love with him, it would not be a betrayal of your first love. Is there someone for whom you have developed tender feelings?" It occurred to Sybil that the Duke of Kingham had paid several calls to the townhouse. On each occasion, he chatted with both Sybil and Verity. He had always been his amusing self and the soul of politeness. She had supposed he was bored, or that he enjoyed nettling Everett in that peculiar way of his. But now Sybil wondered. Had Kingham been visiting them so that he could see Verity? And was Verity conflicted about the feelings she was developing for the Duke? The possibility certainly put her sister-in-law's queries in a whole new light. "Of course I haven't," Lady Verity denied, however. Perhaps she protested too much, Sybil thought. "I was merely wondering if you thought it possible for someone, anyone, to fall in love a second time," her sister-in-law added, which only served to heighten Sybil's suspicions. But she didn't press the matter further, as the carriage had arrived at the Children's Foundling Hospital. They alighted in companionable silence and ventured into the familiar edifice. Within, there was an unusual bustle of activity. Wooden crates had been amassed in the main hall of the orphanage, with the headmistress overseeing the unpacking of them. "Your Grace, my lady," she greeted Sybil and Verity with a curtsy upon spying them. "You have arrived at a most opportune moment. I was thinking that we might arrange your new desks in the music room for now, until we know for certain where they will best fit. What do you think, my lady?" "My new desks?" Verity's brow furrowed. "But I hadn't anything to do with new desks being ordered for the Children's Foundling Hospital. Mrs. Stevens, I'm afraid you must be mistaken." The headmistress shook her head. "These crates arrived at the direction of the Duke of Kingham, my lady. His Grace said you had arranged for them, and that we were to place them wherever you wished. There are also crates of books, new dresses for the girls, and boots for the young lads who have outgrown their shoes." Kingham had done this. Sybil turned to her sister-in-law, who appeared startled by the revelation as well. Her suspicions in the carriage returned to her tenfold. It would certainly seem as if there was something between Kingham and Lady Verity, something far more than friendship, if the vast generosity of his gifts to the Children's Foundling Hospital were any indication. "I shall write His Grace a letter at once, but please also convey our thanks to the Duke when you next see him," Mrs. Stevens was saying. "Such munificence, all at once, is a wonderful surprise for us. The children shall all be overjoyed, and oh, how well they will like to learn at their new desks." Lady Verity smiled. "I will do so, of course. As for the placement of the new desks, I should think that the music room will suffice, until we can settle upon a larger space and clear it for the new schoolroom." "Thank you, Lady Verity," Mrs. Stevens said, before turning her attention back to the workmen, who were opening crates and organising their contents. "That was indeed most charitable of Kingham," Sybil said in a low aside to her sister-in-law, careful to keep her voice from carrying. Pink washed over Lady Verity's cheeks. "I had mentioned to him that I planned to raise funds for new desks for the children where they could learn, but I wasn't even certain if he had heard me. If I recall correctly, he paid insult to another gentleman's trousers just after that. As for the boots and dresses and the rest, I must have spoken of it in passing. I certainly never asked him for his largesse." She frowned as she completed her thoughts, apparently not liking the notion of being beholden to the Duke of Kingham for anything. "The children shall be the better for it," Sybil reminded her. Lady Verity nodded. "Indeed they shall. I suppose we should get to work so that we can visit the children before we have to return for dinner." "Yes, let's do that," Sybil agreed, noting that her sister-in-law was once more holding the golden locket in her hand, worrying it with her gloved thumb as she surveyed the bounty before them. What an interesting development. She hoped that her sister-in-law could find love again. Lady Verity certainly deserved happiness, and if Sybil couldn't have it, then watching her most deserving sister-in-law would be the next best thing. Chapter 15. Sybil clutched her husband to her tightly as he spilled inside her, selfishly hoping that no child would come of their coupling, because she wasn't yet ready to lose his nightly visits when that day inevitably came. She kissed his neck, finding the place where his pulse pounded at a gallop from his sensual exertion, and inhaled deeply of his scent as she caressed up and down the smooth, muscled planes of his back. His body was a thing of beauty, much like his love-making was. She knew she would never grow weary of holding him to her this way, just after they made love, before he withdrew from her and everything changed. Not for the first time, it occurred to her to see what would happen if she tried to persuade him to stay, to spend another hour in her bed, if not the whole night. Sybil was languid with desire, and her love for him couldn't be contained. When he shifted in the familiar motions that meant he was about to slide from her body and leave, she tightened her hold on him. Stay. He stilled, lifting his head to stare down at her, a lock of hair falling over his brow. You should rest. Determined, she ducked her head and kissed along his jaw, enjoying the rasp of the stubble on his jaw against her lips. I don't want to rest. I want to lie here with you. For a long moment he was silent, and she was intensely aware of all the places their bare skin touched. The prickle of his chest hair on her nipples, the jut of his hip bone beneath her thigh, the warmth of his back, taut and tensed beneath her fingertips. He was still inside her. She found his lips and kissed him slowly, sweetly, coaxing him as he often did to her, before sinking her tongue into his mouth. With a low groan that told her he couldn't resist, he returned the kiss, rolling them as their lips remained fused until he was on his back and she was atop him. They kissed for a time, hands travelling over each other's bodies, mouths seeking. Sybil closed her eyes, savouring him, lost to sensation. After a time, she lifted her lips from his and settled her head on his chest, just above his madly thudding heart, testing the waters, seeing if he would allow her to remain, or if he would seek to disentangle himself and leave. She bit her lip to suppress her smile when his hand gently stroked over her hair, not urging her away, but caressing her softly, his other arm wrapped lightly around her waist. Her breasts were still crushed against his chest, and his cock was still within her, already hardening again. Your hair was unbound again this evening, he commented lightly, his voice a delicious rumble in the darkness. I'm beginning to think I can use your coiffure as a means of determining your mood. When you're displeased with me, it's filled with pins. He was not wrong. There were occasions when she was feeling vexed and chose to keep her hair up quite intentionally. I hadn't thought you had noticed, she said, gently tracing the dark walls of hair on his chest as she spoke. I notice everything where you are concerned. She jerked her head up to find his countenance serious, his gaze on her, pale but far from icy. It was aflame. You do? How could I not? You are always the loveliest woman in the room. He frowned at her, as if the effect she had on him was displeasing. But Sybil found it quite the opposite. She rather enjoyed the notion that he couldn't help but to notice her. His revelations stirred old yearnings that she had believed long locked away. She kissed his bare chest over his heart, absorbing the steady thrum with her lips. He stirred within her, and she felt an answering ache of need pulse to life deep in her core. You flatter me, I think, she said softly. Hardly. He cupped her cheek. Flattery is not needed in the face of truth. Sybil took the lead this time, craning her neck to kiss him. He cupped her nape and held her there, his tongue tangling with hers. His other hand settled on the curve of her waist, caressing. This was where she came to life, where all her discontent and hurt fell away, and she could simply throw herself headlong into pleasure. She kissed him until she was breathless and need overtook her, and she couldn't keep herself from moving. She rode him, grinding herself down on his now rigid cock, the angle and control filling her with a heightened sense of power and awareness. She shifted, needing more, moving herself to an upright position, his length still lodged deep. For a moment she allowed herself the luxury of admiring her husband, who regarded her with a hooded gaze. His lips darkened from her kisses in the shadowy lamplight. She rocked her hips forward, the motion making her clitoris rub against him. It felt so good that she gasped and did it again. "That's it, wife," he murmured, cupping her breasts and brushing his thumbs over her nipples. "Ride me." And she did, writhing atop him, hips finding the rhythm the rest of her needed. Her eyes shuttered and she surrendered to the blackness, chasing what she wanted, the drive of him deep inside her again and again. He suckled the peak of one breast and then flicked his tongue over it, making her moan. Her head fell back as she continued to move, undulating. Her hands stole to her aching bud, the relief she needed within reach. It was there, so close. She strummed over her nub faster, faster. Another desperate sound fled her lips. Closer, almost there. "Don't close your eyes, damn you," he growled. "Open them and look at me." The urgency in his voice mingled with an anger that she didn't understand. But she did as he asked, her gaze holding his as she suddenly flew over the edge. With a strangled noise of his own, he pumped frantically into her until he too reached his release and the warmth of his seed flooded her yet again. Overwhelmed, she slid from atop him, falling to her back on the bed at his side. But Everett wasn't finished. He kissed her again, his mouth hard and demanding on hers. And then he moved between her legs, urging her thighs apart. "Show me." She didn't understand his demand. "What do you wish to see?" He caressed her hip lightly before his hand returned to her inner thigh. "Open your legs. I want to see me dripping out of you." The tantalizing ache inside her was instantly renewed. Her breasts were heavy and full, her nipples tight points, and the flesh between her thighs was still pulsing with the after effects of multiple releases. But it didn't matter. She was intensely aware of every sensation, the bedsheets at her back, his scent wrapping around her, his heated pale blue stare drinking her in. So she did as he commanded, gliding her legs apart. His gaze instantly dipped to her sex, and she felt it as surely as a touch. "Damn." His curse was guttural. "Your pussy looks so perfect, filled with me." She had to bite her lip to keep from releasing a moan of helpless desire. He moved until he was between her spread legs, his handsome face dipping perilously near to her most vulnerable place. With agonizing slowness, he dragged a finger down her seam, oversensitized, swollen flesh to her entrance. He used his fingertip to gather the moisture that had seeped from her, swirling it over her. Pleasure jolted through her, making her hips buck. So responsive. He sank a finger into her channel, stretching her, pushing his seed back inside. "When you are with me, I want you to see me, to remember who your husband is." As if she could forget. She gasped, back arching. "This is what we are to each other," he murmured coolly, his head dipping so close to her that his hot breath fell across her tender flesh. Two bodies seeking mindless pleasure, fucking and nothing more. His lips closed around her pearl, sucking hard as he began to pump in and out of her, a second finger joining the first. Sybil was helpless. She knew what he was doing, deliberately demeaning what they had shared, creating distance between them, making a point of proving that there was naught between them but the physical, and yet he was also pleasuring her. The steady rhythm of his fingers and the suction of his mouth on her swollen bud were too much. Desire coiled within her, the wet sounds of him sucking and thrusting in her, echoing in the stillness of the chamber, along with her panting breaths. An exquisite tension overtook her, as if at any second she would fly apart. She couldn't look away from his head between her thighs, and when he found a particularly sensitive part of her bud and worried it with his teeth, she lost all control. Everything came apart, or exploded like fireworks against a night sky. Or mayhaps she died. The bliss was almost excruciating, racing through her in a potent frenzy. She clamped down on his fingers, the flood of desire so intense that she cried out, back bowing from the bed, eyes sliding closed as she rode out her pleasure, so drained when it was done that she could scarcely think. He calmly withdrew and slipped from her bed, returning to his bedroom without uttering another word.
Everett was becoming dangerously obsessed with his wife. At first he had told himself that he could control the reckless, impulsive need to be near her, that he could relegate such yearnings to the bedroom each night when marital obligation and the bargain he'd struck with her at Wingfield Hall could be his excuse. Several weeks into their arrangement, he'd persuaded himself that it was his need to secure an heir that had him visiting her bedroom every night as if bedding her was the air he required to breathe. But as he sought Sybil out that afternoon for no reason other than that he had missed her, Christ's sake, he was willing to acknowledge that he had a problem. She was alone in the sitting room that she preferred for the number of windows it possessed, along with its blue damask walls. She was seated on a gilt-framed settee, a pile of something in her lap atop icy blue silk skirts that complemented the walls. Blue was her favourite colour. Yet another fact he knew about his wife. Like the sounds she made when she came, the way her body felt beneath his, the sweetness of her scent, and the fact that children adored her. She disliked ham. She adored blueberries. She couldn't resist a good cream ice. And she was perpetually surrounded by books that she didn't read. So many facets of her, small pieces that he had gathered like a bloody bird to twine through a nest. He couldn't help but wonder, as he leaned against the door jamb at the threshold to the sitting room and watched her sew with rapt concentration, if he knew any of these things about her. The footman, the man she loved, the man she missed. Everett preferred to believe that he alone knew all Sybil's secrets, that he alone had tasted her lips, that he alone was the man in her heart. Stupid illusion, that. He had no notion of whether he was in her heart at all. She certainly hadn't made any confessions. Even in the throes of passion, not a tender word for him passed her lips. "Oh!" Her sudden exclamation dragged him from his ruminations. He blinked and realized she was sucking on her forefinger. She must have pricked herself with the needle. Everett strode forward at once. "How badly did you stick yourself?" Her face turned up, surprise on her countenance. "Your Grace, I hadn't realized that I had an audience." She was always ever so proper during the daylight hours when anyone could happen upon them. This Sybil, with her ramrod spine and her afternoon gown practically buttoned to her nose, her glorious chestnut mane captured in an almost severe chignon, bore scarcely any resemblance to the wanton who had ridden him until they had both come. He didn't bother to bow, not wanting formality between them just now, even if he inwardly chastised himself for allowing his mind to yet again wander to the indecent. Instead, he strode across the chamber and seated himself at her side, holding out a hand expectantly. Let me see the injury you've done yourself." Her eyebrows rose.
"It is naught but a sting, and an embarrassing one at that. I'd believed my skill with the needle eclipsed my ability to wound myself with one. Apparently I was mistaken."
He was not dissuaded, keeping his hand extended, palm up. "Show me." Wordlessly, she offered him her hand, apparently thinking better of arguing, which was most unlike Sybil. Ordinarily, she was all fiery bluster, defying him at every turn when they weren't alone in her bedroom. Her hand was smooth and soft, and he hated himself for the way his body reacted to the simple touch. It couldn't be helped, however. He was simply incredibly aware of her in a way he had never experienced with another woman. Love? Bloody hell. He didn't know. Apparently that tender emotion had a most adverse effect upon a man. A bead of dark red blood rose on her fingertip where she had inadvertently pricked herself with the needle. Everett withdrew his handkerchief and took her hand in his, gently cleaning her finger. Better? Her lips had parted. He wanted to settle his mouth on them and kiss her more than he wanted to take another breath. But he resisted.
"Yes," she said. "Thank you. I'm not usually so graceless."
He glanced down at her lap as he released her hand, noting for the first time what appeared to be a child's dress, plain and simply wrought. "What is this?"
"I've taken in some of the mending for the Children's Foundling Hospital."
He was surprised to hear of it. Everett tucked the handkerchief back into his waistcoat pocket. "That is generous of you."
"Or selfish. I need something with which to fill my hours."
He frowned at that. "You are bored. I thought our mothers and my sister kept you quite occupied."
"Lady Verity has been kind enough to allow me to accompany her on her visits to the Children's Foundling Hospital. But I cannot shadow her all day, and when our mothers are napping and your sister is otherwise engaged, I must have something to fill my days."
He had to admit that it hadn't occurred to him that she might not be happy here in London. Guilt laced through him. For the sake of self-preservation, he oft spent his mornings and afternoons occupying himself in anything that took him from the townhouse and her orbit. Something about the notion of her being alone and discontented ate at him. He didn't like it. Everett liked the thought that he might be responsible for her unhappiness even less. "What about your friend Lady Blackwell?" he asked. "She has called upon you several times. Perhaps the two of you might go shopping or do whatever it is that ladies do to amuse themselves." He truly had no notion what womanish things ladies busied themselves with, but surely there was something. Sybil shook her head.
"Lady Blackwell has been called to the country for her sister's lying in."
"Ah." He shifted in his seat, suddenly uncomfortable.
"Thank you for coming to my rescue." She examined her wounded finger. "It wouldn't do for me to bleed all over poor little Emma's gown."
She knew the name of the child to whom the garment belonged. He didn't know why he was surprised at that either. Verity had told him on more than one occasion just how generous Sybil was to the children at the Children's Foundling Hospital. Unfortunately, however, her conversations with his wife had not left her any more certain that Sybil's feelings for her lover had dissipated over time and absence. The reminder of the footman set his teeth on edge. "Why do you not simply hire a woman to do the mending?" he asked, his voice emerging sharper than he had intended. "You needn't toil and injure yourself. Others could sew a torn hem just as well."
"I suppose they could," she allowed. "But it makes me happy to imagine myself useful. It is a small enough thing. I hope you do not mind."
He ground his molars. Naturally, he didn't mind her mending for the orphans. Did she think him a heartless monster? "Not at all," he said, frowning.
"You are home early today,"
she commented, returning her needle to her task and pulling a long line of thread past her tiny, neat row of stitches. In truth, he hadn't left, but he wasn't sure he cared to admit that, for fear her clever mind would read into his actions and see far more than he wanted her to. "My business concluded prematurely," he told her stiffly, even though there had been no business, not today, or most of the others when he had been absent from the townhouse. He was lying, of course, to her, to himself. The real question wasn't why. He knew the answer all too well. No, there were other questions that inevitably haunted him. For how long could he continue carrying on as if she meant nothing to him? For how long could he pretend as if the thought of her loving someone else didn't eat away at him with excruciating persistence each day?
"How fortuitous," Sybil said. "The Duke of Kingham has agreed to join us for dinner."
Devil take it, since when had King begun accepting invitations from Maman? He has?
"Yes." Sybil's grey gaze searched his. "He has been occasionally calling upon Lady Verity. She says they are friends, but you do not think—"
Her words trailed away, unfinished. She didn't need to finish them. Everett knew precisely what she meant. No. He forced a smile. Kingham has no interest in innocent misses, and he would absolutely never dally with Verity.
"Well then."
Sybil's lush lips turned upward in a bright smile, her cheer seemingly forced.
"I am relieved to hear it. I really should get back to my mending before I need to dress for dinner. I intend to send this over to the Children's Foundling Hospital today."
Good God. He'd been dismissed. His own wife would rather stitch the clothing of orphans than linger in his presence. He stood and offered her an elegant bow. "Until dinner, madam." Without another word, he turned and left her there in the sitting-room, the sun glinting off her chestnut hair, lovelier than he'd ever seen her, and never more unattainable.
Chapter 16. "There is something I wish to talk with you about," Sybil blurted uncertainly that evening, when Everett came to her bedroom for his nightly call. His unlikely visit with her that afternoon, so husbandly, had given her the courage she required, prompting her to voice the worry that had been plaguing her. A rather delicate matter, actually. She knew from experience that if she didn't speak at once, she would be swept away by his embrace and kisses. Losing the rational part of her mind was frightfully easy in her husband's arms, and Everett was not just handsome in his dark dressing gown, a swath of his chest showing beneath, but tempting. She longed to throw herself into his arms and blot out the rest of the world. But she couldn't. Not yet. Not until she said what she needed to say. For this was something she had been meaning to discuss with him for weeks. Because of the sensitive nature of the subject and his glacial disapproval of her, she had hesitated to broach the topic. But the time had come. She could not continue to do nothing on Henry's behalf, even if doing so left her husband more vexed with her than he ordinarily was. Everett's pale eyes searched hers, his jaw hardening.
"Are you trying to tell me you are with child?"
"No," she hastened to say. "It is a different matter entirely. Perhaps we should sit." She gestured to the pair of Louis Quinze armchairs flanking the hearth. His expression turned questioning and curious, but he followed her, waiting until she was seated before folding his tall frame into a chair.
"What is it that concerns you?"
he asked, his tone almost solicitous. Sybil took a deep breath, preparing herself for her request and whatever her husband's reaction would be. She knew, of course, that this was no common matter, that it was indeed complicated, if not downright scandalous. She had no experience in asking her husband if her illegitimate brother would be welcomed under their roof. At Eastlake Hall there is a servant, a footman to be precise. Her words trailed away hesitantly as she took in the sudden fury that darkened her husband's countenance. She faltered, dismay washing over her. Perhaps she had been wrong in broaching the subject of Henry so early in their union, given the tenuous nature of their marriage thus far.
"I am already aware of the footman."
Everett's voice was as cold as January air. Surprise washed over her, for he had never intimated that he was aware of her half-brother. But then Henry was not a well-kept secret. The domestics at Eastlake Hall all either knew or suspected his connection to her father. His mother was one of the housemaids, and tongues had likely been wagging ever since her condition had become apparent, and father had set her up in a small cottage on her own. "You know about Henry?" she asked Everett cautiously. "Indeed." His frosty voice and clipped response took her aback. Mayhap the gossip had travelled further than she had supposed, and word had somehow reached Everett. And, judging from her husband's reaction, she had been wrong to suppose that he would consider her request where her half-brother was concerned. Bastard children were one of polite society's darkest shames. She had known she couldn't expect her husband to immediately take on her illegitimate sibling into his household. But he had been so kind to Mother, and although he remained aloof toward Sybil, she couldn't help but to feel that their intimacy had brought them closer. No more so than earlier today, when he had tended to her pricked finger. Each day that Henry remained at their father's mercy was one that left the guilt inside her growing. But she could see that her optimism had once again been misplaced. "Perhaps I should not have broached the subject," she said, seeking to melt some of his ice. "I was merely hoping we might offer him a better situation than the one he has at Eastlake Hall, either here in London or even at Riverdale Abbey. Helping Henry would likely require more time. She would have to be patient, she told herself. Everett was not a heartless monster. Surely at some juncture he would see the wisdom of removing her half-brother from her father's cruel reach as well, just as they had Mother. "You absolutely ought not to have done so," Everett snapped, lip curling as if he had just partaken of something particularly distasteful. "The temerity! Good God, madam! Surely you cannot think to ask to bring that bastard into my own household. Do you have no notion of the insult you pay not just me, but my mother and my sister? Can you possibly believe that I would allow such a thing beneath my very roof?" "You needn't be so harsh, Your Grace." Tears rose to her eyes at his viciousness, and she blinked them away, feeling foolish. I am sorry. It wasn't my intention to pay you insult. I understand that there is the possibility of scandal, but—" "The possibility of scandal," he interrupted, repeating her words with furious bite. "You, madam, have gone beyond the pale." "Please, Everett," she entreated. "I didn't think—"
"You are damned right about that," he broke in harshly. "You didn't think. Not at bloody all."
He rose from his chair as if it had suddenly burst into flame, and stalked to the opposite end of the chamber, fury emanating from him. Sybil stood and hovered at the chair, watching his broad back and waiting for him to turn to her. But he didn't. He simply stalked into his chamber and slammed the door behind him with such awful finality that she flinched. The tears she had been refusing to shed returned with vigour then, stinging her eyes. How had she convinced herself that anything between them had changed? All these weeks of sharing her body with him, living as his wife at his side, doing everything in her power to find whatever measure of happiness she could, convincing herself that she could love him enough for them both. And what had her naivety garnered her? The same broken heart. She rose from her chair, dashing at her tears with the back of her hand. The suitor who had charmed her into a hasty marriage had been nothing but a clever lie. He wanted his heir, but he didn't want a wife. She couldn't bear to endure any more of this anguish. Tomorrow morning she would begin packing for Riverdale Abbey. She couldn't remain here in London, enduring this sham of a union for one day longer. Her marriage to Everett was over. Her love for him wasn't enough. She understood now that it never would be.
Dressed haphazardly in trousers, a shirt and a waistcoat, Everett stalked to the library. She still loved that bloody footman, damn her. He wanted to tear the fucking plaster off the walls. He wanted to rage and shout and smash things. But he was a civilized man, and the household was abed. He had 2 elderly women and a sister he didn't wish to frighten. So he moved to the darkened library with as much quiet and haste as he could manage in his furious state, intent upon finding the oblivion to be had at the bottom of the whiskey bottle that awaited him there. Because he also had a wife who had somehow deemed it prudent to ask him to give the man she loved a position in one of their households. By God, after all they had shared, after giving herself to him each night, after marrying him and spending these last few months as his wife, Sybil was still consumed by thoughts for her beau. He hadn't needed Verity to find an answer for him. Everett had the only one he needed now. His wife was in love with another man. He bit back a curse as he crossed the library to the fire, stirring it back into a roaring blaze before he poured himself the whiskey he'd used to drown his thoughts. How dare she ask him to take on her lover? Had she no notion of what she requested? No husband in his right mind would allow his wife to bring her lover into one of their households, be the man's servant or guest. She must have gone mad. How could she possibly think that he would accept such an arrangement? Did she think he had no pride, no emotions? He drank deeply of the whiskey, relishing the burn.
"Everett?"
Verity's voice gave him a jolt. He looked up to find his sister moving soundlessly across the Axminster in slipper-shod feet and a dressing gown. "Verity." He frowned at her. "Is something amiss?" Ordinarily, he was grateful for her company, but tonight he wasn't sure he trusted himself. He hadn't been this furious since the day he had seen Sybil in that arsehole footman's arms.
"It would seem I'm the one who should be asking that question," she said softly. "I heard raised voices, and then it sounded as if someone was stumping down the stairs."
Damn it. He ought to have known that there were never any secrets in a household. But he wasn't ready to be examined by Verity's clever, probing mind just yet. Everything was too new, too raw, like a wound freshly opened. He swallowed another mouthful of whiskey. "Tell me something, sister. Were you responsible for King's invitation to dinner this evening?" Her brows drew together, and she folded her arms in a defensive posture.
"Is that the reason for your ire? Pray don't tell me that your manly jealousy caused you to suspect that Sybil harbours some sort of tendre for the Duke."
"I'm not in the mood for your sharp tongue this evening," he warned her darkly, "and I can assure you that none of my manly jealousy, as you phrase it, is misplaced." Verity cocked her head, considering him.
"What has happened between you and Sybil?"
"I don't want to speak about that now. What I do want to know, however, is just why Kingham has been sniffing about like a stag in rut." He was being crude, and he knew it, but he was in a vile mood. He hadn't sought his sister's companionship, but he damn well did need to know what she was about where his old friend was concerned. Kingham was a dedicated Sybarite. His reputation was quite possibly the worst of anyone in their set. It stood to reason that Verity wouldn't be devoted to her first love for the remainder of her life, that she would want to find a husband and have children one day soon, and Everett's duty was to protect her.
"You are being perfectly dreadful," Verity pronounced, "and you haven't even poured me a whiskey."
He sighed and splashed some amber liquid into a tumbler. Perhaps it wasn't done to share whiskey and confidences with one's unwed sister after midnight, but he didn't give a damn. Here you are. Bribery becomes you, sister. Verity accepted his peace offering.
"If I have to listen to you grumbling for half the night, then it's only reasonable to expect recompense."
Ever the soul of reason. Sit with me. He gestured to the pair of chairs flanking the hearth and waited for Verity to precede him. They sat, the fire crackling the only sound between them as they sipped at their whiskey.
"You needn't worry where Kingham and I are concerned, brother," Verity said at last. "I know he's a wicked rake, but I have a mind and heart of my own, and they both belong to Leo just as they always have."
"That doesn't explain why he has paid so many calls of late," he pointed out solemnly. King had been pleasant and charming at dinner, making all the ladies laugh with his dry wit and flair for the dramatic. Everett hadn't spied any longing glances exchanged between the two of them, and he had made certain there was no opportunity for them to be alone. But still, Sybil's query troubled him. Perhaps she had seen something he had not.
"I suspect His Grace is lonely," Verity said. "He has no one, after all."
"He has a dog," Everett pointed out. King had been something of a lone wolf for as long as they had been chums. His mother had died when he'd been a lad, and his father had gone to his reward when they'd been at Eton.
"Spy died a fortnight ago,"
Verity said. Bloody hell. He didn't say a word. King had been in love with his old hound, who had been nearly blind and largely deaf in his later years. He'd had the dog since he was a young man. Pity lanced Everett. His friend would not have taken the loss well, he was sure.
"I don't suppose he likes to speak of it," Verity told him. "The poor old fellow was a dear heart."
"He was a pleasant hound," Everett agreed before his sister's words settled in. "How would you know?"
"Kingham and I went on a drive. He brought Spy along so that he could take the air. He couldn't see or hear much, but his little nose was twitching. I do think he enjoyed that ride."
Everett didn't like the notion that Verity had spent enough time in King's company to have met his beloved hound and to know more about his friend than he did. It was all too cosy. But he felt like a bear for arguing about it now that his sister had just announced Spy had died. "I don't know what to make of this," he confessed instead. "None of it sits well with me."
"You needn't make anything of it. King and I are friends, and that is all."
"Such a relationship between you both is the height of impropriety. You are an unmarried female, and he is a rake-hell of the worst order."
"He wept when he told me about Spy," Verity said. "I can assure you that he wasn't wooing me. He simply sought solace from someone who has experienced a great deal of loss herself."
"You told him about Lord Leopold?" he asked, surprised.
"Of course I did. He wondered why I was weeping at Sybil's ball, if you will recall."
"He ought not to have concerned himself with you."
"Cease your bluster, brother, and tell me what is weighing upon you this evening."
She gave him an arch look.
"Because we both know that it has nothing to do with the Duke of Kingham and his dog and me."
She was right, curse her. Partially right. The idea of his sister being friends with Kingham was sitting as well as a turned fish course in his stomach. But the real source of his frustrated ire was the woman he had married. The woman he loved. The woman who stubbornly continued to love someone else. So much so that she still fretted over that man's welfare and begged him to offer the bastard a better situation than the one he currently had at Eastlake Hall.
"Well,"
Verity prodded,
"have you nothing to say?"
Where to begin? He finished his whiskey and contemplated pouring another. "She's still in love with him," he bit out at last.
"Sybil?"
"Yes." Everett exhaled a heavy sigh and rose, returning to the bottle to refill his tumbler. "Who else?"
"Have you asked her, then?"
He heard the pity in Verity's voice, and it made him want to throw his glass against the wall just to watch it shatter. In the end, he settled for stalking about to his chair, glass in hand, to drown himself in his sorrows. "Of course I haven't asked her," he admitted. "I needn't. Her feelings are more than apparent. This evening she asked me to take him on as one of the domestics either here in London or at Riverdale Abbey."
"She did?"
His sister's obvious shock gratified him, but he was still damned furious about Sybil begging for a situation for her lover from him, as if her request were hardly of note. "Yes, she did," he bit out.
"And what did you tell her?"
He raked his free hand through his hair. "I told her no, naturally. I told her that she possessed an astonishing amount of cheek to make such a request of me, and that harbouring such a person in our household would be an affront to our mothers and you."
"You were correct in that, brother. I don't know what Sybil could have been thinking, other than that perhaps her concern for the gentleman triumphed over her ordinary good sense."
It was a very politic explanation, one he might have agreed with had he not been utterly devastated at the realization that Sybil's feelings hadn't altered. I don't know how I can forgive her for this," he rasped, voice hoarse and raw. "The poets always write about unrequited love. Now I know why. It's a bloody misery, Verity. One unlike anything I've ever known."
"Oh, Everett,"
she murmured, and that was all. There was naught more to say, truly. They sat together in silence, drinking their whiskey and trying their utmost to forget.
Chapter 17. Sybil had a terrible headache as she walked down the hall to her mother's bedchamber. She had spent the morning overseeing the packing of her belongings with the help of her lady's maid and a chambermaid, taking a tray in her room for breakfast. Luncheon loomed, just about an hour away from its appointed time. At last, everything was done. Her bedroom was bereft of even the smallest hint she'd ever been there. All the nights when Everett had come to her, all the kisses and embraces, all the passion he had shown her, every garment in the linen press, all her shoes, her jewellery, each scrap of silk, her hairpins, her books, her stockings, packed neatly in trunks in preparation for her departure to Riverdale Abbey. After she and Mother reached their destination, she would have to consider where they could next go, what she could do. She couldn't remain in London one more night, not given her husband's unrelenting coldness. Not when he treated her so callously. She had tried. Oh, how she had tried. She had agreed to his bargain, had welcomed him into her bed, into her arms, and somehow along the way, back into her heart. But then he had proven to her beyond a doubt that he could never, ever love her. His cruelty over Henry had been the final insult. Perhaps somehow she could aid her half-brother on her own. She didn't yet know what she would do, but surely anything was better than staying here and awaiting her husband's whims. She reached her mother's room, where Sybil knew she would likely be dressing for luncheon, and knocked at the door. She was aware that delaying telling her about the necessity that they leave hadn't made doing so any easier. Mother's health had finally improved over the weeks since their arrival in London. She had seemed to regain her strength, and she thoroughly enjoyed the company of the Dowager. Despite her previous insistence otherwise, she had grown comfortable with the notion that she would not need to return to Father and Eastlake Hall. Tearing her away from the cosy new life she had begun would not be easy. But Sybil couldn't very well leave her behind. "Who is it?" Mother called. "It's Sybil, Mother," she replied. "Sybil, darling, come in." With a deep breath, she opened the latch and stepped inside. Mother was seated at a writing desk by the window, a letter she was apparently in the process of writing laid out on its surface. She set down her pen and smiled brightly when she spied Sybil. "Darling daughter, there you are. I missed you at breakfast." "Yes, I missed you as well." Sybil closed the door behind her and ventured deeper into the room, noting that her mother had made it her own in various ways, from a few pictures hanging on the walls to the books and even the freshly cut flowers in a vase. "I didn't want to press the matter at the breakfast table before all the others, but I will admit that I was wondering if there was a reason you were indisposed. Tell me, am I to expect a grandbaby in my arms soon?" Sybil's heart ached at the thought. She shook her head. "I'm sorry to disappoint, but no, that is not the reason for my absence. The true reason is that I am leaving." "Leaving where?" "Leaving here," she elaborated gently. Mother frowned. "Surely not leaving London?" "Yes, leaving London." Her mother's confusion was yet to be assuaged. "Why would you wish to do so now? We have only recently arrived." Sybil wasn't surprised by her mother's response. This was the longest they had been in London in memory. Father had preferred for them to remain in the country, all the better under his rule. Like Henry, a voice whispered inside her. She would not forsake her half-brother. "We have been in residence for a few weeks," she protested. "You always said you were far happier in the country. I thought you would welcome the chance to return to Riverdale Abbey, where everything is so much quieter and ever so much more peaceful." "Sweet girl, surely you must know I only said that because I hadn't a choice then. I was forced to remain wherever your father wished me to be. Moreover, I needed to be where you were to protect you from his wrath." It was the first direct reference her mother had made to Father's violent and cruel ways. "I am indebted to you for everything you have done for me," Sybil acknowledged solemnly. "I know that you endured much for my sake, and that you must have suffered even more after I married Riverdale and left Eastlake Hall." "I should have done more." Her mother smiled fondly. "I would do it all again. Only I suppose that if I were truly doing it right, I never would have married your father." No one knew what it was like to be trapped into an unwanted marriage with a husband who didn't care for her better than Mother did. "I can relate to that sentiment," she told her mother. "Whatever do you mean, dearest? I don't understand. Is the Duke not treating you well? The two of you seem so happy, so in love." "They did?" Sybil barely contained a bitter laugh at the notion. "We are both of us quite miserable," she muttered. "I do believe that he married me solely out of duty, whilst I married him because I was foolish enough to think myself in love with him." She hadn't just thought herself in love. She had been in love. She still was. But she was also willing to acknowledge that Everett would never return her feelings. And whilst she had repeatedly told herself she could settle for a marriage of convenience with him, and could love him enough to weather any storm, last night had proven her shockingly, stunningly wrong. "And that is why I am not just leaving this townhouse and London," she continued. "I am leaving Riverdale as well." "Leaving Riverdale?" Mother pressed her hand over her heart, clearly aghast at the prospect. "But you cannot do that." "I can, and I shall. It is what I need to do." "Sybil, you are the Duchess of Riverdale," Mother protested. "Have you no notion of how fortunate you are? Your husband is kind and never raises a hand to you. He is incredibly wealthy, not to mention that he is quite handsome. Any other woman would beg to be in your shoes." "My mind is firmly made on the matter," she countered. "I didn't come to you for a row. Rather, I came to tell you that you ought to prepare for our imminent departure this afternoon." "This afternoon?" Mother repeated, her tone one of abject horror. "I cannot leave this afternoon. I have an engagement with the Dowager this afternoon." "I won't leave you here without me," she explained patiently. "So I am afraid that you must." "But why?" Mother threw up her hands in such dudgeon that she knocked over her inkwell, sending black ink all over her letter and the desk. "Oh, dear heavens, now look at what I have done." The ink was seeping fast, rolling toward Mother's pale silk skirts with alarming speed. Sybil dashed across the room to fetch some cloths and returned, sopping up the spilled ink as hastily as she could. "Forgive me for my clumsiness," Mother was lamenting. "I shall clean it." "I will ring for a maid," Sybil said, surveying the damage grimly. "But I am afraid your letter is quite ruined." Fortunately, the surface of the desk bore a thick finish that had kept the ink from seeping into the fine rosewood. "It was only a letter to your great-aunt Margaret," Mother said dismissively. "She probably wouldn't have even read it. She can scarcely see without her spectacles, you know. But that is neither here nor there. You must tell me why you intend to leave your husband. What could have happened?" Sybil looked down at her hand, dismayed to see that her fingers were now stained black from the overturned ink. "He doesn't love me, and he never will. I told myself it didn't matter, that I loved him enough for us both. But I've realized I was wrong. I cannot, nor should I have to do so. She thought again of the virulence of Everett's reaction to her simple request to provide Henry with a situation at either Riverdale Abbey or here in London. Perhaps it had been scandalous of her, but she certainly hadn't asked him to publicly acknowledge her half-brother, nor had she asked for Henry to be given anything other than a position in the household for which he was fully trained to work. "I don't understand what has caused this." Mother shook her head. "I asked him to give Henry a situation," she confided. "I thought that it would be a small thing, but His Grace was furious that I dared to make such a request. He was quite clear about his feelings on the matter. I realize then that nothing shall ever change between us. I cannot bear for this torment to continue, Mother." "You have no notion of what torment is truly like," Mother said, anger lacing her voice. The vehemence of her response took Sybil by surprise. She clenched the ink-soaked cloth in her hands so tightly that her fingers ached, and she held her mother's gaze. "I think I have a small idea, having experienced my father's fury firsthand. You may stay here for as long as you are welcome. However, I am returning to Riverdale Abbey this afternoon, after I pay a call to the Children's Foundling Hospital to tell the children farewell. Then we shall be off to the railway station. Either pack your belongings or don't. The choice is yours." With that she left the room, trembling with anger. Anger for herself, anger for her mother, anger for Everett, and most of all, anger for what might have been.
Closeted in the study that had once been his father's, the chamber in the townhouse he liked the least, and the one which he generally did his utmost to avoid, Everett was attempting to review his correspondence. He was also failing miserably. It had been penance that had driven him here, regret and resignation lingering with the need to turn his attention somewhere, anywhere else. Each opened epistle captured his attention for no more than 2 lines, 4 at the most, because his mind kept inevitably wandering back to the god-awful events of the night before, to the woman he loved and the man she loved instead of him. He scowled down at the most recent letter from his steward. Calls for crop rotation and discussions of sheep-rearing and rents and walls and fences that needed mending all blurred before him. Instead, he saw her face, upturned and earnest, saw the love shining in her mysterious dove eyes. Love for another man. Damn that bloody bastard. He didn't know what he had. And what a novel sensation it was for Everett to envy a footman. He was a duke who had been born first in line, who had only known wealth and power, who had always managed to buy or charm his way into getting what he wanted. But neither his wealth nor his title could garner him what he most desired, his wife's love. Instead, that had been granted to a man without fortune and without the éclat of an aristocratic name. Everett sighed heavily and moved the letter to the side, taking out a blank sheet of paper to dash off his response. Theirs was, and had always been, a marriage of convenience. He only had himself to blame for lowering his guard and becoming vulnerable. He bloody well ought to have learned his lesson with Lydia. But he hadn't. Instead, he had fallen desperately in love with a chestnut-haired beauty who was beloved by orphans, who had been strong in the face of her father's viciousness, who was brave and bold and everything he admired in a woman. A woman who had made it more than apparent she would never love him back. He began scrawling a hasty missive to his steward, trying to distract himself. Fences, he reminded himself. Fences, crumbling stone walls, sheep breeding. That was what he was meant to address, not the irreparable state of his marriage. Not that. He raked a hand through his hair and threw down his pen, rising from his chair. He couldn't remain seated, couldn't concentrate, couldn't write one more damned word. A knock sounded on his study door. interrupting the tumult within him. He was relieved for the respite, until he bade the interloper to enter and discovered Sybil hovering in the doorway. She wore a simple blue afternoon gown that hugged her figure, emphasizing her curved waist. Her hair was plaited at her crown, a riot of curls framing her face.
"Am I intruding, Your Grace?"
she asked, with the cool efficiency of someone who was addressing a stranger instead of her husband. Yes, she damned well was. But she had already been intruding on his thoughts. She may as well do so in the flesh. He offered her a curt bow. "Not at all, madam. Come in." Unsmiling, she swept forward after closing the door. The subtle scent of her perfume hit him, and he couldn't control the surge of longing that barreled through him like a runaway carriage. He clasped his hands behind his back to keep from reaching for her.
"Thank you."
She stopped with an arm's length between them, eyeing him warily.
"I was hoping we might speak for a moment."
"What do you require?" he asked, steeling himself for the conversation ahead.
"I wanted you to know that I'm leaving London today. I'll be joining Lady Verity on her visit to the Children's Foundling Hospital so that I can bid farewell to the children. Then afterward I shall be going to the train station. I'm returning to Riverdale Abbey."
He reeled, feeling as if she had struck him. "What do you mean you are leaving London?" She straightened her shoulders, her posture going stiff.
"I'm no longer willing to participate in the bargain you offered me."
Understanding dawned. Sybil wasn't merely telling him that she was returning to Riverdale Abbey. She was telling him that she was leaving him. He clenched his jaw. "You are saying that you no longer wish to keep your promise? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You are ever inconstant, darling." Her lips compressed.
"I have been unfailingly loyal to you, which is more than I can say for Your Grace. You kept me a secret and spent 3 months wooing heaven knows how many conquests, whilst I patiently waited for you to return to me. It was only when I finally realized that you had no intention of returning that I took matters into my own hands and found you."
"I was a faithful husband to you," he countered, "in thought, word, and deed. I've never touched another woman since we met, and neither have I wanted to." Anger roared through him. How dare she accuse him of being unfaithful when her heart belonged to another? From the moment he had seen her, she had consumed him. What a fool he was.
"You, the callous rake," she scoffed. "You were hosting a bawdy house party. You expect me to believe that you didn't engage in any of the vulgarities I witnessed?"
"Was I involved in any of them?"
"No," she admitted. "But how am I to know what you were about behind closed doors?"
"I might also remind you that you were present at that same house party for days," he snapped, growing weary of her unfounded accusations. "To say nothing of what you have already—" A sudden knock at the door interrupted his words. He stopped himself and scrubbed a hand over his jaw, exhaling harshly. "Who is it?"
"It's only me,"
Verity's voice called from the hall.
"The carriage is waiting."
"Her Grace will join you shortly," he called back, feeling cold finality wash over him. He had been wrong to think there could ever be more between them. Sybil didn't love him, and she never would.
"I will await her there,"
Verity said, concern in her voice. Damn his sister for meddling again. She meant well, he knew, but her interruption had been deuced untimely. He waited a moment until he heard footsteps receding down the hall beyond, before gentling his voice. "So, you are to return to Riverdale Abbey, madam. And from there what? I must warn you that I'll not be made a cuckold." Was it his imagination, or was there hurt shining in the depths of her eyes, mingling with the glistening of tears? She shook her head, and it was gone. Perhaps he'd only been seeing what he wanted to see.
"I do not yet know what I shall do. I only know that I'm not happy here, and I cannot bear to remain in misery. I was much more contented at Riverdale Abbey."
No doubt because of its proximity to her lover. His lip curled at the thought. "Go, then. I'll not hold you here." Wary surprise crossed her features, as if she had expected him to wage more of a fight. But he was weary to the bone. He was tired of fighting for her, fighting to win her, fighting to keep her. Mayhap the best thing for them was to lead separate lives. He couldn't bear to share a bed with her, knowing there was another man in her thoughts, in her heart.
"I'm not certain if my mother will accompany me," Sybil said hesitantly.
He knew what she was asking. Your mother is welcome to remain. I'll not throw an old invalid woman into the street. Perhaps that was what she thought of him, that he was heartless. Maybe doing so made it easier for her to sleep at night.
"Thank you,"
she said, nodding. Her fingers clasped her skirts, digging into the silk.
"I suppose I should join Lady Verity, then?"
"Yes," he said bitingly. "You should."
"Goodbye,"
she said. He held her gaze unflinchingly, his face a mask of stone, for he refused to show her even the slightest hint of his inner torment. "Goodbye, Sybil."
Chapter 18. "I do wish I could dissuade you from returning to Riverdale Abbey," Lady Verity said quietly, as their carriage approached the Children's Foundling Hospital that afternoon. Following her wretched interview with Everett, Sybil had waited until they were underway before she shared her news. She hadn't, of course, relayed the full extent of her row with Everett, nor the cause, and she kept her humiliating love for him to herself. Her pride could not bear much more. Still, her sister-in-law had been openly dismayed by her announcement. Sybil reminded herself of the necessity that she leave. Everett himself had proved it in his study. "Goodbye, Sybil," he had said calmly, as if she meant less than nothing to him, and then he had allowed her to walk out the door. Her heart had been heavier than a stone as she had gone. It still was. "You cannot," Sybil told her firmly, "but rest assured that I shall miss you. I'll write often, and I hope you will write me as well." "As I shall miss you." Her sister-in-law frowned. "Writing is a woefully insufficient replacement for having you here with me. Perhaps I shall accompany you, and we shall rusticate in the countryside together." "You will be far too missed here." Sybil forced a smile she didn't feel. "The children, Kingham, your mother, your brother. Only think of them all." Verity toyed with her locket. "Does this have to do with the footman of yours?" Sybil hesitated, surprised that Everett had confided in his sister. "That was the cause of our argument, yes. You know about Henry, then?" "My brother mentioned him. He was quite distraught." She sighed, her heart heavy. "I well understand that having an illegitimate sibling is scandalous. I hope you know that I never intended to bring shame upon your family. All I wanted was for my half-brother to have a situation that was away from my father and his intemperate anger." Verity's countenance shifted. "Henry the footman is your half-brother?" Sybil nodded, thinking that Everett must have kept that part of the story to himself in deference to his sister's tender sensibilities. Too late to keep the secret now, however. "He is my father's son. Father dallied with one of the maids at Eastlake Hall, and Henry was the result. My brother has been in service all his life. I merely wished to help him, but Riverdale was deeply insulted by my suggestion. We had quite a row, and now—" Sybil allowed her words to trail off as she realized the carriage had come to a halt and that her throat was going tight with emotion. "Well, here we are. We should go inside to the children. I'm afraid I cannot stay long, for I have to be at the train station." "Of course," Verity said, looking somehow stunned, before she shook her head and smiled brightly. "Yes, of course. Let us go inside to see the children." The door to the carriage swung open, and they both descended to the pavements that had become not just familiar to Sybil during her time in London, but beloved. She had found such meaning in her work with Verity at the Children's Foundling Hospital. She would dearly miss the children. Seeing their smiling faces whilst Verity played the piano, listening to them sing, hearing their laughter. They made their way into the orphanage as they always did, Sybil's steps rendered heavier, given the knowledge that this well may be the last call she paid. She still had no notion of what she would do after she reached Riverdale Abbey. All she did know for certain was that she couldn't bear to remain in the townhouse with Everett any longer. The headmistress greeted Sybil and Verity before taking them on a tour of the newly appointed music room. Within, there were instruments that had been sent by Kingham, along with fresh carpets and wall hangings that Verity and Sybil had joined together to fund. Like Verity, Sybil felt it was very important for the children to have something more than merely a roof over their heads and food in their bellies. Music, reading, and arithmetic lessons were essential components of their educations. "The children will love this room," Verity pronounced. "I cannot wait to hear them making music within these walls. Have you shown them yet?" Mrs. Stevens shook her head. "No, my lady. I deemed it prudent to wait for you and her Grace before revealing the new music room to them. We wouldn't have this music room at all if it weren't for the two of you and your tremendous efforts on behalf of the Children's Foundling Hospital. We are indebted to you." "We thoroughly enjoy every moment of our visits here," Sybil told the headmistress. "Knowing that the children are well provided for is a great source of comfort." "We certainly do our best, Your Grace." Mrs. Stevens beamed, her cheeks going ruddy at Sybil's praise. "Thank you for your kind words." "Are the children soon finished with their studies for the afternoon, Mrs. Stevens?" Verity asked. "I should like to play for them to begin our visit today. Seeing the music room completed has quite spoiled me, and now I must confess that all I want to do is sing." Verity's eyes were dancing, and as usual, it was impossible to resist her charm and good cheer. The ordinarily stern headmistress relented at once. "I shall go and assemble the boys and girls and return." With a curtsy, Mrs. Stevens excused herself and bustled from the room, leaving Sybil and Verity alone in the newly furnished chamber. Sybil took in the elegant harp and sleek violins that had been added along with the piano. "It is very generous indeed for Kingham to send such excellent instruments," she commented, casting a glance in Verity's direction. "These all look to be quite fine." "Kingham knows how much they enjoy singing and dancing," Verity said with a shrug. Sybil didn't think the Duke was the sort of gentleman who usually went about filling orphanages with musical instruments of such excellent quality that they would have been just as at home in a lord's townhouse. But she held her tongue. If Verity preferred to insist that there was nothing romantic between herself and Kingham, Sybil wouldn't press the matter. She did wonder, however, if the Duke wasn't harbouring at least some manner of tender feelings for her sister-in-law. "That was kind of him," she said lightly instead. "He is a good man." "He is not as much of a scoundrel as my brother would paint him," Verity said with a small, secretive smile that told Sybil rather a lot. She was about to change the subject when an odd scent reached her. She sniffed the air, turning to Verity. "Do I smell smoke?" No sooner had the words left her than the sound of a great commotion rose beyond in the great hall. Footsteps and muffled shouts reached them. Sybil rushed across the music room, throwing open the door. And that was when she saw the smoke pouring into the room, thick and black. Figures were rushing about in the mayhem, children racing suddenly down the staircase from above. Pandemonium took over. Above the screams, one word could be heard repeatedly, growing louder above the din. It made Sybil's blood go cold as understanding dawned. "Fire! Fire in the kitchens! Everyone out!" She turned back to Verity, panic rising as her lungs began to burn. "The orphanage is on fire! What should we do?" "Oh, dear God!" Unmistakable fear was etched on Verity's face. We've got to make certain the children get out. They moved into action, rushing toward the stairs.
Everett had been wrong. He had realized the grievous error he had made almost the second that Sybil had left his study. He had watched her go in a swish of silken skirts, leaving him with his permission, and he had known to his marrow that he couldn't bear it. He simply could not allow her to go to Riverdale Abbey and return to her footman. She was his wife, damn it. He was going to fight for her. And to do that, perhaps he was going to have to commit the final act of vulnerability that he had been denying for so long, the one that his past had left him so unwilling to allow. He was going to have to tell her he loved her. And that was why he was presently guiding a pony phaeton through the streets of London on his way to the Children's Foundling Hospital. Because he couldn't wait another moment to tell her. He couldn't simply sit calmly and answer his correspondence, knowing she intended to leave for the rail station immediately upon her return. He was running out of time. He didn't want to lose her. That was the thought that propelled him as he deftly guided his phaeton to the Children's Foundling Hospital. But as he turned onto the street where the large old edifice that housed the orphanage was situated, all rational thought fled. Smoke was billowing out of the windows of the Children's Foundling Hospital. People were shouting on the street, others were pouring from the doors of the orphanage, and others still were running across the street. A fire brigade was approaching from the opposite direction. He recognized his carriage immediately, stationed near the front doors to the orphanage, telling him that both his sister and his wife were possibly inside the burning building. A curse fled him. He had to get to them, to find them, to save them if need be. He couldn't lose Verity and Sybil, not now, not ever. Everything that happened next was a blur as he urged the pony into a faster speed and stopped as close as he possibly could. Then he was leaping out of the conveyance, racing to the door as soot and smoke fell around him and flames lashed the sky. The air was hot, the fire showing no sign of relenting. "Sybil!" he cried out, searching through the throng that had gathered. "Verity!" Again and again he called for them, parting the crowd, searching soot-streaked faces as panic welled up within him. "Has anyone seen the Duchess of Riverdale or Lady Verity Saunders?" he asked. "Please, have you seen them?" A child spoke up at last.
"Last I saw them they were upstairs with us, helping us out of the classroom."
Bloody hell. Everett ran through the milling crowd, through smoke pouring from broken windows, debris falling from overhead. If they were in the building, then there was only one way to save them. He had to go inside. He had to try. The flames were licking higher and higher, the sound of breaking glass rising above the shouts and hollers and screams. He shook off the hands of those who tried to stop him and raced into the burning building, determined to find them and to save anyone left within, or die trying.
The smoke filling the girls' schoolroom was growing thicker and more acrid by the second. Screams and shouts mingled with the crackling of burning wood and splintering rafters. Sybil coughed, struggling to see through eyes that had gone watery and blurred. It had all happened so swiftly, the fire tearing through the old structure in what had to be mere minutes. She held her arm over her face, doing her best to breathe into her sleeve. She had 3 girls with her now, and with the way the fire was raging, she knew that if they didn't soon get the children out of the doomed orphanage and into the fresh air on the streets, they would all become trapped within. But she couldn't leave until she was sure she wasn't leaving anyone behind. "Children!" she cried out, for some of the youngest she and Verity had discovered were hiding, terrified of the cacophony, thinking that they would be safe if they just stayed where they were and shut their eyes tightly. The very thought was horrifying. "Children, if you are hiding, you must come out!" she called again, punctuating her cry with another cough. "I found 2 more, Verity announced, herding a pair of young lads toward her, their faces coated in tears and soot.
"The fire is spreading,"
called Mr. Gritton, who had been teaching the boys when the flames had begun in the kitchen, rapidly expanding throughout the building, licking up rafters and along floorboards, burning up curtains and rugs and everything in its path.
"We can't afford to wait any longer. We have to get out of the building before the roof collapses on us, or the fire takes us."
Mr. Gritton had been aiding Sybil and Verity in directing the children downstairs to the door, where Mrs. Stevens waited, guiding them all outdoors. She knew he was right. Sybil wrapped her arms around the girls and began guiding them toward Mr. Gritton at the head of the stairs. "Come, girls," she told them, coughing every few words, her voice hoarse. "We must get out of here as quickly as possible, but we mustn't rush. Don't trip on your hems or fall." Sweat dripped down her face into her eyes, making them sting even more than the smoke already had. But she managed to get all 3 girls to Mr. Gritton. She turned to find Verity joining them, the 2 lads at her skirts. Verity was wild-eyed, her expression fraught with worry. "I haven't found Emma." Worry seized Sybil. Little Emma was a sweet child, and she was Verity's favourite. Emma was often found not far from Verity, always at her elbow when she played piano for the children. "Perhaps she has already gone out," Sybil suggested, mind whirling with possibilities as the smoke poured up the staircase around them. Verity shook her head. "One of the girls told me that Emma ran to their sleeping quarters on the next floor. She was fetching a necklace that belonged to her mother, which she'd sewn into a coverlet on her bed. I have to go to her." Her heart dropped. "Verity, you can't. It's far too dangerous. We need to get everyone out of here now."
"We haven't time," Mr. Gritton urged. "We need to go at once."
A loud groaning and crash sounded below.
"You see?"
The children began crying anew. "Go with Mr. Gritton and the children," Verity told her. "I'll go alone to find Emma." "You cannot do that, Verity." She reached for her sister-in-law's arm, but Verity pulled away. "Verity, the flames are worse on that side of the building. You'll die if you go up there." But Verity wouldn't be dissuaded. "I need to at least try to find her. I can't leave her there."
"My lady,"
Mr. Gritton began, but Verity had already whirled away and was racing back into the thicker smoke. She was heading for the staircase leading to the upper floor where the children slept. "Verity!" Sybil cried out again, but her sister-in-law had disappeared into the smoke.
"There's no help for her," Mr. Gritton said, coughing. "We've done everything we could. We have to go before it's too late."
The children cried harder. Another loud creak sounded, followed by a series of bangs. Sybil didn't know if it was her imagination, but the very building itself seemed to shift and sway around them. Fear laced through her. Mr. Gritton was right. They had scarcely any time left before the whole Children's Foundling Hospital collapsed, taking everyone inside with it. "You lead the way," she told him before turning to the children. "Stay close and hold on to my skirts. Whatever happens, don't let go." With that, they began a grim procession down the staircase, deeper into the smoke. They all began coughing harder, smoke filling their lungs and making it nearly impossible to breathe. Shouts and cries blended with the haunting creaks of the house as fire ate away at its foundation and walls. The heat was sweltering. Sybil grew lightheaded, fearing she would swoon. A huge crack sounded, and suddenly one of the rafter beams fell from the ceiling, striking Mr. Gritton in the head. He fell, crushed beneath its weight, his eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. The children screamed. "Mr. Gritton!" she cried out. But he didn't answer, remaining eerily still beneath the burning rafter, blood trickling from his mouth. It occurred to her, with a stunning, sickening sense of shock, that perhaps Mr. Gritton was dead. The children had begun to wail louder. Now, she murmured. trying to soothe them despite her difficulty breathing and the horror they had just witnessed. She gathered them to her as best she could, knowing she needed to put them before Mr. Gritton and herself. Slowly they worked toward the doors. "Almost there, almost. Keep going, Sybil. You can do this. You must do this." And then suddenly there were arms around her, guiding her toward the door. They were arms she recognized, a voice too. "Sybil, my love." Everett? It seemed impossible, but through the dense smoke she saw her husband's face. Everett. He was here. He had come. He was going to save her. She tried to say his name, but it emerged as a croak. "Come with me," he said. "I've got you now. Make haste, all of you. This way." He guided them around floorboards that were covered in debris, toward the light of the day beyond. She coughed, her lungs burning as they spilled out of the doorway, the children fleeing the moment they were free of the Children's Foundling Hospital. Suddenly, impossibly, they were on the pavements, rushing away from the burning orphanage. They didn't stop until they were well clear of falling debris, Sybil struggling for breath. She had to warn him about his sister. "Everett," she managed to wheeze. "It's Verity. She went to the 3rd floor to find one of the children." The horror on his face cut into her heart. "Stay here," he said. "I'll go back in and find her." "But how? It's too dangerous. The floor is burning up, the rafters. One fell on Mr. Gritton and it killed him." "Promise me you'll stay here and wait for me," he said, cupping her face in his hands. "I promise." "I need you to know something should I fail to re-emerge," he said solemnly. "I love you." With that shocking pronouncement, he turned away from her and ran back toward the flames and his sister, leaving Sybil struggling for breath and staring after him. Surely he hadn't said. Had he? Was she hallucinating? Perhaps the smoke had addled her mind. She doubled over at the waist, coughing until she saw stars. Everett had just told her he loved her, and then he had rushed back into the burning orphanage to almost certain death. Chapter 19. Verity found Emma curled up on her bed, weeping. The smoke was growing thicker on the upper floor, but it was not yet as potent as it had been in the schoolrooms below. Relief washed over her as she coughed and rushed toward the girl. Relief followed closely by fear. She knew the fire was raging more with every second that passed. She'd heard the creaks and groans and crashes, had tried to breathe through smoke so potent and pungent that it may as well have been soup. Her lungs themselves felt as if they were aflame. "Emma!" she called out. Emma opened her eyes and sat up. "Lady Vitty." Lady Vitty was the child's pronunciation of her name, and Verity had never possessed the heart to correct her, even if the sterner Mrs. Stevens did at once whenever she was within hearing distance. "Yes, dear," she managed between coughs. "You must come with me. The orphanage is burning down." "I'm afraid, Lady Vitty," the girl said. The poor, sweet dear. Her heart ached for the child, who had already lost so much, and now was about to lose the only home she had, if not more. What awaited them below stairs was terrifying and dangerous. There was every chance they wouldn't survive. But Verity refused to allow fear to rule her. She had to be strong enough for them both if they were to survive this. She bent down by the child, holding her gaze. "You needn't be afraid. You'll be with me, and I won't let anything happen to you. Do you promise?" "I promise." Emma frowned. "My mamma's locket is in my coverlet, and I can't get it out." She took note now of the way the child had curled in the bed, holding a tattered blanket that had been crumpled into a ball to her chest. I have a locket that is precious to me also, she said, holding the golden oval hanging from the chain at her throat. Leo had given it to her, and it had never left her neck, not once in the 10 years since his death. We shall bring the coverlet with us, and you won't lose your mamma's locket. We shall, yes. Verity extended her hand. You hold on to the blanket, and I shall hold on to you. But we must make haste. Everyone else has already made their way out of here. We don't want to be trapped. Come, now. The girl's tear-stained face cleared, and she nodded, holding the coverlet tightly in one arm, whilst reaching for Verity with the other. Verity gathered the child into her arms and rushed toward the stairs, where more smoke was pouring upward. Emma began to cough, and so did she, as she painstakingly made her way down the steps, one at a time, taking care not to trip. She would do neither of them any good if she fell down the stairs and broke her neck. Little Emma clung to her tightly, rendering her navigation all the more difficult, between the steepness of the stairs and the heat and smoke rising from below. The building protested around them, swaying and shuddering, making her heart leap into her throat.
Verity!
A voice rose up to her through the din, her brother's voice. But how would Everett be here? Everett! She cried out.
Verity!
There was no denying it, hoarse as his voice was indeed Everett.
Stay where you are. I'm coming for you.
Everett! She coughed and sputtered. Lady Vitty, Emma asked, her eyes wide and fearful. Keep holding on to me, dear, she managed. My brother has come to help us. Emma clung tighter. The house howled and groaned, and flames began licking up the walls behind them. A shadowy figure approached then, coughing, moving slowly, but beloved and most welcome.
Verity!
He was there, before them, dirty, covered in soot, but there. Everett! She choked out.
Take my hand, he ordered. Don't let go. The smoke is thicker below. It's difficult to see. We have to move quickly. The building is unstable.
She seized her brother's hand and wasted no time in following him, moving with as much haste as possible. The heat was almost unbearable, and the lower they went, the worse it became. Poor Emma began crying again, her face buried in Verity's neck. For the child's sake, she struggled on. They made it to the main hall, when a burning rafter gave way, falling across their path and blocking it. Smoke billowed, choking her, a blast of heat searing her skin. She stumbled, tripping over her hems, panic seizing her as she stumbled and lost her hold on her brother's hand. This was how it ended, she thought. This was how she would die, here in the Children's Foundling Hospital as it burned to ash. It was her last thought before a sharp pain suddenly radiated from the back of her head, and she pitched forward into a black abyss of nothingness.
Verity's hand slipped from his. Coughing, doing his utmost to keep from taking in too much smoke, he turned back, eyes burning, lungs on fire. Through the darkness he could barely discern his sister's silhouette, the small child hanging from her. She tripped, propelling forward, and in the next instant a burning piece of the rafters fell, striking her. She cried out and fell forward, slumping motionlessly. "Verity!" he hollered, terror gripping him. Dear God, had the beam hit her in the head? Was she dead? He rushed toward her as new flames lit feet away from her slouched form. The child was screaming and crying. Verity was frighteningly still. Somehow she had twisted as she fell to protect the girl from the brunt of the fall. His sister was on her back, the child scrambling, grasping her soot-stained bodice.
Lady Vitty, don't die!
Come here, child, he ordered the frantic girl, needing to move both her and his sister out of the burning orphanage before it was too late. He opened his arms to the child. The girl was clutching a blanket, the corner of which had caught flame. Everett stomped on it to put it out, and then scooped her into his arms. "Riverdale!" By some miracle, Kingham appeared at his side in the smoke. "Where is Verity?" King demanded. "There." Everett coughed, blinking against a hot wind that brought a rush of smoke to them as he pointed to the floor where his sister lay, still immobile. "A beam struck her. She is unconscious." "You take the girl, I'll take her," King said. Verity was his sister, his responsibility. Everett hesitated. A huge groan sounded as a wall caved in somewhere in the distance. "We haven't any time," King snapped. "Take the child and go." He nodded, knowing he would have to entrust his sister to his friend. They hadn't a choice. Holding the weeping girl tightly, Everett ducked his head and rushed them through the remnants of the Children's Foundling Hospital to the door, not stopping until they were outside. Only then did he collapse to his knees on the pavement, coughing so hard he feared his lungs would rip from his chest. The child clung to his neck, crying and coughing. Sybil rushed toward them through the smoke that raged from the orphanage, her arms open wide. She dropped to the pavement, wrapping Everett and the child in an embrace, weeping. "Everett!" she exclaimed through sobs. "Thank heavens you're safe!" He wrapped his free arm around her waist, holding her to him tightly, struggling for breath. She felt like heaven, like home. He was so damned thankful she was here that she wasn't trapped in the flames. The thought of losing her, he couldn't bear it, wouldn't even think it. "Verity," he choked out, turning back to the burning building. It was all he could manage to say. To his immense relief, Kingham emerged from the broken doors, ashen-faced and covered in soot, holding Verity in his arms. Her skirts hung, the hems smouldering, her arms dangling at her sides. Thank God. They were alive. They were both out of the conflagration. But his relief was short-lived. Everything was a blur as King moved through the parting crowd, bringing Verity to where Everett, Sybil, and the girl were huddled on the pavement. That was when Everett saw the stark anguish on his friend's face, and the blood in Verity's hair dripping onto the pavement. "She needs a physician at once," King said. And Everett realized that his sister wasn't safe just yet. Not at all.
Verity was drowning in a twisting, violent sea. It was dark and she couldn't breathe. The water kept rushing over her head, her skirts twisting and bogging her down, down, down. She choked and fought, struggling to force her way back to the surface. But her arms and legs became leaden weights, refusing to move, and the waves crashed over her head. And where there once had been sun and so much heat, everything was cold. She was cold, so very cold. Nothing made sense. But then, through the murk, came a voice that said her name, softly and tenderly. It was the voice of the man she loved, her betrothed, the man she intended to marry.
"Verity, can you hear me? Verity, stay strong."
There was a rumbling sound as her body jostled, like the wheels of a carriage. But how could it be? There were no carriages in the sea. Was she in the sea? No, she was wrapped in arms. Strong, masculine arms. His arms. She tried to speak, but no words emerged, only sound like the bleating of a wounded animal. Because she was in pain, she realized. Her head hurt. Her lungs hurt. Flashes of light flickered before her, and she reached for them, reached for the surface, for the air, for the man she loved. But another wave hit and she choked, falling down, sliding lower, deeper. She was sinking to the seabed, and it was as cold and black as the night, and so very quiet. As she descended, she saw his face, saw him bending to scoop her into his arms.
"I have you now, Verity. I won't let anything happen to you."
She believed him, trusted him. She knew he wouldn't allow any harm to befall her. because she loved him and he loved her, and he had come to save her from the endless sea. Chapter 20. Sybil rushed to Everett the moment she had finished washing all the soot from her skin and hair. She had places where she had suffered scrapes and bruises, but she was otherwise miraculously unscathed. She had no burns, and the worst of her symptoms was a cough that the physician who had tended her said would prevail for a few days before ultimately fading. In all, she was fortunate to be alive, but she hadn't been able to shake the picture of her sister-in-law, lifeless and dangling from the Duke of Kingham's arms, whilst her blood dripped on the pavements, from her mind. Verity had saved Emma, but in so doing, she had placed herself in grave danger. After being directed by the housekeeper, Sybil found her husband ensconced in the library. He was pacing the Axminster, his long legs striding from one end of the room to the next. He stopped when he saw her, his expression softening. Sybil. Days ago she would have given anything for him to look at her that way. Now she wasn't certain what to make of his unfettered emotion. She had almost convinced herself that she had imagined him telling her that he loved her. Their carriage ride back to the townhouse had been frantic and cramped, with little Emma, Kingham, Verity, and both Sybil and Everett within. They had all been silent, sick with worry over Verity, who had moaned and shifted slightly on her own, seemingly in pain, but whose eyes had remained closed for the duration. Everett moved toward her now, eating up the distance between them as he took her into his arms. Like her, he had bathed and been attended by the doctor, who had seen to Verity first. The scent of his soap filled her nostrils, a welcome change. She never wanted to smell smoke again in her life. "How is Verity?" Sybil asked, clinging to him. The fear that had gripped her during those interminable moments when she had been alone on the pavements, knowing that he was within the burning orphanage, and that there was every possibility he wouldn't survive, was only just beginning to ease. He was solid, warm, and real. Alive. "She is resting," he said, burying his face in her neck and inhaling. "The doctor has given her something to help her sleep and to ease her pain." It occurred to her that he was doing what she was, reassuring himself that she was safe, that she was real and not an illusion. They had come so close to losing each other. "Has she awoken?" Sybil asked, for Verity's lack of consciousness had been terribly worrisome. "Not yet, and the doctor says that it is for the best. Time will tell. All we can do is pray and tend to her. Mammon is sitting with her now." Everett drew back to look down at her, studying her face. "How are you, my darling? Are you hurt?" Her stomach tightened with worry for Verity. Everett's sombre tone was far from promising. "A few scrapes and bruises and nothing more," she reassured him. "What of you?" He coughed, having inhaled far too much smoke during his rescue of Verity and little Emma. "The doctor applied some salve to a burn I received on my right forearm and wrapped it. Aside from that, I am well." She disentangled herself from his embrace. "You must be in pain. You mustn't hold me like this." "I'd never be in too much pain to hold you." She searched his pale gaze, seeking answers. "Did you mean what you said at the Children's Foundling Hospital before you went in after Verity?" He was solemn. "That I love you." Sybil nodded, swallowing against a knot of emotion threatening to rise, unable to speak. "Yes." He cupped her cheek. "I meant it. And I know you are in love with another, but I hope you will at least grant me a chance. It was my intention to speak with you at the Children's Foundling Hospital. After you left my study, I realized I couldn't bear to let you go.
not without fighting for you. I couldn't let him win you."
Confusion washed over her. "In love with another?"
"Your footman,"
he bit out, as if the words themselves were epithets. "My footman? I don't... You mean Henry?" It occurred to her that Verity had spoken similarly on their way to the Children's Foundling Hospital, what now seemed a lifetime ago. "Does this have to do with the footman of yours?" Understanding hit her with the clarity of the sun emerging from behind a cloud. "You think I'm in love with Henry?" she asked, incredulous. Everett's jaw tightened.
"Before you try to convince me otherwise, you should know that I saw you embracing him after our wedding breakfast, and I overheard you telling him that you loved him and would miss him." Suddenly, everything made awful, perfect sense. Everett's shift from charming suitor to cold, sullen husband who abandoned her on their wedding day. The reason he had left. The reason he had been so furious with her when she had gone to his room at Wingfield Hall, aside from the water she'd poured on his head. The reason his nature was so inconstant, going from tender and passionate lover to brooding, aloof stranger. He believed she had betrayed their marriage vows, that she was in love with someone else. "I do love Henry," she said, "but as my brother, because that is what he is." Everett's brows drew together. "I beg your pardon?" "The footman you saw me embracing after our wedding breakfast is my illegitimate half-brother," she explained. "He is the product of a liaison between my father and one of the chambermaids at Eastlake Hall. When we were children, we had the same nursemaid. My mother insisted upon it. But when he was old enough for service, my father decided that he must earn his bread, as he phrased it. My mother wasn't given any choice in the matter. It was either obey or suffer the consequences." "My God!"
He raked his fingers through his damp, dark hair, leaving it in an unusual state of disarray.
"The footman is your half-brother, not your lover."
She shook her head, a tickling in her throat forcing her to cough before she could continue. "If you don't believe me, you can ask my mother. She loves Henry like he is her own, despite the unusual circumstance of his birth."
"When you came to me, looking for a situation for him here or at Riverdale Abbey, why did you not tell me who he was then?"
"I supposed you knew. Henry was a poorly kept secret. Most of the servants at Eastlake Hall were aware that he is my father's byblow, born on the wrong side of the blanket. I believed that word must have travelled to you somehow, knowing how tongues love to wag when it comes to gossip. You called him a bastard."
"Bloody hell,"
Everett breathed, then coughed, the sound a rattling reminder of what they had all just endured. "But you didn't know, did you?" she asked softly, tears blurring her vision.
"I didn't know. If I had—"
Her heart ached, for Verity, for the children of the orphanage, for poor Mr. Gritton and any others who had perished, losing their lives to the flames, for Everett, for herself. Perhaps it was the weight of what had happened that day, or the worry still curdling her stomach for her sister-in-law. Perhaps it was the miserable months she and Everett had spent at odds, each thinking the worst of the other. The tears came, swiftly and steadily. She sobbed with a soul-deep sorrow, and he took her back into his arms, holding her close. So close that she could feel the steady, reassuring thump of Everett's heart. She held him tightly, staining his fresh shirt and waistcoat with her tears. "If you had known who Henry truly was, would things have been different between us?" Sybil dared to ask.
"Without doubt."
She felt him press his cheek to the top of her head, his arms tightening around her, though she knew it must pain his burned flesh.
"I'm so sorry, Sybil. If I'd had an inkling, I would have asked you at once. But I knew nothing of an illegitimate sibling, and you never mentioned him to me."
She sniffled. "Everything between us moved so quickly. It was a mere span of weeks between our first meeting and the day we wed."
"I shouldn't have jumped to judgment so quickly."
His voice was grim. She well understood why. They had lost so much time, had hurt each other so desperately, and it had all been for naught. "I am to blame as well," she said, tilting her head back to hold his gaze. "If I had told you about Henry, all of this could have been avoided."
"No."
His voice was firm and hoarse, bordering on harsh.
"I am solely to blame. If I had confronted you the moment that I saw you embracing him, then I would have known he was your half-brother instead of your lover."
How she wished he had. Months of anguish. It had taken nearly losing him to unlock the truth. "Why did you not?" He shook his head, a muscle clenching in his jaw.
"I had convinced myself that your father had denied a match between the two of you because of the potential scandal of a marquis's daughter marrying a footman, and that you had decided to marry me instead, even if your heart belonged to another."
He closed his eyes for a moment, looking as if he were in pain, before he continued.
"I am sorry, Sybil. So very sorry for what I've done. I have no good excuse, save that I'm a fool, and that I allowed something that happened in my past to unduly influence me."
"What do you mean? Something in your past?" His countenance hardened.
"I was to be married once, years ago. She was a widow with far more experience than I had. She swore to me that she loved me, and I fancied myself in love with her, until I discovered her in bed with one of my supposed friends."
She gasped. "How horrible! You must have been devastated."
"I was. I know now that she did me a favour, and thank Christ I learned who she truly was before I married her."
He hesitated before continuing.
"But when I saw you in your half-brother's arms, embracing him, it was as if that old betrayal had come back, only tenfold, because I never cared for her the way I care for you, the way I love you."
There it was again, that wondrous word. That word she'd thought she would never hear from his lips. That word she'd feared she would forever be denied. Love. Everett loved her. And she loved him too. But she couldn't lie to herself. Knowing he had spent months believing she had betrayed him hurt, how could it not? He had been willing to believe that she was in love with someone else, that she had dishonoured their marriage vows, that she shared a bed with him whilst longing for another. However, she could also understand his haste in misunderstanding and his own hurt, particularly knowing now what he had shared about his past. He had been deceived before, had been about to marry a woman who had lied to him and manipulated him, claiming to love him while sharing his friend's bed.
"Can you forgive me, Sybil?" he rasped, as if reading her thoughts. "I can understand if you don't. I've been a beast to you. Worse than a beast, in fact. I've been perfectly wretched, thinking the worst of you, leaving you in Riverdale Abbey. All I can say is that I'm sorry, and I swear that I will spend the rest of my life proving myself to you and trying to earn your trust."
Sybil realised she had a choice. She could cling to her hurt and anger. She could rage and rail against him for the way he had believed the worst of her. But the fire had changed her. They could have died today, and Verity's recovery was still tentative at best. She had been badly injured. Life was too precious to waste. Love was too precious to waste. "I forgive you," she told him.
"You do?"
"I do. And I love you." He crushed her against his chest, his hold on her so tight that he squeezed a cough from her before he relaxed, apparently realizing his own strength.
"Thank God, my love. I don't deserve your forgiveness, not after the way I've treated you. But I'm a selfish man and I'll take it nonetheless. Please tell me that you're not still going to leave me and return to Riverdale Abbey."
"I'm not going to leave you," she confirmed. "The only reason I intended to return to the country was because I loved you so desperately, and I couldn't bear to remain here, knowing you would never return my love. I had thought I was strong enough to do so, but then you were so angry when I broached the subject of Henry."
"I was an ass. I'm sorry. Sorrier than words can convey."
He shook his head.
"To think that I could have lost you today. I could have lost you, and I had wasted these few precious months we've had together."
She pressed a finger to his lips, staying his words. "Hush. Don't say it. Don't even think it. We have the rest of our lives now." He kissed her fingertip, staring down at her with so much naked affection that she almost had to look away. It was akin to staring into the sun. So much, so strong, so overwhelming.
"We do,"
he said, caressing a path across her cheekbone with his thumb pad, as if she were a creature of wonder. And in his eyes, Sybil felt like she could be. They had survived. The past was where it belonged, the future awaiting them. "I love you, Everett," she whispered, overwhelmed by her emotion.
"I love you," he said. "I was too stubborn to realize it when I married you, and I was too damned stupid to show you the proper way. But I'll do everything in my power to do so now, starting today and every day after."
"I know of one way you might show me." She smiled at him through tears of happiness. "Kiss me."
"Done."
His lips settled over hers in the next breath.
"How is she?" Everett asked Maman when she slipped from Verity's room later that evening. He and Sybil had been waiting, pacing in the hall together, not wanting to intrude, but desperate to know more. Ever since word had reached them that Verity had awakened at last, they had been desperate to get to her bedside, to see her, talk with her, reassure themselves she was alive and well. His mother looked wearier than he could recall seeing her, as if she had aged 10 years in one day. He was sure he looked no better. The fire and resulting mayhem, particularly nearly losing his wife and his sister in the same day, had left him reeling. They had done their utmost to help with the children, bringing in some of the younger girls, Emma among them, and filling their bedrooms to capacity. The others had been divided amongst various orphanages and the homes of some of the other Children's Foundling Hospital patrons.
"She is—"
Maman hesitated, frowning.
"She is confused, I think. She's in pain, and she has not made much sense."
"The blow to her head," he said, worry tightening in his gut again. "The doctor said we should remain vigilant, that there is the possibility she will not remember what happened to her, given how hard she was hit by that falling beam."
"That is true," Maman allowed, nodding. "She doesn't recall anything that transpired today. Not breakfast, not the fire at the Children's Foundling Hospital, not nearly being trapped inside. But there are other things that seem to confuse her, almost as if she's in a dream."
Everett didn't like the sound of that.
"Do you think it would be too much for her to see us?"
Sybil asked softly.
"She is sleeping again, but you may go to her," his mother said. "I need to walk for a few minutes, and she would appreciate the company, I'm sure. My poor old knees have grown stiff, sitting at her bedside for all these hours."
"We will stay by her side until you are ready to return," Everett promised easily. "Take your time and rest if you need to as well." His mother's gaze dipped to where Everett and Sybil's hands were clasped at their sides.
"It is good to see you two children finally realizing how hopelessly in love with each other you are." She turned to Sybil. "Lady Eastlake and I recognized it at once, you know. It is a pity that it took something as terrible as a fire to make the both of you wake up to what has been right in front of your stubborn noses all the while."
In his admittedly poor defence, he had already recognised it before the fire. He'd been on his way to confess all to Sybil and make a mad dash effort at persuading her to stay with his sorry ass when he had discovered the fire at the orphanage. But he would accept all blame, for he was the one who had made a mess of everything since their wedding day. A flush had stolen along Sybil's cheeks.
"It would seem that our noses were rather large and in the way, but we have seen the error of our ways now."
Everett brought her hand to his lips for a kiss, holding his wife's gaze. "In truth, I am at fault for everything. My wife is an angel to suffer me." Sybil gave him a shy smile.
"It's hardly suffering, Your Grace."
"That reminds me, she's been asking for the Duke of Kingham."
Belatedly, Everett realised they had an audience. His mother yet stood there, watching them. "Verity?"
"Yes,"
Maman answered thoughtfully.
"Perhaps his rescue of her, coupled with the blow to the head, has affected her emotions for the moment. I'm sure it will change."
What the devil did that mean? Everett frowned, thinking again of how King had claimed to be riding in the vicinity of the Children's Foundling Hospital when the fire had broken out, and how he had not known that Verity was even within until he had stopped by the throng of spectators and Sybil had told him. It had seemed rather unlikely at the time, but Everett hadn't been in the mood to question anything his friend had said. He'd been too caught up in the fear that Verity wouldn't survive her injuries. "I'm sure it will change indeed," he agreed mildly, not wanting to cause his mother further distress, even if he did find it odd. King had assured him that he would never dally with his sister.
"I believe I shall find myself a restorative cup of tea," Maman said.
His mother took her leave, and Everett and Sybil turned toward Verity's bedroom. Quietly turning the latch, they walked inside. The curtains were closed, and the gas lamps were turned low. Verity was a silent, still figure on the bed, a bandage wrapped around her head and another on one hand, her eyes closed, lashes fanned over her cheeks. The soot had been cleaned from her, her partially destroyed gown replaced by a dressing gown. A strong scent of smoke still lingered in the air, no doubt from her hair. Given the nature of the wound, Everett doubted very much that the doctor had cleaned her hair before stitching her up. Still holding hands with Sybil, he moved to his sister's bedside. Her chest moved steadily up and down, with breaths that were sometimes laboured and wheezing. She had been in the smoke the longest, and it stood to reason she would have suffered the most damage to her lungs. He could only hope she would recover, given time. "Ah, sister," he said, hating seeing her thus. Verity was always motion, determination, boldness. Although she had sworn off falling in love again and steadfastly wore her mourning weeds for Lord Leopold, she was perpetually bright and cheerful. "She looks well," Sybil said, hope in her voice. "After what she has been through, it's nothing short of a miracle that she is here with us at all." "You are correct, of course," he agreed. "We must be thankful for all mercies, large and small." He could have lost so much today, but he hadn't lost Sybil. He hadn't lost Verity, and he had somehow been granted a second chance to love his wife, to prove himself worthy of her. He wasn't sure that such a feat was possible. Everett was willing to spend the rest of his life trying, however. They settled side by side in a pair of chairs that had been pulled beside Verity's bed, their hands still linked. For a time, neither of them spoke. They simply sat there in silence. Everett was weary to his marrow. Every part of his body ached from the exertion he had spent in rescuing Sybil, Verity, and little Emma. Sitting felt wonderful. He only wished that it wasn't at his sister's sickbed vigil. "She was so incredibly brave today," Sybil said. "You should have seen her, Everett. She was determined to find Emma. If not for Verity, the girl would have been lost. No one else was going to the attic to look for her. Not with the building burning around them." He gave her fingers a squeeze. You were both brave. Everyone was praising the two of you for the way you remained within, at great peril to yourselves, doing your best to see that every child was able to escape the fire alive.
We did what we had to do, Sybil said. What anyone else would have done in our places.
Not what everyone would have done, I don't think. How he admired her for it, even if part of him longed to shake her for putting herself in such danger. She had been selfless to the last, doing everything she could to help those orphans when others had already fled, more concerned with saving their own hides. That was Sybil, he realized. She was kind-hearted and generous to a fault, always caring for others instead of herself. Her mother, her half-brother, the orphans at the Children's Foundling Hospital. Himself.
It matters not, Sybil demurred. What does matter is that the children are safe and Verity shall heal.
He kissed her hand again. What a treasure you are, my love.
Did you truly love me so much that you were chasing after me even though you believed I was in love with a footman at Eastlake Hall? She asked quietly.
I didn't love you enough. I realized it too late. But I shall make up for it, darling. His throat closed over again at the thought of what could have been, how thoroughly he could have been devastated that afternoon in those flames. Before Sybil could answer, Verity shifted on the bed, making a small sound that turned into a body-racking cough as she awoke. "Verity," they said in unison, relief mirrored in their voices.
"Shall I fetch you some water?" Sybil asked anxiously as Verity continued to cough.
His sister mumbled something unintelligible, her coughing attack interfering with her speech. He gathered she meant yes, and so did Sybil, for she leapt to her feet and bustled across the room to pour water into a tumbler before he could act. Everett patted his sister on the shoulder gently, not certain where she had suffered bruising or burns. It was such a tremendous relief to see her eyes open. "Sister," he said softly, struggling to keep the raw emotion from his voice, which proved difficult indeed. He was so damned grateful she hadn't been lost to the flames that had gone on to decimate the orphanage. Grateful, too, to Kingham for his timely intervention. Everett couldn't have managed to get both Verity and the child to safety on his own, and he knew it.
"Brother," she croaked, attempting a smile. "Here you are, dearest," Sybil said, offering her the tumbler. "Have a sip of water."
She helped Verity into a semi-sitting position, plumping the pillows at her back. Verity took the water and drank deeply.
"Not too much at once now,"
Sybil admonished, a mother hen clucking over her brood.
"Thank you,"
Verity managed, still hoarse, her smile thin. "Are you in pain?" he asked, hating seeing her like this.
"Some."
Verity relaxed against the pillows, eyes fluttering closed.
"Perhaps you should take some laudanum, then?" Sybil suggested. "Where is King?" Verity asked, without opening her eyes. "When will I see him?"
Everett and Sybil exchanged a look. Why the devil did she keep asking for King, and why was she referring to him by the nickname traditionally reserved for his inner circle? Yes, King had saved her, but she had been unconscious when he had rescued her from the fire. There was no way for Verity to know that. "He is no doubt at his home where he belongs," Everett said, perhaps a bit too sternly. Verity made a low sound of pain as she shifted in the bed.
"My head. It aches."
She coughed again, then groaned once more, clearly in a great deal of discomfort thanks to the burns and other injuries she had suffered.
"The coughing isn't helping, I'm sure."
Sybil frowned, clearly as distressed as he was by Verity's condition.
"I need him here,"
Verity said.
"I want to see him."
"Kingham?" Sybil asked, looking to Everett, her brow furrowed.
"I must see him."
Verity's eyes were open once more, imploring.
"I miss him so very much."
She clutched at her locket with a bandaged hand. Now he understood Maman's words in the hall. Verity did indeed seem confused, almost as if she were conflating her memories of Lord Leopold with Kingham. "Fetch her some laudanum, my love," he told Sybil quietly. "She needs to rest." Sybil nodded and moved to the table where a host of medicinal jars and bottles had been left, finding the laudanum that would help ease Verity into sleep and hopefully enable her overburdened mind to begin healing.
"Please, Everett," Verity persisted. "Promise me you'll bring him to me."
"I promise," he said instantly, thinking that he would bring an army into his townhouse if it meant that it would help to calm her. Verity nodded, then winced, her eyelids lowering as if she could scarcely keep them open a moment longer. Sybil brought the bottle of laudanum from the table and slipped a spoonful between his sister's lips. "Hush now, darling," she crooned gently. "You should get some rest so that you may heal. Kingham shall pay you a call in the morning." That seemed to soothe Verity. She relaxed against the mound of pillows, her breathing growing more even, eyes closed. It wasn't until she was truly asleep that Everett felt some of the tension leaving him. Sybil wordlessly returned the laudanum to its place and sat at his side once more, reaching for his hand. He laced their fingers together, grateful for her presence, her comfort, her love. Grateful for her, full stop. Maman returned shortly thereafter to resume her bedside vigil. "You are certain you want to stay the night?" he asked.
"She is my daughter," Maman said. "There is nowhere else I would rather be than here with her when she needs me. Besides, Linsdale has promised that she will attend me, bringing sweets and tea whenever I require them through the night. Such a dear woman. I don't know what I would do without her."
His mother's companion was ever a boon. "Very well, then," he said, rising from his chair along with Sybil. "We shall take our leave for the night. But don't hesitate to wake me should you require anything at all, or if her condition worsens." His voice broke on the last word, the last thought. The Everett he had once been would have been hideously embarrassed by such a show of emotion, by such weakness, such open vulnerability. But that Everett had been a stupid ass, too willing to believe that the woman he loved had betrayed him. He knew the reason for it now. Believing the worst of Sybil had made it easier to protect himself. Far better to guard his heart if she was a treacherous liar like Lydia had been. Far simpler to never allow himself to feel. The Everett he had once been could go to the devil. He was a new man now, one who, he hoped, could someday deserve the woman at his side. That would take time and deliberation and intent. He would begin tonight.
"She shan't worsen," Maman said sternly. "I'll not allow it."
His mother was stubborn. He had likely inherited that trait from her. And so had Verity. He had to believe that stubbornness would get her through what was to come. He and Sybil bid his mother good evening, and then they left together, closing the door quietly behind them. When they were alone, walking toward their chambers to retire for the night, she turned to him. "At least she has returned to her senses. I know it is difficult to see her this way, but I have faith that she will be restored to her former self, and soon." "I hope and pray that she is." "She shall." Sybil was adamant, and he took comfort in that, in her. He pulled her closer to him as they walked, sliding an arm around her waist and not giving a damn if he was being scandalous. The glorious scent of vanilla and tuberose invaded his senses, chasing the stale smoke that had hung in the air in Verity's bedchamber. They reached their suite of rooms, and he guided them to his door. Tonight he wasn't paying a call on her in her bedroom in civilized fashion. He was damned well making love to her in his room, in his bed, where she belonged. He opened the door and gestured for her to precede him, grateful that his valet, Turner, was nowhere in sight. There was only one face Everett wanted to see until the morning's light, and it was his wife's. He closed the door behind them and turned to her, pulling her into his arms. All the emotion he had been ruthlessly suppressing rose up within him like a flood, until he was overflowing with it. "Thank you," he told her. Sybil's brow furrowed, her befuddlement adorable. For what? God, he loved her. Why had he spent the last few months running from it, from her? For forgiving me, he explained. For standing by my side, for loving me despite everything that has happened and despite my being the world's greatest ass. The grey mysteries of her eyes plumbed his, searching, searing, finding. Then I suppose I must also thank you as well. His hands swept along the small of her back, wishing there were not layers of fabric and the stiff boning of a corset between him and what he wanted most. For coming to our rescue, for saving Verity and the children and me, for loving me enough that you were willing to fight for me even when you thought I loved someone else. It took me too bloody long to do that. It took you just the right amount of time, she corrected. Because if you hadn't changed your mind and come to the Children's Foundling Hospital when you did, we might never have made it out of the flames alive. He swallowed hard against the soul-shattering thought of losing her, losing his sister, the innocent children. He couldn't have lived with himself if they had all perished. I'm hardly a hero. Oh, but you are. She raised a hand to his cheek. You are my hero. I'm flawed and imperfect. You are perfectly flawed. As am I, my love. We can be so together. By God, this woman, he loved her, he loved her, he loved her. He wanted to tear open the windows and shout it to the streets below. But he would settle for telling only her instead. It was infinitely less mad. Everett kissed her palm. You are an angel among inferior mortals, and I love you more than I can possibly convey. Hardly that. Her voice was fond. But I also love you the same. Promise me you'll never leave me. He caught her forearm in a gentle grasp and held her there, nuzzling the tender skin of her wrist beneath her sleeve. She had dabbed some of her scent there, and he inhaled deeply. I will never leave you, but you must promise me the same. I'll never leave you, he vowed with ease. I promise. After so many years as a bachelor, deriding love, embittered by a past betrayal, believing he was incapable of falling beneath another woman's spell, everything felt astonishingly right to Everett in this moment. Sybil hooked her arms around his neck and rose on her toes to press her lips to his as she kissed him. He went instantly hard, despite being weary to the bone. But tonight he wanted their lovemaking to be different. He wanted it to be clear that neither duty nor obligation was driving them tonight, but love. A mutual need to be together as close as two souls could be. He tore his mouth from hers, his breathing already ragged. Will you spend the night with me here, in my room, in my bed? She smiled. Her lips, like ripe summer berries, darkened from his kiss. There is nothing I would like more. Now he understood how his friends had fallen so swiftly. Love happened to a man damned quickly, without warning. Everett had lost his heart to Sybil before he'd even realized he had one to give. But it was hers now, just like the rest of him. How to put all that he felt just now into words? He couldn't begin to string together the complex emotions in a coherent enough fashion. There was so much he still needed to say, confessions lodged in his chest that would have to wait for another day. For now, he would settle for what he could convey, what he could do. I don't give a damn if you bear me in air, he added. Not that I wouldn't dearly love a child of our own one day, because I would. A whole nursery filled with children who have your mischievous grey eyes would be beyond lovely. But the bargain we made can go to the devil as far as I'm concerned, because I'm not letting you go. Not now. Not ever." Her eyes glinted with wicked intent.
"That's the only bargain I'm holding you to, husband. That you never let me go."
"Would it be acceptable to let you go long enough to get you out of this dress?" he teased, caressing her waist. There were far too many layers between them for his liking. Her lips curved into a smile that made him want to kiss her again.
"I suppose I could allow it."
His lips found hers, and he found a better use for them than words, which failed him. With his mouth he showed her the depth of his emotions, the gratitude, the love, the desire. How thoroughly and completely he was hers. He kissed her as his fingers found the fastenings of her gown. Feeling as eager as a callous youth, one by one he opened buttons, hooks, and tapes with trembling hands. Layers of fabric fell to the Axminster in a silken swish. By the time he had her down to nothing more than her chemise, he was desperate, his heart pounding, all the blood in his body seemingly having rushed to his cog. He was dizzied with desire, with love.
"My turn,"
she murmured against his lips as her hands moved over his body, divesting him of his garments as well. He stopped her progress more than once to place a kiss on her palm or the top of her hand, her wrist, needing to worship her in every way he could, this woman he did not deserve. This beautiful, kind-hearted, clever woman who somehow loved him despite everything. "I should have been a better husband to you," he said, as they lay down on the bed together, naked at last, no barriers between them, not the truth, not a lie, neither silk nor wool.
"You had no way of knowing who Henry truly was,"
she protested, such tenderness for him in her eyes that he almost had to look away. "I should have asked," he insisted, hating himself for having wasted these last months they could have had together.
"I should have told you."
He stared down at her, all gorgeous and flushed in his bed, her chestnut hair unbound on his pillow, lush cream and sweet, decadent pinks. She was more beautiful than any painted goddess he'd ever seen, more glorious than Venus. His. Somehow, astoundingly, she was his. And he would earn her love, one day at a time. "I'll make it up to you," Everett vowed. "I swear, my love." She trailed her fingertips along his jaw, sending heat arrowing directly to his already straining cog.
"Just make love to me."
That was what she wanted, so that was what he would give her. Pleasure. As much as he possibly could, more than she could bear. He settled between her parted thighs and found her wet and ready. So perfect. He licked and sucked, savoring the sweet perfume of her, headier than the scent she dabbed at her wrists and throat. Musky and sweet, like Sybil herself. Everett lapped at her, devoting himself to her every moan and swift inhalation of breath. Her hips pumped into him, and he couldn't resist sinking a finger deep into her waiting sheath as he suckled her clitoris. Sybil found her release with a shuddering cry. "I love you," he said, as he kissed his way back up her body, punctuating each brush of his lips with the words he'd been too terrified to say. "I love you." He kissed along the curve of one breast, took her nipple into his mouth. "I love you." Her fingers threaded through his hair, holding him to her as her body undulated beneath his. Everything between them felt new and different. This was the first time they made love in truth, and he wanted to leave an indelible mark upon them both. To banish what had come before and begin anew from this moment forward. He kissed the hollow between her breasts. "I love you." Kissed the space over her rapidly beating heart. "I love you." Kissed his way up her throat, to her ear. "I love you." He nuzzled her temple, reveling in the way she felt beneath him, so soft and warm, her sleek curves perfectly fitted to his body. "My God, how I love you." "Show me," she said, hooking a leg around his hip and welcoming him. The glide of his cock along her wet folds was sheer torture. He groaned as he took her mouth and guided himself to her entrance. One thrust of his hips, and he sank into the tight, wet clasp of her sheath. She clamped down on him and nearly squeezed him out, but he pumped his hips once and he was fully seated, surrounded by her heat, by her. It was a celebration, a reunion. They were alive. No more secrets between them, nothing but love, pure and true. He took the peak of her breast into his mouth and sucked hard as he thrust into her again, and Sybil arched her back, clamping down on him as another release tore through her. They made love together, bodies moving in unison, faster, harder, deeper, until everything else fell away, and there was only the acute bliss of pleasure as he sank inside her one last time and filled her with his seed. She wrapped her arms around him and held him close when he would have withdrawn, whispering the only words he ever needed to hear again into his ear. "I love you too."
Chapter 21. The flames were coming. Closer, closer, hotter too. Terror clamped down on her. She felt them on her face, searing her skin, burning her alive. Verity attempted to run, but her legs became tangled in her skirts. She tried to scream as she tumbled forward into the maw of the fiery blaze, but no sound emerged. It was burning her up, turning her to ash. There was no way to escape. She was surrounded by the roaring fire on all sides. Walls were crashing down, beams falling. But then he was there, dark hair and eyes to match. King. Arms around her, strong and safe, lifting her out of the fire, saving her. He held her close, keeping the fire at bay, and strode away from the flames. They were freed of the fire, and the air was cool and fresh. All at once, the smoke disappeared. Somehow, she was by a gurgling stream at Riverdale Abbey. The flames were gone. There was a young gentleman with light hair and a charming grin, and he held a golden locket in his hand, extending it toward her. Where was King? What had happened? Confusion assailed her, but then the young man spoke, and his voice was familiar and beloved, and her fears calmed. It was a memory, and she knew it, past blending with reality. But none of that mattered, because he was here and he was hers. She would never let him go. "I know it's not appropriate to give you a gift until you're my wife, but I wanted you to have this locket," he said. She had never been so happy. The sun was shining, the grass verdant green, the sky overhead vast and blue, punctuated with a smattering of white clouds. How she loved him. He handed her a bouquet of freshly picked forget-me-nots, the tiny pale blue flowers, jaunty and beautiful, her favourite. He had remembered, but of course he had. There had been that day by the stream when she had picked one and handed it to him, telling him that he must always remember her. And he had given her that dimpled grin she loved, and had told her she was impossible to forget. She reached for the flowers now, and when she took them from him, the young man changed. He was suddenly different. He was taller, his shoulders broader. His hair was mahogany, and his eyes were the soft brown of a freshly turned field. It was the man who had saved her from the flames, who had brought her to the meandering stream and the forget-me-nots ruffling in the wind. It was King.
"Will you be my wife?"
he asked solemnly. Her mind felt muddled and confused. She was meant to marry another, was she not? She thought she was, but who? The light-haired man, or the dark? Which one had given her the gift? The flowers? Verity touched the locket.
"From me,"
King said. No. She tried to argue. But she couldn't, because the golden-haired man and the dark-haired man had become one, and the flames had returned. She was alone once more, back in a burning building again, the fire ravaging the walls, the floor opening before her. She pitched forward, and then she was falling. Verity screamed again, and when she opened her eyes with a jolt, she was in a room she recognized. Her bedroom, to be precise. A woman was sleeping in a chair at her bedside. She moved her lips, forming the word, Maman. Nothing but a croak emerged. Mother slept on, a slight snore rattling from her lips. Let her sleep, she thought. But Verity could not. Her skin was hot, so hot, and everything ached. Sweat soaked her body from head to toe. Something was wrong with her. Was she ill? Why did her skin hurt? The answers rested at the edge of her memory, but she couldn't reach them. They were nothingness, suspended in ether. She tried to remember the cool air by the stream, the sunshine on her face, how contented she had felt. But all she could recall was the man she loved, giving her the locket at her throat. With a trembling hand, she reached for the clasp. The bandage and pain impeded her progress, but finally she succeeded, and the locket fell from her throat. With her unbandaged hand, she reached for it, picking it up. Would the forget-me-not be within? Her fingernail found the place where she had pried the engraved locket open so many times before. Within was a lone, tiny blue flower, the only remembrance she had of that day by the stream. The day that had changed everything. The day the Duke of Kingham had asked her to be his wife. It was there, and it was safe, and so was she. Had she been in a fire? Had it all been a bad dream? Why was her hand bandaged if not? Whatever had happened, she would find out soon enough when Mother woke. Still clutching the locket in her uninjured hand, Verity closed her eyes and waited for slumber to claim her once again. "Where is King?" Verity asked, for what must have been the 100th time during her week of convalescence. Sybil smiled at her sister-in-law and patted her hand. "Everett said he will pay a call today. You are certainly impatient to see his Grace." "I love him," Verity said simply. "We are engaged to marry." It was not the first time her sister-in-law had expressed the sentiment, since Verity had awoken, following the severe injuries she had suffered in the fire. But it was none the less troubling. As far as Sybil and Everett were aware, there was no such agreement between King and Verity. The physician who had called to check on Verity's progress had privately warned them that blows to the head could be complicated. There was a possibility that Verity's mind had been altered by the blow. He had also emphasized that it was of the utmost import to keep Verity as calm as possible whilst she recovered, that too much excitement would be harmful for her mind and could inflict further damage. They had taken great pains to avoid discussing the subject of Leo, Verity's beloved dead betrothed. She had not mentioned him once, though she had been quite vocal in her requests for Kingham. It made no sense to either Sybil or Everett, but they were willing to do anything they must to ensure that Verity healed completely. "Of course you are, dear," Sybil said to Verity in an agreeable tone. "Shall I ring for your lady's maid to help with your hair?" Some of Verity's hair had been singed in the fire, and the wound she had suffered to the head had been so deep that it had required stitching. They had only just washed her hair for the first time today with Sybil's help, and the process had been onerous and painful for poor Verity. "Do you think she will be able to plait it for me?" Verity asked. "King prefers it when I wear my hair in a Grecian braid." "I'm not certain," Sybil answered honestly. "It may not be good for the cut on your head." "Then I shall wear it down," Verity decided. "King shan't mind if I'm scandalous. He loves me far too much." Misgiving curdled Sybil's stomach, but she smiled brightly for her sister-in-law's benefit. "Yes, dearest. Now we should make haste. I believe His Grace is calling soon." "I have missed him so," Verity beamed. For the first time, it occurred to Sybil that she wasn't wearing her customary black mourning. She had spent the last week in dressing gowns, but today was her first occasion to finally dress. The gown she had chosen was a pale lavender, one suited to a younger woman. Sybil wondered if it was a residual from her debutante wardrobe, but held her tongue. There was something different about her sister-in-law since her injury in the fire, but none of them could quite settle their minds on what it was, and likewise no one wanted to question Verity or upset her and hinder her recovery. "Come then, my dear," Sybil said brightly. "We shall go to the drawing-room and await Kingham's arrival."
King had done many bad things in his life. In fact, he liked doing bad things. When one had a fortune at his disposal and all the tremendous éclat and power that being the Duke of Kingham brought with it, there was almost nothing left in the world to conquer. Even bedding women had long since become a scarcely thrilling diversion. It made no sense, therefore, that he had done a good thing 1 week ago when he had pulled Lady Verity Saunders from the flaming wreckage of an orphanage. King didn't make heroic gestures. He didn't put himself at risk. He didn't engage in any exertion that would ruin his clothes, which were always tailored to perfection. And it further made no sense that he was presently strolling into the drawing-room at Riverdale's townhouse at the behest of the same lady he had carried out of the burning orphanage. But here he was, bowing to Lady Verity, who gazed at him with such naked adoration that he had to blink, thinking he was mistaken. He wasn't mistaken. The only time he'd ever seen a woman look at him thus previously, it had been after he had given her 3 orgasms in a row using nothing more than his mouth. "King," she greeted him softly, "I have missed you." She had? He folded his frame into a waiting chair with far less elegance and grace than he ordinarily possessed. "I have missed you as well, my dear lady," he said smoothly. She beamed. And Christ, but she was lovely, her dark hair spilling around her shoulders in what looked to be natural curls. She was wearing pale purple today, and the colour complemented her creamy complexion ever so much more than her customary black silks did. She was also Riverdale's sister, he reminded himself sternly, forbidden as such. There were bad things, and then there were very bad things. Lusting over one's chum's sister was firmly in the latter. Fortunately, he had exemplary restraint. "And I have missed you also, Duchess," he gallantly told Riverdale's wife, who had joined him and Lady Verity for their little tête-à-tête. "You are looking well," the Duchess returned primly. He knew he was. His toilette had been chosen with infinite care today, as always. King inclined his head. "Thank you. Tell me, how is a dunderhead like Riverdale fortunate enough to surround himself with such beauty?" "Because I'm deuced lucky," Riverdale announced blithely as he breezed into the drawing-room. "Old chum," he greeted his friend. They exchanged pleasantries and took tea together. It was a boring call, almost unremarkable, really. Until Riverdale and the Duchess left the drawing-room with the promise that they would soon return in a few minutes' time, and Lady Verity turned to him with an expectant look. "I've already told everyone our happy news," she said, smiling.
Happy news? He repeated, thoroughly confused. That we are engaged to be married, she said brightly. King's teacup slipped from his fingers and crashed to the floor.
Let's take a turn in the gardens whilst King and Verity have their chat, Everett suggested, as he escorted Sybil away from the drawing-room. She was surprised. But it's rather chilly and damp out today, isn't it? She protested. Besides, I thought you wanted to remain nearby in case Kingham decided to be anything less than a gentleman with Verity. There's something I would like to show you there, her husband said, a small smile flirting with his lips as he guided them to the door leading into the small garden. I've just had a new garden bench installed, on account of how much you enjoy sitting in the garden in fair weather, and I want to see what you think of it. I do enjoy the gardens, she admitted, charmed despite the suspicions rising within her. I hadn't thought you noticed. I notice everything about you, my darling wife. Warmth suffused her. Everett had become an incredibly attentive husband since the fire. Now that there were no more secrets between them, everything had changed for the better. It is said that rakes make the best husbands, she murmured, and I am inclined to agree it's true. I'm hardly a rake any longer, now that I have you, he pointed out, opening the door and gesturing for her to go ahead of him. I haven't had eyes for anyone else since I met you. That is just as well, for if you did, I would be forced to dump another pitcher of water on your head, she remarked slyly. To think that their happiness had begun that day, when she had sought him out in hurt and anger, believing the worst of him, whilst, unbeknownst to Sybil, he had also been believing the worst of her. I do believe I deserved the water pitcher that day, he allowed, offering her his arm once more. She took it, settling her hand into the crook of his elbow as they meandered down a gravel-lined path that led through the rose bushes. You have made up for it, husband. I do hope to make up for it just a bit more, he said mysteriously. They rounded a bend in the path, and Sybil instantly understood the hidden meaning in his words. It wasn't just a new bench that had been installed in the gardens. It was her brother. Dressed like any other gentleman in trousers, coat and hat, and without his livery, he looked so very different. But he rose and grinned as they approached, and there was the brother she knew and loved. "Henry!" she cried out, rushing toward him. Henry took her in a warm, brotherly embrace. "Sister." She released him, laughing with delight, shocked and pleased beyond measure at the surprise Everett had given her. "You are looking well. What are you doing here? I had no notion you were coming to London." Henry nodded toward Everett, who stood behind on the path, watching their reunion with a smile of his own. "His Grace brought me here. I just arrived this afternoon at the rail station and came here at once to see you." "How wonderful! I'm so happy you are here. How long shall you stay?" "For as long as he likes," Everett said firmly. "I've told Henry that I am happy to help him settle into any occupation that interests him here in London. I suspect it will take some time for him to decide, and we shall be honoured to have him as our guest." "Oh, Everett," she breathed, overwhelmed with happiness and love. He gave her a wry grin. "It's the least I can do, given everything that has happened." "I am grateful for your generosity, Your Grace," Henry added. "It is certainly more than I ever hoped for or expected, given the circumstance of my birth. As I said, it's the least I can do for family," Everett told him. "Thank you for humouring me in surprising your sister." Henry nodded, still smiling. "Thank you both." Sybil squeezed his sleeve fondly. "I hope you will like it here in London. I dreamed of this day, but I hadn't realised it would come so soon." "I'm beholden to you and to His Grace. This is an opportunity most men, such as myself, could only dream of having." "It is the opportunity that was denied you," she countered, thinking of their father and his endless cruelty.
we shall rectify that now, from this moment on.
We should allow you to see to the unpacking of your trunks, and let you get settled into your new quarters now, Everett said. See that you join us for dinner. Our mothers will be overjoyed to have you at the table. I'd be honoured, thank you.
With that, Henry ventured down the path, back to the townhouse. He had scarcely gone when Sybil was back in Everett's arms where she belonged, holding him tightly. That was the loveliest surprise anyone has ever given me. Thank you, Everett. I am indebted to you.
Not indebted.
Yes, indebted. Not many husbands would allow their wife's illegitimate sibling to live with them.
I don't give a damn if he was born on the wrong side of the blanket.
He swept his hands up and down the small of her back in an adoring caress.
He's your family, and that makes him mine too.
I love you. She rose on her toes.
And I love you,
Everett told her. She kissed him as her heart rejoiced. Kissed him until they were both breathless, and a cold rain began to fall. And then she kissed him some more, this husband she loved beyond measure. How lucky she was to be his Duchess. How lucky they were to be together. Epilogue. Sybil placed a kiss on her sleeping husband's cheek. With a faint hint of morning sun streaming through the cracks in the heavy curtains, the light illuminated his unfairly handsome face. Her kiss didn't move him from slumber, however. He remained still on his back, eyes closed, one arm snaked around her waist, his chest rising and falling with deep, even breaths. She jostled his arm lightly. Everett? Still he slept on. Everett, she tried again. But he was in a deep sleep. It wasn't the moment she had envisioned when she had decided to tell him that he was going to be a father. But last night he had distracted her by carrying her across the room, burying his face between her thighs and using his tongue until she had quite forgotten anything and everything else, including her own name for a few wild, blissful moments. She tried one last time, shoving gently at his shoulder, but he refused to wake. There was one way she knew that roused him from slumber every time. Feeling wicked, she kissed her way down his chest, slowly, lingering, enjoying the ripple of his muscle as he came awake, the swift intake of his breath when he realized where she was headed. By the time she reached his cock, it was rigid and thick, standing at the ready, a bead of liquid seeping from the tip. She lapped it up with her tongue, gratified by his groan and the flex of his hips.
"Sybil, what are you doing?"
he rasped, his voice husky with sleep. "Good morning, Riverdale." She gripped the base of his cock and gave him a saucy look. "What do you think I'm doing?" And then she took his cock into her mouth.
"Bloody hell,"
he bit out, his hand going to her hair, sifting it through his fingers as she sucked on his thick length. He tasted musky, like herself and him blended together with a hint of salt, and she wanted more. Sybil set about making him lose control, using every skill she had learned, all the ways to bring him to his knees. She licked from base to tip, swirling her tongue over the ruddy head, and then she took him as far as she could, to the back of her throat, just as she knew he liked.
"Sybil,"
he groaned. It wasn't protest, this she knew. It was pleasure. She sucked harder, cupping the heavy fullness of his buttocks as she did so. That was all it required to make him lose control utterly. He threaded his fingers through her hair, hips pumping with eagerness, following her lips as she worked up and down his shaft, coating him in saliva. He came with a thunderous cry, hot spurts of his seed jetting into her mouth. With a low sound of approval, she swallowed it down, releasing him slowly, tenderly, before dragging herself back up to the headboard and collapsing at his side.
"My God, woman,"
he breathed.
What a way to wake me.
Better than a pitcher of water to the face, she teased.
Much.
She tucked herself against his chest, and he wrapped an arm around her, drawing her comfortably close to his warm strength. She laid her head on his chest, pressing herself to his side.
As soon as I catch my breath, I'll return the favour,
Everett said, his hand coasting up and down her spine in a slow, tender motion. There is something I should tell you first, she murmured, caressing his chest. How she enjoyed this closeness they shared, still so new and so beloved. She could lie happily thus for days and never leave.
Oh?
He asked mildly, his voice still velvety with sleep.
I do hope you're not going to tell me you want a divorce.
He was jesting, but Sybil didn't particularly care to be reminded of the day she had stormed into his room at Wingfield Hall, demanding that he grant her the divorce that, as it had turned out, she hadn't truly wanted after all. Never that.
Good.
He paused, then sifted through her hair, allowing the strands to slip slowly to her back.
What do you want to tell me, my love? It must be very important if it goes before my licking your cunny.
Everett, she scolded lightly, but though she took him to task, his naughty words made her even more wanton and wet than taking him into her mouth already had.
It is only that I know how much you like it, he said teasingly. You needn't be embarrassed, darling.
I'm not embarrassed, you wicked man.
Of course not.
I'm not, she insisted, even as a blush heated her cheeks. She hoped he couldn't see it on account of the low light. It would belie her words. And Everett adored crowing when he was right. It was most annoying.
Then why are you hiding your face in my chest?
He asked. She pressed a kiss there, absorbing his heat and vitality through her lips. Because this is a serious conversation, and you keep teasing me.
There are other ways I could tease you, he pointed out.
Ways she would like too much. Ways that would inevitably lead once more to her distraction. I'm with child, she blurted. He stiffened beneath her.
I beg your pardon?
I'm having a babe, she repeated, lifting her head so she could look into his eyes. We are having a babe. You're going to be a father, Everett.
A father?
He said, awe entering his voice.
A babe?
Yes. He splayed a hand over her belly, which had yet to show any evidence that she was increasing.
Our babe.
She smiled, tears of happiness pooling in her eyes and sliding down her cheeks as she covered his hand with hers. Ours.
This is wonderful news.
Is it? He cupped her cheek.
Need you ask? I am overjoyed, my love.
As am I. She blinked rapidly, dashing away the tears that continued to spill. More overjoyed than I ever thought possible. She kissed him slowly, ardently, and then she settled her head back on his chest, listening to the beat of his heart. They were silent for a time, holding each other, thinking about the future awaiting them, both overwhelmed and happy for all that lay ahead. The quiet remained unbroken until his deep voice rumbled beneath her ear.
Sybil.
She danced her fingers through a patch of his chest hair, admiring him. Yes, darling?
May I lick your cunny now?
Sybil